So G6. Oh, what are they?
When in cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
Wait, what the fuck do I have the Dex Nikana on? I need something that I haven't leveled. I mean that I need to level. The Dex Nikana is such a weird shit. Okay, so I'm gonna take this instead. Also, equipment. I need zero. Rubido. Okay. Wait, okay, a Rubido. Where can I farm Rubido? Full bus. Alright. Wait. Full bus. We, 'Full bus. 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 'Full b Mm, yeah.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you. This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. heavy unit approaching. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
There has to be a way to go under. I just don't know it. Oh, found it.
Well met. Intro records, controls, locks.
Sorry.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. will take a moment. Heavy robotic signature detected. Lock and load. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Terminal hacked. Keep moving. Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. did it. Mission complete.
Oh, what the? Okay. There. Thanks for the follow, Blodo23. It's appreciated. What are you farming? I'm farming a Rubido. So hi, Wild Wolf. How are you today? What is that thing there?
Walkers incoming.
Oh, guys.
What? Who are you? Clearly not quarter. Good enough for me. Get me the hell off this thing.
Running out of Rubido. The hell you need it for anyway? First of all, I run out of Rubido a lot. Second of all, I need it for a few weapons shit. How what? How I miss Rubido or how I need like it's so easy when like oh my god. When you craft a lot shit, when you craft a lot, you end up missing stuff, you know? What can I say? I've been working hard. Neza is a trap that I'm willing to fall into. I think I already have Neza. How you need so much, bro? Ask whoever decided to make the recipe for the shit that I need. But hey, look at that. It's possible that I may have fed elements too many. Who knows? But I got a decent amount from this. I think that should cover at least one inquiry. There, Rubido. Boom. What else requires Rubido? This shit right here. I'm missing 200 for this one. And yeah, I need more Rubido for these.
Ordis is angry.
Do you, Mr.
I may require
Test?
maintenance after all.
What? What, Mr. Test? And yeah, you're right. Cora? Cora would be better, but the issue is that, what's my issue, Cora? I'm doing Phobos. Anyway, the planet. It's just so easy that, What build do I have on Korra? Fuck. Alright, that looks decent, I guess. Ability duration, ability range. Ability range, ability strength. Duration. Oh yeah, I have the special Korra thing that drop additional loot. Oh no, wait, what? I want range, the fuck? Oh wait, arc and stretch? Oh, never mind. This one is 45 and this one... Although... Ability range, ability to deal electricity damage. I mean, it doesn't deal electricity damage. Wait, what? What did I do? Wait, what the fuck? Was that what I had? Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I could probably use another format on her. Big booty Missa. I don't think I have Missa. Scavenge. Oh yeah, I mean we're not going hunting Cuba, so we... Anyway. What? Defense. Sure. I mean, do I want to finish full boss? I don't know. Alright, let's do another easy one.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive. We are readying reinforcements. Keep fighting, Tenno.
Okay. Wham! 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 I mean, that is a very good choice for this mission. You're gonna get a computer soon? That's nice. Damn, they don't even have the time to reach me.
Father Granon, your sacred tokens shall remain secure from the grasp of the idol.
Motherfucker. What the fuck? Yeah, bitch. How about that? That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, we have to go protect that shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, all of y'all coward are hiding under. Mm-hmm. Oops. Ah. my god. Need more bullet in this bitch. It's annoying. Right. As soon as I get back, we're racing. Wait, we're racing for what? Forgot to tell you what I have. That I have a YouTube channel. Oh, you too. That's nice. What's your YouTube channel about?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Oh, I'm good, bitch. What do you mean raced? Like playing Mario Kart? Oh wait, it's an Arcwing mission? Oh, I should be fine.
This is a race against time. Reach the loading bay and destroy the transport ships before they can escape.
In the name of the Void, protect our product, save our profits.
You're halfway there.
Ah! Let me go!
Faster. A transport is almost ready to escape.
Wait. Leave me alone. Oh wait, I can? Fuck. So I have no choice but to go. Wait, I'm kinda stuck. Oh, I'm dumb.
You've almost reached the loading docks.
Transports, all power to shield orbiters. Now.
Wait.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. It's vulnerable. Finish it off.
Station survival. Defection.
The scattered survivors of this infestation have barricaded themselves in safe areas throughout this galleon. Escort the crew to the waiting escape ship. The crew here are Kavort defectors, Grenier who rejected the violence they were created for. Rather than join Steel Meridian, they've chosen a different path, seeking a dream of existence where they would not be forced to commit more atrocities.
Aww.
I've located the first group of survivors. Find them and escort them to the waiting transport. The galleon's atmosphere has become toxic. It will kill the crew members within minutes. Their only hope is the men boosters, but you must keep them powered. The survivors will never reach the transport without them. Use this comms console to rush out more survivors.
Okay, where the fuck are these motherfuckers? Where are they? Oh, okay.
Don't want to go anywhere. Tired.
Tell the survivors when you're ready to move on.
Tenno, show me the way. Magic? Trust Tenno. Scum. No choice.
Shit. What the fuck?
We go with you, but we cannot fight like before.
Okay, of course they're not all fucking staying together. Fucking hell. What? What do you mean you're dying? You're too far!
A crew member is down. Heal them. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Crew member rescued. Keep it up.
Tenno, not Scum.
Locating more survivors. The survivors have just reached the safety of our transport. Keep them coming.
Found you.
shit.
Thanks, Tenno. Go? Okay, go! More sick cats coming. The Sicat!
Oh, I got a new mod. That's nice.
I need rest.
Yeah, well, I'm doing my best here, bro.
Never forget you, Tenno.
There are still survivors to be evacuated, but this operation is becoming increasingly risky. You have permission to seek extraction when you feel you can no longer protect the crew.
Oh, nice. I'm out
More
then.
survivors. Keep them safe. A group of survivors has escaped. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'ma make you the fastest girl in Warframe. Trust I can even make you the best fastest right now even. What do you mean? Alright. Hello? Hello? What is that person doing?
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms to start. The infested are releasing toxic spores into the area. The emergency life support I am delivering is your only chance for survival.
I'm so not equipped for this mission though. I might need to switch to Ember. Or not. I should be
Fallen
fine.
enemies will drop crucial life support. Be on the lookout.
Okay, nice. Oh.
Life support incoming. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
There you are.
Life support has been replenished. Life support on the way. I've delivered another life support capsule. Life support activated. Get ready for a capsule. Additional life support has arrived. Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. Mining needed. Extraction is ready.
Oh, oops. Fuck. Jump to... yeah. Why can't I fucking jump on this wall?
Life support activated. Another life support capsule is now available.
Oh no, this is not gonna do. See, I really just want to be left alone. Yeah, exactly. Why would you go after me?
Get ready for a capsule. Life support has been replenished. I've delivered another life support capsule.
Fantastic. Woo.
Life support on the way.
There's a top floor? Where are the treasures? Oh,
Additional life support has
Wait.
arrived.
oh. Nice. This is the exit.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
this is so easy with Korra.
Another life support capsule is now available.
I've been safe and secure. Really, Korra is a cheat code here.
Additional life support has arrived.
Oh yeah, I'm making mad rubido. Rubido, alloy plate, a little bit of plastic. Love to see it. That's cool.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do
Oh, Missile
Another life support
G6.
capsule is now
If it's
available.
Second Prime or Mirage Prime, I wrote to the dev because I still haven't received Second Prime yet, despite the fact that it was part of TennoCon. So yeah, it's annoying.
delivered another life support capsule.
Why? Ah! Why do I want to be fast so badly? Why is it so important?
Life support activated.
Wow. Fashion frame is so nice though. I'm personally here for fashion frame. Thank you for the follow, it's appreciated.
Life support has been replenished. Another life support capsule is now available.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. Additional life support has arrived. Life support has been replenished. activated.
Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
There you go. Deku, hey Frenchie, make me a mod so I can kick butts off. We'll have a great stream. Yo! Yo! Honestly, like, I don't know what is going on lately, but all I've gotten mostly are bots. It's driving me nuts. Damn. Mm-hmm. Oh, this one is a 5. Oh well. Oh yeah, I'm done with Phobos. Alright. Phobos. Dawn.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
Boom. What did you name your railjack? The Geek Squad. Because my in-game name is Geekiania. That's why. Sure. Give me a moment. Wait. Add friend there. Wild wolf. There. Sent. Oh, the fashion. Nice. I like the drip. Pretty solid. Very good. I like it. Good. Okay. Now.
We are burning. Deal with it. We have agreed. Fires extinguished. Scrubbing atmosphere. Breach sealed. Railjack integrity restored.
Jesus. I arrived in a crew that was in disarray.
Hull breached. Life support failing. Equip an Omni and patch that leak.
Does this person has a team or not?
Rising.
salvo. Take them down.
This person doesn't seem to have a team. What the fuck?
Latino has exited the railjack.
Oh my god, bitch.
Astro frame integrity preserved. Good job. Return to duty.
I want boots on the deck. Clear the tubes and launch ram sleds.
Repel boarders. We have a fire.
Launch reserve fighter wing.
Hull breach. Repeat. Hull breach.
Can this shit go? Come on. I don't want to die.
Fire crew, stand down.
Not enough Rivolite?
Crisis averted. Mission continues. Repressurizing.
Let's soften them up. Torpedoes. Fire at will.
Hull breached. Venting atmo. Situation critical. Astro frame integrity preserved. Good job. Return to duty.
A railjack that has no crew. This is great.
That railjack.
Not only that has no crew, but it is also clearly made of paper. Lord have mercy on our soul, bitch.
Visitors, your short lives are about to become crafted in misery. Crew, fire on board. Location marked. Hull breach.
Unassigned cruise ship located. Deploying immediately. All units, prepare for shield supercharge. Ensure the tether power plant is protected.
Hull breach ongoing. Equip your Omni and rectify this. Breach sealed. Railjack integrity restored. Cruise ship on scope. Flames extinguished.
Torpedo spot. Target in range. Firing.
What the fuck is that person doing? Oh, I'm with an imbecile.
Next up, capital ship. Hull breach. Immediate repair required.
Tether power plant has supercharge ready. All units, stand by to overload shields.
I already know I'm gonna be frustrated.
Crisis averted. Mission continues. repairs. Crisis averted. Mission continues. Tenno is in. Locking. Sending away crew. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Engage. Reactor invulnerable to our artillery. Recalibrate reactor to render it vulnerable. Reactor console on scope. You will need to gain access without security codes. The hard way. Corpus engineers will attempt to make it harder.
I wanted them dead. They are not only alive, they are on my ship. Fix that.
Reactor heating up. Keep heat levels within specified parameters. Target vents when necessary to balance thermal load. Vent shaft open. Reactor heat dropping. Vent destroyed. Pressure dropping. Core heat dropping. Corpus engineers inbound. engineers inbound. Reactor recalibration complete. Return to this railjack via Arcwing. Mission complete. Obelisk is a tombstone. I have visuals on multiple reactors. Engage forward artillery. Blast them.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Tenno deployed.
Yes, this shit needs an upgrade now. Can we go? What did I get in this shit? I got Vida Engine MK. Oh. One has better engine but less engine boost. This one has more engine boost. Okay. Anything else? What's this one? Fire rate. Damn, this one has a fuckload of damage. Nose to red. Interesting. Wait. Yeah, that's what I got. Go Seeker M3 is what I have. That's good. And they say Bota. Interesting. So the photo. Fine, then I guess I'll repair it. Although on this one, they say. Okay. Ooh, I need way more. Okay. Damn. Hmm. I see. So again, against Grenier. Uh-huh. They have. I got that one. And the Italian, okay. I mean, obviously, that doesn't really change now. Next, okay, so photo. Wait, got it. engine. Yeah, they were saying that this one for wait, what? Oh, maybe I fucked up. I just changed it too. I'm so confused. So the shiller is supposed to be Lavan, and the engine is also Lavan. The reactor is Zetki. What about the plating? I don't think that matters much, I guess. Oh yeah, plating Lavan. Well, so basically everything Lavan, 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 everything. Oh, except for the last one. Okay, good to know.
Tenno has exited the railjack. They called some friends. Enemy cruise ship has punched in. Repair order. Electrical systems. Shield strength compromised. Proceed to the primary objective. Gunnery crews, launch torpedoes. Tenno Pathfinder has successfully boarded. Remaining crew, sending you in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mark. Dropping Tenno out of airlock.
Sentient control will increase with every Orphix. If it tops out, you get out. Until then, fill every golden moment with sweet slaughter. Not an Orphix. It will boost the pulse field with resonators.
Your orders are extremely simple. Locate the intruders and kill them.
That is smart.
That's the stuff. Now, hit that Orphix hard. An Orphix is like any other kind of personal hygiene problem. It will get worse if you ignore it, as I have been repeatedly reminded. Every resonator pushes the pulse field out wider, and we do not want that. As Mother would say, kind, address the Orphic situation, Tanner.
You're making waves, dreamers. I can feel it.
Push him back, one Orphix at a time. There's another Orphix. Every one tightens the sentient's grip. Get the poppin' resonators, then you can tackle the big guy. Sentient control is riding pretty high. You comfortable with that? It's down. Good work. You're losing ground, kid. Think about getting out. Big old Orphix ahead. That should give us some breathing space. Oh, that's a keeper. You can come out now, if you've had enough fun. down there. You still good? Big Nasty on the scope.
We need to go before they get control of the fucking sentient control. We're gonna lose.
What are you doing? Admiring the drapes? Time to move. Let's go.
Words coming in of so many of you being your best selves. Nora is just beside herself with admiration.
You're welcome.
Sentient presence at 0. Walk away in slow motion. Orchestra as well.
Let's go. Nice. Can we go now? Okay, well, that was fun. Oh, nice. That's good. What's that? Sure. So, what I was looking at earlier, we were looking at shield array and all of those shit. They were saying how come this one is everything lower and is somehow supposed to be better? Make it make sense. I guess you need to level it up. Anyway. Alright, and all I have to do next is this. Well, hopefully I survive.
Crew, derelict freight linker nearby.
If those looters want to fight, we'll give them one. Engage. Those fools are still within the range of the Cyclops array. Open fire. Cyclops Array, obliterate them.
It's still not like you're not something.
Stabs missed a Dropping Tenno out of airlock.
Cyclops Array, lock on Railjack. Destroy it.
Disable priority targets prior to boarding the capital ship.
A few hits from the Cyclops Array should finish them off. Fire.
Actually, you know what? Wait, where's my ship?
Tenno on deck.
Railjack is nearing Cyclops Array. Order them to fire. Ram sleds, launch. 3,
Reinforcement has arrived.
Cyclops array. Lock on railjack.
Wait, where the fuck am I going?
The enemy have called in a cruise ship. Situation evolving. Cyclops array is jumped by 5. Proceed to your primary objective. This is not a drill.
Torpedoes locked. Target in range. Firing.
Alert. Enemy cruise ship has translated into crescendo. Fires extinguished. Scrubbing atmosphere. Fires. Tenno disembarking.
I want torpedoes armed and dispatched now.
Boarding operation successful. Sending full away crew. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Engage.
Oh, that's some nice drip. I love that. What the fuck?
Torpedoes primed. Stand by to salvage the remains.
What is this? Alright. Really?
Arm the warheads. Fire full salvo. Take them down.
Yeah, let's see if I can. Hi, Yazid. Oh yeah, this shit is absolutely bugged though. Like actually fucking bugged. I'm good in you. That's disgusting. Wait, I'm actually bugged though. I can't even go back to my ship. Oh. Yeah, well, what can I say? This game is bugged. I do love this game, although I don't like this. What the fuck just happened? But I do like this game, yeah. It's a damn motherfucking shame. I missed. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I haven't played in a while. I mean, why don't you play it someday? You haven't. I mean, I don't think I've seen you play this game in ages. Bro, 2 years. Damn, that's insane. I mean, it's been less than a year for me, but yeah, I haven't played in a while. Definitely play it again soon. It's a nice game. Sure. Should definitely do play one day.
Those looters want to fight. Engage. Freight Linker is carrying specially trained Oryx troops. Clear them for ram sled launch. another cruise ship on the field.
Shit. Ooh, oh shit. Okay, you know what? Wait. Wait, why can't I fucking call it? I'm gonna fail at this fucking stage. The fact that I can't call my necromech is actually fucking annoying. Woo! I'm gonna die, bitch. That's crazy. Oh my god, finally.
The enemy have called in a cruise ship. Situation evolving.
I want to see fighters from one side of the sky to the other. On the warheads. Fire full salvo. Take them down. A bonus for whoever captures that ship. Ramp sleds away.
Wait.
Let's soften them up. Torpedoes.
What the fuck is this dude doing? Oh, I'm stupid. We can play one day. Yes, we can. Warrior, what are you doing, dude? Okay. He's playing Star Wars over here. Well, that took him a hot minute. Oh shit. It's a fucking. Oh, honey. It's a spy mission. I should have looked. I don't think we're gonna be able to do this.
Start destroying data.
He's not coming here? Alright. Oh my god, this dumbass fucking ruined it. I think. Oh my god. Oh, oops. Wait, what the fuck? God damn it. Can he keep doing his stupid round and like, come on, keep walking. I can't. Okay, this is the fun part. Fuck. Fuck.
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. The data we retrieved will have to suffice. Get to extraction.
Patience does pay off. course he's waiting for me. I did all the work. I should have done this mission solo. He's screwed with C. Child. Kicked up? Who's kicked up? I mean, I don't know. That new skin for Ember gave them that bunda, like... I'm just saying. I'm not the clan leader. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I only joined this clan because it's the clan that my friend is in. That's all. I don't know if it's active. I don't know if it's good. I don't really care, to be fairly honest. I just joined a clan because I had to in order to progress in the game and in order to get some of the things that I wanted. But other than that, I do not care much. Yeah. Don't care. Oh, wait a minute. Z key. This. Goodbye. I don't remember which one I'm supposed to keep. Wait, this one I think I have to keep. I don't think I need to keep this one. I don't think I need to. I don't remember. I'm gonna keep it there. That's good. I wonder if I have enough now. Wait, how much endo do I have now? Do I have enough? Oh. Yay. Let's go. More damage. Nice. Still not enough intrinsic though. Fuck. Oh well. So, wait. What the fuck? I thought I did. Am I not done with Pluto? Why doesn't it show that I'm done? I did all of it. Confusion. Actually, same with Neptune, now that I think about it. I'm confused. Yeah, I still have a shitload of those too. Squirmish. I don't know if I want to do that. Have you ever hunted a Kuvalish? The cat? I remember when I had ADK Endo and it all went into one mode. Yeah, some of these modes be fucking expensive. My clan has a strip club. Don't ask how it got in there, but it's there. That's certainly a choice. But yeah, no, I don't know if I've ever hunted a Kuvalish, bro. I don't think I know what a Kuvalish is. Did I buy all the shit that I needed to buy? I guess not. Wait, I don't have vault? Really? Thought I did. Alright then. Guess I'm buying vault. Mastering. Another weapon to level up. Yay. No, bring Griner, mutated Griner, hunt them and you can get the weapon. Uvalish. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever got that. Don't I have that? Yeah, no, not this one. I already have it. Alright. Oh, wait, what? Hide. None of these oh, except for this one. I've already mastered it. Okay. This one too. Alright then. I didn't level that one? There's no fucking way. Really? I thought I did. What the fuck? This one I did, right? Yeah, I did. Not this one. This one I did. Done. Not this one. Oh. The fuck? No, wait. Oh, I did. This one too. This one too. Not this one. Oh, I've done this one. This one is done. This one too. This one too. Not this one. And not this one. Okay. Okay, this one I already crafted. Oh, I don't think I. Why not? I hate when weapon take format to build, bro. Same. Same. It gets on my nerve so much. Don't I already have that? Pretty sure I already have that. The fuck? I've already built that shit. Pretty sure I did. What's that? The blueprint cannot be. Wait, what's that? Wait, what does it do? Oh. Oh wait, Arcwing launcher segment, landing craft foundry launcher segment. I'm pretty sure I already built all of these. Ah, there you go. Exactly. But not okay, I own one already. There you go. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh wait, Cypher, what? This looks interesting. I could get Gravine mag to use arc weapon on foot. Yeah, but I already have it. They say I already have those shit. See? Like when I try to buy them, they won't let me. All of those things I already have. For some reason, the caveat was not there 2 seconds ago, and now it is. Oh, wait, those things are nice. Code the target in a film that retract light. Wow. Yo, you don't understand. Popping relic and make some plat. To do that, you have to make plat. You have to talk to people. And I do not talk to people. How do you need to talk to people to do that? Because if you do, then no. Oof. Damn, these things are so nice. Yes, it is. I don't want to talk to people. Like, I'm not familiar with the market. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Wait, I'm pretty sure I have all of those already. I already did that one. Crafted, maxed. Okay. Maxed. Research complete. Alright. I have all the shit that my guild offers. And this is why I'm out of Rubido, by the way. Because I build so much shit. I only bought platinum like once or twice. Most of the time, to be very honest with you, people have been gifting me plat. I've been very lucky and very privileged because I received a lot of gifts.
You keep being you, dreamers. Till then.
Girly power. To be honest, yeah, I guess it is what it is. People are generous. Wait, what's that shit that required a bolto? Bolto. Oh, I think it's this one. There you go. Arc Bolto. Wait, I'm not done leveling that damn thing. Fucking hell.
Do you know which finger the corpus used to
Ah.
count their money? The index.
Or this. Do you know that that's not funny? There. Building this shit. Building this shit. Boom. What are you? I don't know. Boom. Tirana. Silva. Slatra. Zebalius. Bro, I'm building everything. I don't even have all that weapon space. Oh my god, I can build vault. Oh my god, nice. I'm gonna have a new frame. Hey. Look at all of that. Woohoo. That's a lot of shit cooking. Wait, why? Oh. I need this thing to build. Where is it? This. Wait, I need 2 of them. I need to build another one. Fine, I guess. What am I missing? Oh, I need Oxium. I need Oxium. Oh, this one requires a Viper. I did get the Prince treatment from my first clan leader. Oh, 100 plat, that's cute. I sent a link to Discord. You can check it later in the YouTube segment. You know Orders was once an assassin, right? Castana is like throw blade with click middle mouse to activate an electric shock type shit. Ooh. That's sexy. I need stuff. Okay. I need to be able to get the Viper. What weapon? Oh yeah, it's because of these fucking things. I need to finish leveling these things so I can move on with my life and level other shit. 7 p.m. I ain't got no, and no niggas ain't got me. Status chance? That's what I'm gonna waste shit on? Oh, but bitch, oh my god, I have no space for anything. Critical chance. I don't know if I care that much about critical chance. I'd rather put something more like... Actually, wait. Multi-shot. Shit. I'm missing 1 fucking space. Damn. Wait, do I have another one? I do. Just have to not max it out. I mean, I'm not like a lot of weapons that I keep right now. I don't keep them because I want to keep them. I keep them because eventually I want to build them. I need them to build their prime version. You know what I mean? Unless I don't and I'm keeping them for absolutely no fucking reason, which would definitely be something that I do. Um, I'd be dumb like that sometime. Like, yeah, Mutalist. Let's say I look at the Mutalist. Wait, why do I keep the Mutalist? Oh, because I love it. That's a very good reason. I actually like that weapon. Argo. Nah. I don't need to keep the Argonac because I don't think he has a prime. What? Holy what? I like the Destresa. It's a beautiful weapon. I really like all of my bows. Really. That's a lot of armory. Is it? I have issues getting rid of stuff, okay? I'm a bit of a hoarder. Some I can't give away because they were literally gift. Like this one, I'm not a fan of this weapon, but I keep it because it's a gift, bro. It's a gift. I'm gonna get rid of this though. Eventually I'm gonna get the prime version. Um wow, look at me actually clearing my inventory. Crazy. I'm being such a good girl right now. Hey. Okay. enter. Wait, this one I put a hurricane on it. Wait, some of them I want to make sure that did I like fucking invest in any of those? I fucking hope not. I invested in this one. That's crazy. This one too. Alright, this one. I'm keeping this one because I like it. That's simple. Bang. Bang Prime. Preados. What is Preados? Gelatin. Wait. Ah, no, I'm keeping the gelatin because I want to build the paracesis one day. That's why I'm keeping that one. Oh. Oh, I'm keeping this one as well. This one too. This one I'm not keeping. Yes. Mixla. You can go, girl. Do I need the spec fighting? A ton file like Dracula's, but better you can get it from Zariman. Oh. Spectra Vandal. What the fuck? I don't need this shit no more. I'm keeping Sun and Moon because they're beautiful. Zakti can go. Axito. Axtileto. Oh, I needed to build a Sarpa. So I'm keeping it. I'm keeping the Atomos. I'm keeping the Gamma Core. And I'm keeping the Thesis. Just make sure that I did not select anything that I don't want to sell by accident. But so far, so good. Sell. Boom! It's gone. I sold 19 weapons. I didn't sell Xoris. Yeah, I didn't sell Xoris. I know I need it. And I like the weapon anyway. It's a cool weapon. Like if I like it for X reason, I don't sell it. That's why I keep the dices too. I put way too much money on this bitch. Might as well fucking keep it. Glaive Prime. That sounds nice. Oh wait, I can claim a bunch of shit now. Wait a minute. Oh, that's it? Weapon. Boom. Wait, what? Oh shit, I keep forgetting. The Bolto, I'm still leveling that damn bitch. Okay. So I'm gonna need one more Viper, and I'm gonna need one more Bolto actually. Yeah, I heard that. I heard. I cannot wait to get my hand on Ember Prime. Ember Prime would be probably the only. Ember would probably be the only one that I would actually spend money on if I could. I can't right now because I'm extremely broke. But if I could, I would already have her skin. This used to be the coolest skin for Ember, and then they had the audacity to release a new one. Like, come on. Like, this one is so amazing. I'm jelly. I'm annoyed. This one is not very cool. Same with this. This is a no for me. No. I mean, this one is actually pretty cool, but not my vibe. This one is actually pretty fucking cool. To be honest, it's a nice skin. No. This shit. Ooh, child. Fucking gorgeous. She's not out. Ember Prime is vaulted. Trust me, I looked. She is vaulted. And the only way to get her like Ember Prime and shit. Oh my god. All the relic to I don't have a single relic that can give her anyway. Like even if I let's say I still had the relic, I would try. But I have zero relic for Ember Prime. Because all the relic for her are gone too. So yeah. That being said, I did hear that they were thinking about bringing her back though. I think that's fucking amazing. Yo, I saw a white Excalibur Umbra earlier, and that shit is so fucking pretty that I want to try to replicate it.
An unexpected color combination, operator. My sensors are bleeding. Pleased.
Really, Ordis? Really? Are you shading me right now? It's not as pretty as I want him to look like. Okay, but wait, something is missing. Oh, never mind. What the fuck? No, see, it doesn't even look like an eye. It looks like a mouth, bro. Hide that. Cha. Ooh, never mind. That's the best shit I've ever seen in my life. I want that. Oh, it's already in my want list. It's so fucking pretty. Wow. Okay. Not bad, I guess. Basic. 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 Still basic. Okay, this one is slightly interesting. Meh. It's alright. No. I like that one. That one is funny. I like that. Maybe. Nope. Well, damn. I don't think I can replicate what I saw. Huh. Oh, we're gonna change that color. That's what I'm talking about. That's better. I kind of like that one. Oh well. It's not It didn't give me what I wanted, but I'll take it. Amber throwing it back on TikTok. What do you mean throwing it back? What do you mean? Cora, Cora, Cora. I don't understand why they made that skin. That skin is ugly. Who asked for this skin? Not my vibe. That's nice, but no. This one is actually pretty cool. Aww. She looks cute as a butterfly. Wait, both set of wings looks cute on her. No. That. She already has like a cape thing though. Oh, she looks very official. She would look good with a nice cape. I see it. I also like these. These are nice. Is it in my wish list? I'm gonna add it to my wish list. I like wings. These are too small though. Too small. We can see them. Ooh. This one is nice. I like that. It has an eye. It has an eye. No. Why would you want to have an eye in your bag? I know what twerking means, but I'm saying people are making video of Ember twerking. That's weird. You know what? Actually, you have to post this on my Discord because now you got me curious. Like Ember twerking. I mean, I kind of have to see it because it sounds dumb to me. Oh, I like that one. It looks very pretty. Why all the shit that I like actually cost fucking money? Not plat, money. If I need an in-game sugar daddy. Like I want an in-game sugar daddy, but like I don't think I can find a sugar daddy that's gonna spend actual money instead of plat on the game. Way to make my life difficult, Warframe. These wings are too big though. She looks so pretty. What happened? I changed them. Okay. I need to do Mezzo M6 so I can build Paris Prime. How do you? Uh, how do you tag something in the chat? Oh my god, I actually don't know how to tag something. Oops. There. Everybody's looking for a healer though. Hmm. Damn. I've been seeing a whole lot of them virtually back. Oh yeah. Oh, that's it. Damn. Nobody's doing mine. Wow. Everybody's doing Neo G6. What does Neo G6 give? Oh. Yeah. I see why everybody wants that shit. Oh, I already have the Paris Prime grip, don't I? Yeah, that's the one. Duh. Okay. I can't keep looking at the chat. I have to do something. Sure. Yeah. No, wait a minute.
You're near a fissure. Collect reactant to open your relic. Be
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
him. Ah! Fuck it. There's some enemy somewhere that isn't dead. Okay. Wait, no, I did put one.
Another opportunity to extract
Fuck me.
here soon.
I was unable to scan these bitches. I tried. Damn. I'm trying to scan these kitties. Nope. I can't scan these kitties. I try. There's so many, and I keep trying to scan them, and they keep killing them. My cat is the reason why this is happening, though. Fuck my cat. My cat is problematic. My cat is killing the kitten that I'm trying to scan. Holy fuck, cat. Yeah, forget about it. Damn. I will never be able to scan this fucking cat. I already have Revenant Prime.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Ooh, I got the Foeman Prime. Okay, wait, because I love the Foeman. So you're telling me I can build a fucking Prime version of my favorite weapon? Oh, I did! Oh. Interesting. Not what I wanted. Anyway, let's see. Da, 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 da.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that I did it, so. What? Also, did I finally finish leveling my shit? Probably. I did. Time to swipe. Okay. What is the other weapon? There you go. You come here. I still don't have a melee. Level up. Oh well, in that case, oh, I still. Great. What are they getting? Damage, multi-shot. What's the critical chance like? Okay. There you go. 50% critical chance. That's nice. What about here?
All set. Service Joe weapons. Myself.
Oh, that's why. Ooh, wait, that's actually pretty nice. Okay. Like, oh, it's still. Yeah. This one, first stats damage. First the status damage. I'm curious to see what would happen if I. Notice what the-
Most satisfactory.
I mean, thank you for the follow. Oh wait, it's the base of the. Okay, I don't have a lot of choice, so I guess I don't. I'm gonna have to go with this one. Wait, no, let's put puncture instead, right? Um, there. Since I can't scan shit, might as well use Ember. Appearance. Not appearance. What is this one? This one is... It's funny because this one it says max power, but I think I prefer this build regardless. I'm gonna keep that one. Alright, alright.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? We're near a fissure. Corrupted foes are dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant.
Damn, I can never scan these damn cats. Look at that. If it's not, they always die before I can scan them. Oh, nice. Oh shit. Wait, I can't scan them anymore? Is that it? I feel like I can't scan them anymore. Maybe I've scanned all of them, which is a problem.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
serviced your weapons myself.
All right, let's go.
Usually I have her sister, so like she follows her. So I had a bunch of toys out in the living room. So you were doing dishes and then you heard screaming. Fascinating. Either Adam remembered wrong or Marissa has two stories for this event.
She was literally just pulling her pants up and she heard her cry.
She's just like, let me pretend I'm not here.
Let me pretend they're not there and I'm not here, and they'll leave.
Yeah.
She explains to them, I was babysitting. She went to bed, so I decided to clean. And then I was like doing the dishes, heard her screaming, and then stopped doing the dishes. And then she fell off the couch. And there's a bunch of toys because usually I have her sister. So like she follows her. So I had a bunch of toys out in the living room. So you were doing dishes and then you heard screaming. Fascinating. Either Adam remembered wrong or Marissa has two stories for this event.
She was literally just pulling her pants up and she heard her cry.
And then I was like doing dishes, heard her screaming.
Was she in the bathroom just pulling up her pants, or was she doing the dishes? She must have rolled off, and then I stopped doing the dishes, and then she was on the floor. All she had was a rug burn, and then she had bruises, so she must have hit a toy on the way down. What toy was on the floor? Like this table was out, and I had a bunch of toys in the middle of the rug. Do you know which toys were out here? A bunch. Like I took a bunch of toys, and yeah, she was just sleeping on the couch. Has anything like this ever come up with you before? No. As far as a child being injured? No. Are you sure about that? Were you talked to about a year ago for a child that was injured that sustained a skull fracture? A year ago, a child in Marissa's care sustained a skull fracture to the point where she had all four of her and Adam's children taken away from them. Their parental rights were terminated, which means there must have been enough evidence at the very first incident of that skull fracture that it was not an accident in any shape, way, or form. Typically, the state does not like to terminate parental rights. To give context, it's very different from a child being removed from the parent's custody. That's usually temporary. The parent is still legally the parent. They can prove to the state, hey, I fixed whatever issues you said I had, so can I get my kids back? They can regain custody. They can also visit their children, but a full termination of parental rights. The parent loses all rights to the kid forever, including visitation. The parent has no control over any decisions regarding the child's upbringing. The parent is no longer the parent or guardian. The child becomes legally, quote, free for adoption, which is a very weird term, but... Now, if they, social services, had known that this couple had another child, a fifth child that is now in this house, they probably would have taken away that child too.
Wait, so they lost all four child for good?
Yes.
That is crazy.
Yeah. But they have their young son that was born maybe a few months ago that's in their care. And Marissa is currently pregnant again.
No.
And she is working as a babysitter. This is after she already has 4 kids taken from her, and now one of the girls that she babysits has a massive head injury, and Adam is trying to convince them that clearly it's not Marissa's fault, it's all an accident. The detective asks again, has anything like this ever come up with you before? No. As far as a child being injured? No. Are you sure about that? Were you talked to about a year ago for a child that had that skull fracture? That wasn't me. You were providing care for her. Well, yeah, I was, but I don't have any child abuse. No, nothing. Okay. I have 5 kids, so like I love kids. I don't beat them. Nothing. Okay. I always babysit people's kids. Right. And nobody's saying you beat anybody, but sometimes people lose their tempers. No, I've never. things like that happen. I never had postpartum, nothing. The detectives tell her that they understand. They don't, okay, but they tell her. And for the time being, since a new investigation into child abuse is being opened, they're going to need to find a relative to take care of their son that they have custody over. Adam starts losing his mind. He starts screaming at the detectives to get out.
No.
So can we do my... So hey, can we... Go! Adam, stop! Adam, stop.
Marissa is the one calming him down. Adam, stop. They said that he can stay with your dad until the investigation is over. No, my dad cannot watch him. You guys can go. You guys can leave. Go. You need to leave. Adam, we can't leave right now. Adam picks up their son, who is crying, just starting to walk out with the baby, and the officers tell him, you cannot leave with this child. Watch me. You cannot leave with that child. The baby starts crying in his arms. They're all standing in the kitchen, and he's just lost his mind. Finally, the social worker firmly tells him, stop it. You're scaring the baby.
You're scaring my baby. Get the out of my house.
Marissa offers to leave. He wasn't in the house when the accident happened. He wasn't involved. So as long as I leave, since it's an investigation into me, he can stay with the baby, no? Adam's not listening. He's still screaming. If you think you're taking my kid, you guys can go. Adam, I will leave and you can have him. No, they need to leave. No, because then they're going to take him. I've asked all of you nicely. I told you guys when you came into my house, did I not? If you guys think you're taking my kid or asking my kid to go anywhere, I don't have any family members. We have no family. I was not here. Why would my kid ever have to leave when I'm his parent? She was the only one here. She can leave. Well, that's what's going to happen. She's going to go stay with my sister. He uses both of his fingers to point at the ground. The baby is staying here. That's the situation. You guys can go. Well, we're not leaving until this is all sorted out. I told you guys what's gonna happen. I told them when they came into this house, I told them nicely, and I told them from day one, you guys are all lying, all of you. That's why I don't trust any of you cocksuckers. I don't think anyone's lied to you at this point.
Did I not? Right when you guys walked in the door. I said, if you think you're gonna do anything with my kid, you better bring the SWAT team. That's exactly what I said. And I'm sticking to it.
Somehow he ends up shirtless, and they're trying to inform him it's not really how it works. You can't just tell the police to leave just because you want them to. And he tells them, it's my house. I pay the bills. Do you guys come and pay my rent? No. So you can leave. Which is a very juvenile argument. Yeah. And he's screaming at them, you guys can leave. I'm not going to ask you 15 times. Adam, if you can sit down and relax. I will relax as soon as you get out my door. You can talk through my door, but I don't want you in my house no more. I'm sorry. We cannot leave with a child with him in that state. I'm pissed off because you guys are two-faced fuckers. I'll be calm as soon as you leave. Eventually, the police do leave. They leave the baby under the care of Adam, and Marissa needs to find a new place to stay while there's an active investigation. She is not to be around any children at all until the investigation is concluded. 2 months later, October 18th, she's around children. She is alone with her son, Heather's toddler, and Heather's baby, Benson.
So they removed her from the house?
Yes, but they don't check in every day.
That's crazy. She just came right back.
Yeah.
Wow.
October 18th, Heather probably gets the worst text message you can get while your kids are being watched by a babysitter. She gets sent pictures of her babysitter, Marissa, mugshots, and the charges are listed as child abuse. What the hell is going on? She starts freaking out. She reaches out to Marissa, who has her children right now, and asks her if this is true, to which Marissa just responds, yeah, come get your kids because I'm not allowed to be around children. That is the last thing you want to hear. Heather panics, calls her sister Jessie, and asks if she can come with her to pick up the kids. So they rush, they go pick up the kids, and they bring them to the laundromat.
Oh
now,
my God.
the whole situation when they pick up the kids is very strange and obviously alarming.
You're saying
That's
on
how
that
it
day that they
happened.
went to the laundromat is the day that she got a picture.
From a coworker.
That's the day.
Yes.
But before that, she didn't know that Marissa was
No.
under investigation for child abuse.
No, Heather had known Marissa since they were 15, which is why she trusted her enough to watch her kids. I mean, they didn't necessarily stay friends the entire time, but Heather was working at Olive Garden, and so was Marissa's sister, who basically tells Heather, you know, it's kind of a win-win situation. Marissa had just given birth. She's already staying home to watch her newborn son. It's not going to take too much more work for her to watch another kid on top of that. And on top of that, Heather, you need a babysitter so you can keep working. Of course, Heather wouldn't have just left her baby with someone that she believed was abusive. I mean, she truly did not know. At the Plaza Hotel, the officers decide to ask Marissa and Adam the same questions to see if their answers are going to line up. Because interrogating couples is always a very interesting, enlightening process. If they're both telling the truth, then the answer should be more or less the same. Because the truth in these very extreme types of cases where somebody dies, it's pretty objective. Is somebody dead or not? Did somebody do something or not? These are very objective questions. But if they're lying, then you have to wonder, are they lying to protect themselves and throw their partner under the bus? Or are they lying to protect their partner? And it's almost this game of how well do you know your significant other? Let's say you both have to lie about something. You have to choose an answer you think that they will also choose. Otherwise, the police will know that somebody is lying if your answers are different. And that's exactly what happens. Their answers are different. Right after Marissa is told that Benson is dead and she finds out and has this big emotional response, the officers, they try to give her an out. They tell her, I understand that things get frustrating, especially with you being pregnant and having your own child. Marissa's face and voice goes from this high-pitched crying sound to, yeah, no, they weren't frustrating, I promise you that.
I don't know what happened. I promise. I understand that things get frustrating, especially with you being pregnant and having a child of your own. They were frustrating.
Which is very interesting because as she's outside promising that, Adam is inside the hotel room talking pretty negatively about the boys. He says about the toddler, he doesn't play with much. He's a pretty quiet kid. I mean, I shouldn't say quiet. If you look at him wrong even, he's going to start crying. I mean, lately he's been getting used to us. And he describes baby Benson as being a fussy, crabby baby. As soon as you pick him up, he whines. He's very difficult.
Even Heather told us he's been real fussy and he's been real gassy and stuff.
Now, side note, even earlier in the day when Adam was out hunting and Marissa was home watching the kids, he texts her, are the crybabies still there? So meanwhile, Marissa says they're not frustrating at all. She can promise you that. But Adam says they're incredibly difficult and they're very frustrating to deal with. The couple can't even decide on the same answer if they're difficult or not difficult. So the police keep going with Marissa. Sometimes things happen, but we just need to know the truth and that's all, okay? I had the baby monitor, but I didn't kill him. Marissa essentially states that she had the baby monitor on and she was watching Benson through the baby monitor. She did not kill him. It was just an implied accident. She said she didn't check up on him. She went to go pick him up from his, little crib and he was dead.
And then she returned the baby back?
Went to McDonald's and then returned the baby back.
Yeah, how does she explain that?
Exactly. So the police are like, well, how long was it that you didn't check up on him? Start from the beginning. It was like before Adam got there, I checked on him. Did you know then that but I didn't kill him. How did you know he does sleep that long? And I don't know, he felt cold. He felt cold. And I was scared. My boyfriend wasn't home and everything. So, oh my God. I'm sure it's very scary, but I didn't kill him. How did you find him? How was he laying? I put him on his belly. And how did you find him? Was he just on his belly? She starts explaining how she went into the bedroom with the baby camera where Benson was asleep in the pack and play. But she starts freaking out when she sees that his face is in the blanket, just head on, nose into the mattress, which, by the way, you're not really supposed to let the baby sleep on their belly that young. And he doesn't look like he's breathing. She starts freaking out. He's cold to the touch. He likely suffocated by accident in the pack and play. That's what she's stating. Was there anything coming out of his mouth? No. Okay, and he felt cold. Did you check for a pulse? Did you see if he was breathing, or did you just feel his skin and it was cold? No, he just wasn't making any noise. Well, what did you think was going to happen when Heather came to pick him up? I don't know. Did you think that she wasn't going to notice? Yeah. That
what?
She was or wasn't going to notice? She was going to notice. Okay, did you try and do anything to revive him? Did you do any CPR? And she smiles. This big smile, really big. The thought of that suggestion in itself is stupid type of smile. No, because I don't even know how to do that. And the second she catches herself smiling, she quickly shuts it off.
Try to do CPR.
Oh, 'cause I don't even know how to do that.
Help me understand, when you discovered him there, why didn't you call the police? Because I was scared and my boyfriend wasn't there and I didn't want my baby taken. How did you determine that he was no longer alive? I picked him up and he was really cold. How did you pick him up? I just went like this. Okay, and what did he look like? He was just cold. What did you do afterwards? I laid him down on the floor and I put a snowsuit on. Then I grabbed his car seat, I put him in the car seat, and yeah, I put some blankets on him. But you laid him on the floor, but you don't know CPR. No attempts to call anyone or research anything online. Yeah, I don't really know any CPR really. And again, that was before Adam got home. And Adam did not notice that he was dead. He probably just thought he was sleeping. Now, Adam is also asked about the series of events to make sure they line up with what Marissa is saying. Who went to McDonald's? All of you? All of us, the 3 kids in the back seat. Which McDonald's? The one by the courthouse. Okay, then we came home. Who picked him up out of the pack and play and put him in the car to go to McDonald's? Oh, I picked him up and I put him in there and he was absolutely normal to me. Really, what is normal to you?
Wait,
Whiny.
that's a lie, right?
Whiny. As soon as you pick him up, he whines and stuff. So he was making noise.
When I took him out of the pack and play and stuff, he was whining, crying and everything.
But deceased babies don't cry. So who's lying here and why? Marissa ends up being arrested for her previous child abuse charges. And while she's in jail, the police start monitoring all of her jailhouse calls, minus the ones that she has with her attorney, of course. And they're just looking for anything that she admits to anyone, because so far she's saying it's purely an accident. They know that it's not, but they need to get her to admit it or to tell them what actually happened. Now, most jailhouse calls are pretty messy. I believe that most of them are monitored and recorded, and a lot of them are very sexual, as one might imagine. And same goes for Marissa. Not only did she have intense sexual conversations with Adam, but she had multiple new pen pals that she would have these long sexual conversations with. She was known to be very good at manipulating men into believing that she is this dainty, child-loving mother who is being attacked by the media for no reason other than sensationalism. And as long as they send her money, she will marry them and bear their children for them when she gets out. She also complains extensively to all of these guys that the jail food is not nutritious enough for her pregnant body. She keeps calling all the men in her rotation, nagging them to send her money to her account because the baby can't eat prison food. And she just has this weird obsession with being pregnant, being perceived as a maternal woman. I mean, she makes it her whole identity because I don't think that she has anything else redeeming about herself. Her personality seems honestly despicable, so maybe this is her way of trying to create a likable persona, which it's not working. When it comes to actual children, the actual part of being a mom and a caretaker, she does not care at all. In fact, it seems like she hates children. Now, side note, Adam takes back his statement of being the one to take Benson out of the pack and play to get him ready to go to McDonald's. So remember, he specifically told officers that he was the one that carried Benson to the carrier and to the car, and Benson was very much alive and being fussy. He said he takes it all back. He said when the police asked him in the hotel, he was half asleep. They barged into the hotel room. He didn't even know what was going on. He just assumed that he'd be the one to put him in the car seat.
I must not have. I mean, we watched him so often, and then you guys came in when I was half asleep yet, and after I had time to think about it, I didn't put him in the pack or to pick him up or anything, and Mercy even verified that she had him already in the car seat.
But now that he's fully awake and he's had the time to truly use his last remaining half brain cell, he remembers that Marissa already had the baby ready to go into the car seat. He just rushed in to get out of his hunting clothes. He put his crossbow down, he quickly changed, and yeah, they just went to McDonald's. Now, let's assume that Adam had no idea that Benson was already dead at this point. Why would Marissa want to go out and eat? It feels sadistic and dangerous. Does she want to go out and eat because she thinks it'll create an alibi? I mean, she would be seen outside with the baby, and surely nobody would assume that the baby was dead. Because how ballsy do you have to be to go out with a dead baby? Is this all the purpose of creating an alibi? Or did she really just not care at all that Benson was dead and she could just go out and eat a meal? That she's still living her life like nothing happened. I mean, it doesn't even faze her. Is she that sadistic? Or maybe it's a combination of both. Adam tried to argue, no, it's because we don't ever cook and we always eat out. But earlier that day, presumably after Benson was already dead, Marissa had killed him. Adam texted Marissa asking if he should bring McDonald's home for them. And she responded, no, let's go together with the kids. So Adam states he never checked up on Benson at all when he got home because he says he has 5 kids. And if he's learned anything at all, from losing 5 kids is that you don't wake a sleeping baby. Now, Adam does stay with Marissa during all of this, and he's even angry for her. She would call him from jail and complain about how they won't give her meds for her migraine, and he would scream into the phone, well, I'm going to be calling up there because they need to give you your meds. Tell the guard that you need to go to the emergency room. Keep pushing that button. Keep pounding on that door. I'm going to call up there and do some freaking out. Adam also complains about how their son is a, quote, little end quote. All he wants to do is be held and then not be held. He also just randomly drops a ton of racist and homophobic slurs in the middle of random jailhouse conversations. And then he threatens to sue the jail for holding some of their mail before giving it to her. And they call the social workers a CUNT. Yeah.
This guy's crazy.
Yeah, so a lot of people actually believe, some netizens believe that she's covering for him. Because he has an explosive personality, they just don't think that he had nothing to do with it. However, my only thing is, Marissa seems absolutely selfish. I just don't see how she would take all of the blame for this guy.
So they think she killed the baby?
No, that it was an accident. That the baby just like died in his sleep.
That's what the police believe?
Oh no, that's what Adam believes.
Oh, okay.
That's what Adam and Melissa are trying to convince everybody to believe. But the police believe that she was probably frustrated and she's an evil person and either shook the baby really hard or literally hit the baby on the head multiple times. Marissa also writes letters to her sister Brittany telling her to stay away from bad people in her life, giving her advice on how to only befriend good people, which like I guess the first step would be not being sisters with Marissa, but she's giving her all of this advice, telling her to send her money into the prison, and then immediately she'll write a letter to Adam to tell him to cut Brittany off because she's worried that they're going to sleep with each other behind her back. She would also write letters complaining about being in jail. She writes, why me? I'm not a bad person. I'm a good mom, not a lawbreaker, not a threat to society either, but the news, detectives, etc., they make it look like I really am. They don't know me and everyone makes mistakes in their lifetime. Nobody is perfect. One accident that wasn't supposed to happen like that in 28 years of my life. She also tells another pen pal that she has $1 million pussy. Yeah. And that he needs to send money to her account, otherwise she's going to eat the bread that the prison gives her for free, which will cause her to be overweight, and he will not want that. I mean, they just have zero remorse. Like, this is what she's doing after she's thrown into jail for killing a baby. Regardless of which story Marissa is saying, or what anybody is saying, or what she's telling her pen pals, her versions of events do not line up with baby Benson's autopsy. It is clear that, according to his autopsy, he sustained multiple head injuries caused by blunt force trauma to the head. He had abrasions on his nose, his chin, his right ankle was fractured. This was not caused by suffocation. So the authorities bring in Marissa for one last interrogation. It's Detective Holtz leading the interrogation, but Captain Graham, who is also present at the hotel, is there again. And they straight up tell her, I can say without a doubt that what you're telling me is not true. He's got very severe injuries to his head. Yeah, I don't know how. I would like to give you an opportunity to explain yourself. I promise you, I did not do anything to him, I promise. That's why I asked you if he fell. I know, he didn't fall. Did he roll and tumble just a little bit, Marissa? Not that I've seen. I didn't do anything to him. Marissa starts sobbing. I did not kill him. I could never kill anyone in my life. Like I said, I just fed him, burped him, changed him. I put him in the thing.
Yeah, I don't know how. I'd like to give you an opportunity to explain yourself. I promise you I did not do nothing to him.
Eventually, in this last interrogation, they get her to admit that she was frustrated by baby Benson. He was crying, being fussy, so all she did was pick him up, walk him over to the pack and play. This is like a playpen, if you will, and it comes up to maybe about her thigh, like mid-thigh, above the knee. Dropped him shoulder length down into the pack and play. She listened to him cry for a couple of minutes, then repositioned him on his stomach, face into the pack and play, and then walked off. She stated that when she got back, he was dead. This is what they're able to get her to admit to, but it's likely that it was far worse than that. The injuries he sustained are pretty bad. She tries to argue that he might have tumbled a bit inside when she dropped him into the pack and play from shoulder length. But again, as horrendous as that sounds, the police believe it's so much worse. He had broken bones. The authorities suspect that she might have chucked him from the door of the bedroom into the pack and play. Like thrown him like a basketball. But she will not admit to that. Marissa ends up crying at the end of her confession, likely because she knows that she just confessed to a very serious crime and will be in jail for a while. They ask her one last time, did you try to do something to bring him back to life? And she says, tried blowing on his mouth because that's all I know how to do. I don't know CPR. So this is, again, she's going back on her word. And also, at one point, this is a very chilling part, but she keeps screaming like, I didn't kill anybody. I would never kill a kid. I love kids. I didn't throw him. Nobody ever said the word throw. Nobody insinuated that she threw him. Nobody said anything.
I didn't throw him. No, I could never do that. No, I could never.
And at the end of it, they're very straight up with her. At the end of the interrogation, they tell her she's going to have a high cash bond. And she just asked them, can we not make it a high cash bond? Because I have to go to court for the other thing on November 1st. A baby is dead. I know. I'm sorry. I was scared and frustrated. And Heather gets frustrated with him too. I'm sure. Yeah, she even said that she knows how her kids are. Every parent gets frustrated at some point. So what's going to happen down the line and eventually is you're going to face charges for this incident. How long? How much? It almost seems like she's surprised that she's actually going to face charges for it. She ends it with, I loved her kids. I always babysat them. I liked her. Tell her I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to. In the end, Marissa tries to argue that she suffered from so much brain damage due to her extensive substance abuse that this cannot be the real her that committed the crime. Basically, she's saying she's not guilty by reason of insanity. She also writes a letter to the judge that reads, Judge Faltzad, this Marissa T. sort, and I want a bond reduction, because this is crazy, that don't get half signature bond and half cash bond, and lowered like, really, I'm not a monster or whatever. I love my kids, and I'm a mom to 5 kids, plus I'm pregnant now with my 6th kid. I'm 5 months pregnant and not getting the food or medical treatment I need for my unborn baby. Want to see if I can get ankle bracelet till get attorney? I'm not a bad person or anything. Also, I've been sober for 4 years. Thanks, Marissa. The judge did not care for her letter. Ultimately, she was sentenced to 37 years in prison for Benson's death, which is not nearly enough. And I guess the only silver lining, if we have to try and find one in this, is that Marissa genuinely thought that she was going to get out in a few months. Genuinely. And that is the case of Marissa Tiasort. I mean, I don't even know what to say. She's just so bizarre. We also don't have a lot of information on baby Benson or Heather and the family. That's why their stories in this case is a little bit light. But it's just so bizarre. It seems like she wanted the money from babysitting. I mean, clearly she's a hoarder. Some people report that she had storage closets filled with junk. Like, she just loved spending money.
Why does she have so many kids though? Like,
yes. Okay. So it seems like she likes the attention and wanting to claim herself as this very maternal person. I think she's trying to make that her whole image. Maybe she doesn't have much else going for her. So this is what she tries to, because she brings it up a lot when she's talking to her romantic pen pals. And it's almost like a selling point. Yeah, she talks about how motherly she is, how much she loves kids, how she's just, kids are her life. Wow. I guess maybe it makes her feel good. It's just so bizarre. What are your thoughts on this one? Let me know in the comments, and please stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Well, damn. Crazy. Are we finally gonna be able to start it this time? Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god.
Ramble. I am so freaking excited for this week's podcast, and I feel like it makes me sound like a serial killer for saying that because all we do on here is talk about some rotten bitches. Like today it gets extra rotten. We're talking about rotten dance moms, rotten cheerleaders, rotten evil countesses, blood countesses. Because listen, I have been sitting on this research for like months now. I have just been obsessed with this case. I will research it in my free time, and then I realized, wait a minute, nobody wants to hear about this. Nobody likes cases like this. This isn't really like true crime niche, I guess. And then I saw a TikTok of a woman who's sitting down. Now she's got all these like servant girls who are brushing her hair, right? And then all of a sudden, one of the servant girls brushes her hair a little bit too tight. She slaps her across the face. Blood squirts everywhere onto this lady's face, and she looks into the mirror and wipes it off. Yeah, from a really, it was a crazy slap. It was like a backhanded, back and forth, like how you would slap a pasta dough, like something like that. Okay, I mean, I've never slapped someone like that. And so then blood just splurts all over this woman's face, and she wipes it off in the mirror and realizes it makes her look younger. And everyone in the comments of that TikTok was like, oh my god, like what movie is this from? Like, wait, what show is this? And I was like, bits, this is from real life, and I'm gonna tell you about it. But first, I'm gonna tell you about something else because I'm really excited about this dance moms case. We've got two cases today, and it's got to do with two female killers because female killers are fascinating. I find them to be so strange. I find them to be so just really weird. Okay,
illegal.
Just illegal. So we're starting with cheerleading. This takes place in Texas. This is probably one of the craziest like dance moms, cheerleader moms stories that I have ever heard, and the fact that it doesn't still get pressed to this day blows my mind because of just how batshit crazy this entire thing is. So this takes place in Channelview, Texas, which is a suburb outside of Houston, Texas. Now, at the time that this takes place, it was kind of like a suburban rural mixture. Feels more like a suburbs now, I think, but it was mainly working class community. It was a very religious area. Mainly a lot of Baptists lived there, and they were preaching against, you know, the normal things. Aspiring to be wealthy is a sin. They were preaching against sex, and then eventually they started preaching heavily against cheerleading in Channelview, Texas, amongst the Baptist community. Now, maybe not for the reasons that you would assume, right? So we're gonna get started with a woman by the name of Wanda Holloway. Oh yeah, Wanda. Wanda be really weird, okay? So she's from Channelview, and she absolutely hated it. Like, she just wanted to escape from the minute that she was born into the town of Channelview. She was like, fuck this town. So she always felt like people wanted you to be incredibly modest, but also have modest dreams. Like, it's the type of town where you say, I'm gonna move to New York City and pursue modeling. They'd be like, oh yeah, okay. Like, we'll see you in 2 weeks when you come crying back to us. A city like that is not for a small town girl like you. Like, that's exactly what they would say. It was to the point where if little girls, like I would say high school girls, they had Liz Claiborne purses, which is like a brand of purse. Oh. It's like a fashion designer, but their purses are like $50. I know this because I had a couple Liz Claiborne purses. You get them at TJ Maxx. Sometimes you can get them for like $35.99 on sale. Yeah, I really liked their purses at this point in time, okay? And people would think that that's too flashy. Like, people would look at your kid who has a $35 purse in high school and be like, wow, what are their parents teaching them at home?
Just spoiled brats.
Just fucking spoiled. Next thing you know, she's going to be asking for a matching wallet. Jesus. Lord have mercy. God have mercy on that little girl's soul, because she's going to grow up thinking that the world, just money grows on trees. Like, it was a town like that. And so parents would even question their kids because, like I said, it's a suburb outside of Houston, Texas. So, of course, all these high school kids are like, oh, Mom, can I go to Houston, Texas? Like, can I go into the city to go to the shopping mall? And they'd be like, what's wrong with the malls that we have? Like, they just kind of had like a thing against even Houston,
Not that
Texas,
we have a mall at
even
home.
the major city right next to them. They were like, oh no, what do they have that we don't have? Nothing.
What's wrong with the
When Mom says we have food at home.
What's wrong with the shopping mall we have at home?
Yes. Or like the really mean ones, or like when Mom says we have Ariana Grande at home. They put pictures of like Ariana Grande lookalikes. I'm just like, this is like borderline bullying. And so all these kids, especially Wanda, absolutely hated it. Now, how do people remember Wanda Holloway growing up? They said that she always dressed nicely, or she was always beautifully dressed, impeccably dressed, you might say. But like, that sounds like a compliment. Nobody said it as a compliment. They all said it in a way that was just really freaking petty, honestly. I don't know what to say. They would always say things like, you know, she always dresses like she's not from here. She always dresses like she's too good for our small town. Like, she always dresses up. Like, what is she dressing up for? Who is she dressing up for?
That's kind of like reminds me how I grew up, you know, in school. Because they want you to dress uniform. If you want to wear some, like, cute clothes, and then, you know, your parents or school is going to tell you, like, why are you trying to dress up?
Yeah, I think it's
you know?
nice to put some context that you grew up in China. yeah. Just a little bit of context.
So I relate. I get it.
Okay.
Like, why do you want to be different?
So you think
why can't you be like the other kids?
So Wanda's childhood, you know, she lived on the rougher part of Channelview, and her dad was a tester at a concrete plant, and her mom was a high school cafeteria worker. So this doesn't really align with what Wanda saw for her life. She always felt like people looked down on her, and she was the epitome of having a chip on your shoulder. She just didn't like the feeling of being from this small town, and even in this small town, she felt like she was looked down upon by other residents. So she also had a brother. He was pretty ordinary.
I can build Paris
Prime. He was just an ordinary dude. Now, Wanda, on the other hand, she was never an ordinary beats. Like, she was always seen as the overachiever of the family. Like, she wanted to do it all. So her family, even though they had no money, they shelled it out so that she could, you know, take piano lessons. She could take business courses in high school, and she excelled in that. Like, she could have started an LLC. Yeah, she could have totally done that after high school. She was full of energy. She was really into like networking and wanting people to like her, but she always wanted more. And the one thing that she wanted was to join the cheerleading squad.
In high school?
Yeah, she was like, give me a G, give me a U, give me an N. What does that spell? Babe.
Oh.
A gun. A gun. A gun.
What?
Why did it take so long?
Because a goon.
She was never allowed to join the cheerleading squad because her dad was like, you know, we don't like the outfits there. It's very whorish. It's
whorish.
Why are you trying to wear stuff like that? It's against our religion. I don't ever allow you to join the cheerleading squad. So at this point, let me give you the lowdown on Texas cheerleading, because what I could find on the internet is that cheerleading is insane in the United States, but it's extremely insane in places like Texas. Cheer is everything.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you guys have watched Netflix's popular like docu-series that came out, which
Yes.
is called Cheer. It's about a college in Texas, and they are like going to the national cheerleading championships that are in Daytona, Florida. Like every single year, they're trying to get that championship name, and it's intense. Listen, any sport that has cheerleaders, I just want to make it loud and clear. Cheerleaders are carrying the sport. Okay, I don't know. I have never seen a sport that is so underappreciated, but with so much health risks, with so much injuries, with so much working hours. Like it feels like people look at cheerleading like it's like this like cute little pom pom, hee hee ha ha, team power, right? But it's insane. Like they have excruciating pain. People risk breaking bones because they don't want to let their coach or their team members down or even themselves down. You have to be like a certain body type, a body shape. You have to like endure sexual harassment, body shaming, and you always just feel like, oh, you're just like opening for the real sport.
So, is there like a career path for cheerleading? Do you go?
It depends.
I think to like cheerleading squads for major teams, like the Dallas Cowboys are like the most infamous cheerleading squad, I think. But I don't know necessarily if it's even a lucrative career. I can't tell because this Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, they were taught. Okay, well, in terms of the lucrative part, I think it was the Raiders. I don't know. There was a cheerleading squad who sued the team, the athletics team. I think it was a football team, because the cheerleaders were only getting paid like $5 an hour for like a major team.
And they
NFL team.
5 minutes.
Yeah, so they're like, so you're getting paid like no dollars. But I mean, obviously they get paid for like their practices, maybe. I don't even know actually.
How does that make sense?
But they like settled this massive like $1 million lawsuit because they really were only getting paid like something close to like $5 an hour. It was absolutely insane for all of the work that they had to do. But that's not even the shitty part. It's like, okay, fine, chase your passion. It doesn't have to be lucrative. But here's what's crazy. So a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader came out and said that if someone gets handsy with you, because I feel like there's such a lack of respect for cheerleaders in just the sports arena and the sports field and the industry, they teach you how to navigate it. Like any good job, you know?
What team is this?
The Dallas Cowboys, one of the biggest cheer squads. Like this is probably the top tier, like holy shit, if you're a Cowboys cheerleader, you've like freaking made it, okay? And they said that you're told to be very nice when you are dealing with sexual harassment from fans. You have to sit this full-grown adult down as if they're a toddler and say things like, that's not very nice, when they just groped your ass while you're on the clock.
That's not very nice, Chad, is it now?
Very nice, Chad. Go Cowboys! Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like,
is this today?
Yes.
Wow.
And so it's like literally these industries behind these sports, like they would rather you be nice so that they don't lose one shitty fan than like care about the sexual harassment that cheerleaders face. They're like, oh no, Chad is more important to us. Sorry. What? Are you kidding me? So they're told to be sweet, don't be rude. Now, another former NFL cheerleader, her name is Angelina, and she's from Houston, Texas, and she said that the body shaming in cheerleading is absolutely insane. It's like one of those things that as we evolve as people, we evolve to be better, and we're like more woke, and like it's 2021, come on, get it together. But apparently not in cheerleading. So she was literally duct taped into her uniform. Like they put her uniform on her and then duct taped her into it in hopes that it would make her realize that she's skinny fat. That's what they called her, quote unquote, skinny fat. Her whole coach, her team, they all called her skinny fat.
What's
like
skinny
she looks skinny, but she's fat. Like what? So they would literally belittle her. They would body shame her in hopes that she would lose weight. Is that not insane?
Yes, it's abuse.
So cheerleading is like a crazy thing. They are so underrated. I think it's insane. Like if you just watch one YouTube video of people doing cheerleading, I'm like, how are you flipping around like that? Like how is this not like an Olympic sport?
It should be.
Not a safety hazard. Like how is this not illegal? Like it looks crazy. And so obviously Wanda wanted to join that industry. Like she really wanted to be a part of all of that. Now in Texas it's a little bit different because they said, especially back in the day, for women to become cheerleaders, for girls to become cheerleaders in high school, it paves the way. Like it's one of those things, like if you don't come from money but you become a cheerleader in high school, maybe you become a cheerleader in college, you meet a nice boy who comes from money, you get married. Because back in the day that was like everything. Guys were just like, you're a cheerleader? Oh my god, let me put a ring on it. Like how flexible are you? You know? So she was just like, this is not even just about cheerleading. This is about my future.
Okay.
And so she was just like, please, Dad, please. And he was like, no. So slowly her dreams start fading away. Now she ends up graduating high school and getting married immediately at 18 years old to a guy by the name of Tony. Now, Tony Harper, he is not from a wealthy family, but he was from a wealthier family than her own. So his family owned a couple of gas stations. His mom owned like a mom and pop lingerie store, and Tony himself, he worked like a modest job at a railroad warehouse. Now, immediately after their marriage, she just kind of loses herself to the marriage. Like, she stopped learning about business. Tony didn't really want her to work. So she stopped working. She didn't really have plans. She just was like, okay, like, let me start having kids now. And so she gave birth to their son, Shane. Now, 4 years later, she gave birth to another baby by the name of Shauna, which, by the way, this life path is perfectly fine. But there's like a reason that it's kind of not fine is because it seems like maybe Wanda wasn't all in about it, you know? It seems like maybe Wanda did want to work, but Tony was kind of like, maybe you shouldn't. So that's kind of where the problems start. And so obviously after they get married, they have these kids, then their finances start going up because Tony's like, oh my God, I got to provide for these children. So I need to quit my railroad job and I'm going to start my own insurance company and I'm going to call it Harper's Insurance. And every insurance company has got a motherfucking slogan. So his slogan was insurance with a personal touch, which is just like
insurance with a personal touch.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
No.
I mean, like, I'm just thinking ahead. Like, let's say you expand the company. You've got a bajillion employees. One of them is undergoing, like, a sexual harassment lawsuit. Like, this slogan is gonna be like a freaking meme, dude. Like, you're just memeing yourself for the future. I mean, it's just such a weird, I don't know. This slogan doesn't make me be like, oh yeah, let me go get insured with a personal touch. Like, this slogan makes me be like, oh, I don't really like to, like, touch people I don't know. It's just uncomfortable. Are you in good hands? That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Nah, that's kind of sexual too. So they start spending that money that they got. They start buying some water skis. They got a pickup truck. And they were doing really well financially. But their love was falling apart. They just weren't getting along. So they decided to divorce. Now, Wanda got the house. She got most of the furnishings. And Tony, like, took his water skis and his pickup truck. And they just separated ways. Wanda also did get custody of both of the kids. But it seemed like Tony was still part of their lives. It didn't seem like Tony completely checked out and was like, bye now. And so after that, Wanda has 2 more marriages. Now, all of them were to older, wealthier men. She got a type, okay? Like, she definitely has the type, and that's totally fine. So her third marriage was with a man by the name of C.D. Holloway. Now, he was probably the wealthiest out of all of the 3 husbands that she has had, and he had his own field service, like an oil field service company. I don't even know what that means. I just know, like, oil is, like, money. That's what I heard, okay? Like, oil money is a different type of money. And so he was making a lot of money. He was 20 years older than her. He even bought her dream car. Like, she had been talking to everyone about how she wanted a Lincoln Town car more than anything. And he bought her that. He was like, here's the car, bitch. And she was like, oh my God. Now, this is when all of the gossip surrounding Wanda Holloway really started amping up because Wanda, she became a little bit different. You know, Wanda from the block was no longer Wanda from the block. Like, Wanda would not come up and just talk about Channel View anymore. Suddenly, she would show up to brunch and be talking about the diamonds. She'd be talking about jewelry. She'd be talking about bracelets. She'd be talking about how she wants to move to River Oaks soon. Now, if you guys don't know, River Oaks is one of the best suburbs in Houston, Texas. Like, it's like a really nice pocket of Houston, Texas. Think Beverly Hills, what it is to Los Angeles. Like a really expensive pocket in Los Angeles. They never ended up getting their lucky break because I think what the situation was that C.D. Holloway was looking for, like, to hit oil, to, like, hit strike, you know? Strike oil, like, something massive was going to happen. It didn't necessarily happen. They never moved out of River Oaks. They just stayed in Channel View, Texas, which, like, nothing's wrong with that. But people were really upset because it's like, hey, we're all in Channel View. You're acting like we're all beneath you because you're going to move to River Oaks, you know? And so people just didn't really like Wanda after that. Now, there was another woman in Channel View that was very popular. Her name was Verna Heath. Now, she was very similar to Wanda, like so similar. So they were both incredibly ambitious. They were really into cheerleading. They wanted their daughters to be cheerleaders. They wanted to be dance moms. They wanted to be stage moms. They just had a lot of plans for their kids. And Verna's daughter is named Amber, and she's in the same exact grade as Shauna, which is Wanda's daughter. And that's how they met. So both of the moms sent their daughters to something called Alpha Gymnastics Studio, which is Pasadena, Texas, which is right next to Channelview. And it was expensive, but they had teachers that were certified by National Cheerleading Association that taught there. So these were like the best of the best teachers that you could get in the area. And they said that when you go to this gymnastics studio, the one thing that you will see is that parental sacrifice is 100% there. It is completely evident. It is a matter of fact, like you just see it the minute that you walk in. And it just means that a lot of the kids are better dressed than the parents. There is more tension in the viewing area than actually on the floor with all of the girls doing these cheerleading stunts. Like the moms are all sitting around like watching their kids. It's been said that there will be sons in the corner, which is like such a plot twist from Asian culture. But there will be like sons in the corner that's like, Mom, I don't know my math homework. And the mom would be like, shh, can't you see your sister's doing a fucking somersault? And we'll just like hush their little son up.
That's so interesting.
I know, right?
What a turntable.
What a turntable.
So why is that? Like, it's just, is it because just the culture there, they just emphasize cheerleading so much more?
Yeah, like I've never watched like a full episode of like Dance Moms, which is like pageant girls. But like pageant girls and their moms are like obsessed with them, right? But I have seen snippets where they also have sons and they just like don't give a shit.
I see.
That's sad.
Just like your sister is talking, which is so strange because, you know, in Korean and Chinese culture, it's usually the opposite.
Yeah.
And then like usually I'm the one being neglected in a room full of cousins that are boys, I guess.
Can you be quiet, Stephanie?
Yeah, they're like, can you be quiet, Stephanie? I'm kidding. It has nothing to do with my gender. I just talk a lot. So it's very strange. Do you guys have cheerleading in China?
No.
Probably not.
No.
Fascinating.
No.
No cheerleading.
No.
Like like a soccer game. Soccer games happen.
Yeah.
Do you guys have football games?
American football?
Yeah.
No. We call it soccer.
Okay, well, do you guys have any sort of like you know how in American high schools like there's lacrosse teams and then like you have two high schools who play against each other and everyone goes and watch and then you've got the cheerleaders and then you've got all the kids in the stands.
We have
yes.
Olympic math.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious. No, serious. School against school. American don't have that?
I mean, yeah.
No!
Like,
I don't think so.
Yeah, we have like math
competition, but we call it Olympic math, like
Olympic math.
Yeah, like Aoshu, like competition.
Wow.
Yeah, I always represent our school.
Are you serious?
Really?
Yeah. And then what? Okay. So you have math competitions, but you don't have any sports or anything?
Not really.
Do you guys have like a debate team?
Debate team? No.
You guys don't have like a a basketball team?
No.
Okay. You don't do any sports in high school?
We solve math problems.
I cannot tell if you're trolling me. Sometimes he will troll the shit out of me just because he thinks I'm so dumb. And I'm just like, you guys don't have like
water?
Don't.
Okay.
Okay. College, I heard there are like college basketball. It's pretty getting big, but no, not in middle school. You guys have middle school teams?
Yeah, and then you like get ready for high school teams.
No, we just solve this math problem.
Honey, you're making it sound so depressing. You are making.
No, it's fun. It's fun.
Okay, it's fun.
Oh, I was so good when I was in elementary school. Oh my gosh.
Oh, no. You peaked in elementary school.
I peaked. I was in 3rd grade and I was solving 5th grade Olympic math problems that apparently 7th or 8th graders can't even solve.
7th and 8th graders?
Yeah, and I was in 3rd grade.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I got lucky.
Yeah.
I'm dating above my league for sure.
Duh.
Do the math. Yeah, you are. Speaking of math, let me tell you about something. Sometimes I don't like doing the math, especially when it comes to things like credit cards and credit card debt. Listen, if you have multiple credit cards and you know that tracking multiple balances, multiple different due dates, and website logins, website passwords to pay off these credit cards is incredibly stressful. It almost makes it feel like this mountain that you can
I can't
and so
buy
Upstart
it.
is something that makes it so simple with one monthly payment in one singular place. No matter how hectic your life gets, it's so easy to remember. If you guys have never heard of Upstart, I really wish that I knew about this company when I was going through all of this, because it would have saved so much heartache. Upstart is the fast and easy way to get a personal loan to pay off your debt, all online. Whether it's paying off your credit cards, consolidating high interest debt, or funding personal expenses.
It's no longer base everything on the traditional criteria, but I think it needs to be updated on a lot of other factors. So they evaluate based on that, provide you with.
I think is really helpful.
What's great about Upstart is it's like this new age fintech.
Yeah.
It's no longer base everything on the traditional criteria.
1000.com/run. That's upstart.com/run. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know that we sent you. Also, remember, loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. So go to upstart.com/rotten. I mean, this place was really expensive. Private lessons would start at $36. So these moms did not play. Just to give you an idea of this area and how much these moms did not freaking play. So there's a junior high called Alice Johnson Junior High, and their cheerleading squad is the cheerleading squad to be a part of in that area. And so recently, when there was a cheerleading squad tryout, there was a bomb threat called in to the junior high school. And so people were like, what happened? Why was there a bomb threat? The police couldn't figure out who did it. The police couldn't figure out if there actually was a bomb. There was no evidence of a bomb. And all of the speculation in the area is that a mom was worried that her kid was not ready for the cheerleading tryouts and called in a bomb threat.
Oh, she's
no. Oh no, honey. Can we make bomb jokes? Is that a mom was worried that her kid was not ready for the cheerleading tryouts and called in a bomb threat.
Oh, she thought her kid gonna bomb it.
No.
No, dumbass.
Honey. Can we make bomb jokes? I don't know. But exactly, yeah. The mom was like, my kid's gonna bomb, so bomb threat. Oh god, this feels really inappropriate. Okay, I'm leaving. And so Wanda and Verna were really well-known moms in this arena. Each had their reputation of just going balls to the walls for their daughters. Like, that was what they were known for. Like, if you needed a mom who would do anything to get her daughter on a cheerleading squad, Wanda and Verna were those moms. So Verna's kid, her name is Amber, and she's got this brown curly hair. She's got these pale blue eyes. She had already won 3 twirling competitions since she was like 3 years old.
What's twirling?
So twirling is like, when they have the batons, it's very gymnastics reminiscent. I know when you think twirling, I thought ribbon dancing because I did that in church when I was young. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna go to the Olympics. That never happened. But it's like when they have these batons that they throw into the air, they do like all these crazy flips and then they catch the baton at the end. And then you're just like, I mean, how was that even up there for that long? Like, how does gravity work? It's just all very confusing, but it's very magical. And so she already won multiple twirling competitions. She started when she was 3 years old. She was also not only very good at that, but she was a yearbook star. She was voted friendliest, most spirited, and she was an honor roll student, which is insane. Now, Wanda's kid, Shauna, she was also an honor roll student. She was incredibly popular. She was talented. She was vice president of the 8th grade. Now, she was only vice president because Amber was the actual president of the 8th grade. Now, to be fair, they did not compete for those 2 offices. They ran for different offices, and then that's like the position that they actually wanted. So, it's not like Shauna lost and became the vice president. And they were friends. They were actually really good friends because they were so much alike. They had the same struggles. They were like, oh my god, we go to the same studio. Like, we go to the same school. Everything's like the same. Everyone thought that they were good friends. But Shauna's best friend was her mom, Wanda. Now, this is going to sound very Dance Moms because it is. So Wanda would buy these mother-daughter outfits for her and Shauna to wear, and they would just be like cheerleading outfits. Like, she would go and buy cheerleading outfits, and she would like wear them. And then Shauna would have the matching set. I just think that's a little weird.
Or weird.
I mean, I feel like matching outfits is cute, but like in the way that Wanda was doing it was almost like if she was living vicariously through her daughter, which is always very unhealthy,
Yeah,
so like in a very creepy way. Now, the daughters were friends. The moms were okay. Like Wanda and Verna, they were both super ambitious in their own right, so they just didn't have time to have friends. Like, they didn't have time for each other. They also were pretty competitive. They were the ones bringing competition into this competition. It wasn't the kids. Now, the first real big issue between these 2 women started for the first cheerleading tryouts. So both of the kids went to a Christian private school for elementary school, but by the time cheer tryouts came around, they wanted to go to the public school, which is Alice Johnson Junior High, because it has the best cheerleading squad. Now, you can't be a part of the cheerleading squad unless you're part of that school.
Junior high is middle school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so Wanda had transferred Shauna to the public school from private school so that she could try out. Now, Verna had not transferred Amber. So in Wanda's head, she was like, oh, obviously, Amber's just going to stay in this private school up until high school. And then maybe eventually in high school, she's going to try out for the high school squad, right? But the high school squad is harder to get into unless you're already part of the Alice Johnson Jr. High School squad. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to, like, be like, hey, 9th grade cheerleading squad, like, by the way, I've been doing cheer for, like, the past 3 years, right? So it would be easier. So that's, like, the whole plan Wanda had. But Wanda had no idea that Verna had actually gone to both of the principals at both of the schools, the private school and the public school, saying, hey, do you mind if my kid tries out for this public school's cheerleading tryouts? If she makes the team, I will completely transfer her. And both the principals were like, yeah, we've got no problem with it. Go ahead.
What a serious, complicated commitment process.
Listen, if I ever become a parent, my one goal is to avoid principals at all cost. I'm like, I'm not going there. I'm not talking to them. But, like, this person is like, let me go talk to them. Let me go give a little chat. Let me get some exceptions. It's crazy. And so she got the exception for both principals to have Amber try out. Now, Wanda had no idea about this. Now, Wanda gets really upset because there's only 2 slots available, and 3 girls were competing for those 2 spots. Now,
That's
remember,
a pretty big chance of getting it. It's like 2 out of 3. Okay. It's not like 2 out of, I don't know, 50. There's only 3 girls. You just gotta make sure you're better than the worst person. What?
You just have to be second worst, and then you'll be second best.
Yeah.
And so there was only 2 slots available, 3 competitors. Now Wanda's getting nervous when Amber comes to the tryouts because she was like, I wasn't expecting this. Like, I was expecting 2 girls for 2 slots, which means 100% my daughter's gonna be a cheerleader. So now this done just pissed me off. Like, she's getting riled up. She's getting mad about it. So they do the whole competition, and Shauna does not make it. Amber and some other poor girl makes it. I say poor girl because I'm sure she was terrorized by Wanda after this, okay? So they make the team, and Shauna did not. Now, Wanda immediately is so freaking pissed. She went around telling everyone, how did we let this outsider join our squad? And she's talking about Amber, the daughter.
What do you mean our squad? She's not even part of the squad.
The squad. She's not even part of the squad, okay? But, like, what do you mean? Well, that's very Regina George of you. I like it, okay? So she's like, how do we let this little the movie Mean Girls.
Oh.
She's like, how did we let this little outsider into our squad? And she's talking about, like, a little kid, a little teenage kid. And Wanda felt like if Amber wasn't allowed to try out, Shauna would have gotten the spot. So she threatened to do what every Karen does. And she's like, I'm going to get an attorney and I'm going to sue. I'm going to press charges on this entire school, the entire Board of Education, this school system, the curriculum, every single person. I'm going to sue all the fucking students, too. Like, she was just going on a little Karen rampage. Now, her husband, on the other hand, C.D. Holloway, the powerful man of Channelview, he was on the board of the Channelview band. Now, I don't know what that means, but apparently he could make some rules. So he made the rule that potential cheerleading candidates would have to spend at least 1 semester in the system before trying out. Now, it seems like he made this rule just so he could shut Wanda up at home. But Wanda wasn't happy because she was like, did that get Shauna on the cheerleading squad? No, it didn't. So shut up, husband. You know, like, they were just fighting about it all the time. So this really seemed like he was just trying to get some peace at home, but it didn't really work. Now, next year, tryouts happen, because every year there's tryouts.
Yeah.
So a full year passes, and Wanda has been fuming this entire year. It has been a sleepless year for Wanda Holloway. And she's like, this year, I'm going to make it happen. She's going to get on that cheerleading squad, okay? So this is when the ruler incident takes place. Wanda wanted to get Shauna elected onto the team so badly that she calls her ex-husband Tony and says, hey, I want to do something special to guarantee a spot for our daughter on the cheerleading squad. And so Tony's like, okay, well, how about we do this? I read somewhere that people are, like, handing out wooden rulers and number 2 pencils with their names, like, inscribed onto it. Like, vote for Shauna Harper. Like, you know those fancy number 2 pencils that, like, say shit like that?
Fancy number 2 pencil?
Don't be bougie. Like, you could like have your name on there, or like, will you go to prom with me?
Yeah.
But
I've seen it in those like high school movies.
No.
Say, vote for me.
Yes. And so that's what they did. They special ordered all of these pencils, all of these wooden rulers that said vote for Shauna Harper for cheerleader on it, and they thought it was a really, really good idea. So finally, before the tryouts, they start passing it out, and then all of a sudden the vice principal confiscates all of them because it doesn't comply with election rules. You can't just be bribing students, okay? Like, you can't just be like, hey, if you vote for her, I'll give you a fucking free pencil. Because you know how many kids forget their pencils at home. So now they're voting for you just because they're like, oh shit, I forgot my pencil. Yeah, let me get a pencil. So they were like, you can't do this. So he confiscates all of the freaking rulers and the pencils, and Wanda goes home. She calls Tony crying. She's like having a whole thing. She gets more pencils, more rulers. She comes to school the next day. She starts handing them out again. She's breaking the law at this point. She doesn't care. She's a bad bitch. So she's like handing them out. Then the school decides, okay, this lady's crazy. Like, this lady is a full-on Karen. We need to do something. We need to set the record straight so that no other Karens can do this. So they have a Karen meeting. It was a public meeting for all of the cheerleading moms. They were like, come together, Karens. We're going to talk about this Karen. And so that's when they decided that Shauna was officially disqualified from this year's tryout.
Wow, that is really embarrassing.
Embarrassing, y'all.
Wow.
So bad. Now, Wanda goes home. She's in tears. She's tumultuous. She is emotional. She acts like her whole world is ending. Shauna, on the other hand, is like, listen, Dad, I don't even want to be a cheerleader anymore. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, I'm just so freaking embarrassed. Like, I can join debate team, honestly. Like, I don't need to do this in my life. And Wanda's like, no, don't you ever speak such blasphemy in my house.
Why is Wanda so obsessed?
She's like, if I couldn't be a cheerleader, at least my daughter can.
She wants to live the life through her daughter.
Connected and associated with this group of people. It's like if you didn't become, I guess the Asian version would be like, I'm not a doctor, so you must be a doctor. And so Wanda's not ready to give up. She's like, we'll try again next year. So for the next year, Wanda's fuming, more sleepless nights. She's going crazy. She's like literally pulling her hair out over next year's tryouts. So finally, the tryouts happen, but this time, Wanda's getting smart. Wanda's like, listen, I'm not doing no cute little pencils anymore. I'm fucking going all in. So she planned months in advance, and she infiltrated the network. She got a job doing clerical work at the high school band director's office. She has infiltrated the office. So she's doing all this clerical work, and that's when she starts asking all of her little coworkers at the band director's office, hey, so, like, I suppose someone wanted to go on the cheerleading squad. Like, what would be the best way to go about it? Could I, like, cozy up to a sponsor? Is there, I guess what I'm trying to say is there any way to get another girl, another competitor disqualified?
What?
Disqualified?
I mean, not disqualified. The band has to try out every year?
Yeah.
So you get taken off if you're not good?
Yeah, every year.
Wow, competitive.
Isn't it so stressful? It's like, imagine if we did that with like everything, like marriage. We're just like marriage tryouts, propose again.
It's not a bad idea, huh?
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Every
Shit.
year we have like a little assessment. We sit down, do like a 6-month work assessment.
Yeah, this year I choose John.
Whoa. Oh no, this is not good. And so this is when everyone's like, Wanda, you need to tone it down. There's no way that you can get a little 12-year-old girl disqualified.
12 years old?
What are you talking about? Why are you acting like the Joker? Like, this is not some movie. Like, you're just a cheerleading mom. Like, stop taking life so seriously. Like, they give her the whole spiel. So Wanda goes home and she immediately calls a man by the name of Terry Harper. Now, if you remember the last name, it's because this is her ex-husband, Tony Harper's, the father of both of her children, his brother. So this is like her ex-brother-in-law, okay? So she calls him up, and he has a very interesting past. So he was probably not the star child of the Harper family. He was married several times. He had minor brushes with the law. He had a DUI, and at the time he was working as a construction worker, right? So Wanda calls him one day, and she's like, I need to talk to you about something serious. He's like, okay, well, do you want to come over to my house, or do you want me to go to yours? And she's like, no, not at home. We got to go do it in the car. So she's like, I'll pick you up. She picks her up. He gets into the car, and she just goes on and keeps asking him, how much do you love your niece, Shauna? I love my niece Shauna. How much? I love her a lot. I mean, she's a good girl. Like, she's a good niece. She's good. She gets good grades. She's nice to the family. I like her. Well, how much? Because I need 2 people taken care of, and I don't care how you do it.
Oh my God.
What do you mean? I need 2 people dead, and I don't care how you do it. You need what?
Oh my
2
God.
people dead? Dead. I don't care how you do it. So he's like, listen, I don't do anything like that, but like, who are you trying to kill? Because he's curious. It's like family gossip. He's like, who are you trying to kill, girl? And so she's like, I need Verna Heath and her 13-year-old daughter, Amber, dead before the cheerleading tryouts. And he's like, listen, I really don't do anything like that. And I don't know anyone who would do that to a 13-year-old kid. Like, what is wrong with you? But he just really wanted to get out of the car. So he was like, okay, yeah, like, let me look for someone from my criminal friends. You know, I'm just going to go look. Now, the reason that she reached out to Terry Harper, which I think is so fascinating, and police, like, they were interviewed, they gave the whole psychology for this, is because when you come from a suburban family, right, you are just fucking as suburban as it gets, which, like, nothing's wrong with that. I grew up in the suburbs, right? You don't really know that many hard seasoned criminals. Like, if you were looking for a hit job, like, you're not gonna go straight up call the cartel. You're not gonna call a mafia boss. Like, you're not gonna be like, hey, get El Chapo on the phone. Like, you don't know these people. It's too scary. Why would you get involved with these people? You call the person that you think has the most criminal record in your inner circle. Now, if you live in the suburbs, most likely you're talking DUIs. You're talking minor misdemeanors. Okay, you're talking maybe petty theft. You're not talking full-on murderers. Like, you're not going to just have them laying around in your circle of friends. Like, you're not going to be like, hey, anyone know a murderer at your PTA meeting? And so she calls up her most seasoned criminal in her life, which is her, brother-in-law. And he had a DUI on his record. And that's just as good as a hitman. She's like, he's gonna do it. He's a criminal. He's gonna do it for me. And so she genuinely believed that he had connections with hitmen. So she's like, yeah, go on. Go get me some hitmen. And so he leaves. He's like, what a weirdo. And he never calls her back because he's like, no, I'm not going to deal with that. Now, he doesn't hear from Wanda again until Christmas Eve comes around. And he goes to his parents' house with his family now because this is his niece. Tony was there. His brother was there. And Shauna was there. Now, Wanda wasn't there because it's like, oh, this is like her ex-family, right? So she's probably spending it with her new family or like her current husband, not her ex-husband. And so Shauna comes up to the uncle and is like, hey, I don't know why, but like mom wants you to call her on this number. And it was like a piece of paper with like a burn phone number on it. Like
oh my God.
Burn phones that you get at Walmart. And so he's like, okay. So he's like, okay. So when I call her, she's just going to want one of 2 things. Either she's going to be like, hey, I don't know what I was thinking. Like, just forget that happened. Don't tell anyone because it sounds crazy. Just please don't make a big deal out of it. Like, I'm not looking for a hitman. I was just
joking.
Or, second of all, she's going to be like, hey, did you find someone? I'm hoping, obviously, it's the first option. So he calls her up on the phone, and she's like, hey, did you find someone? God damn it. And this is when he asks the ultimate question, the question that we all want to ask, which is, why do you need a hitman? Like, why not just let Shauna try out, and if she doesn't get it, she doesn't get it. And she said,
I don't get it.
Yeah, like, what do you mean? I don't understand the logic in that. Okay, you're dumb, but where's the hitman? So she's like, no. She will be too devastated and never try out again. So she's saying if Shauna gets rejected from the squad for the 3rd year in a row, Shauna will never try out for the cheerleading squad ever again, which is not what she can do. So she's like, you need to find someone. So Terry's like, okay, I'll find someone. And he hangs up the phone and he immediately tells Tony, because this is when he realizes that Wanda is serious about killing a 13-year-old. And he's like, I need to tell my brother. So he's like, Tony, hey, bro, I need to tell you something. I don't know why I think Terry Harper sounds like that. I'm sorry. So he's like, I need to tell you something. Now, Tony is like, you need to go call the cops. So, like, you need to immediately tell the police, because if she is serious, she needs to go to jail, because that's insane. I don't want my kids to grow up with her. Like, I don't want my kids to be under her influence. Who knows what she'll do? So Tony's like, okay, let's go together. So Terry goes to the sheriff's department, and they immediately were not interested in the case. So to give you some background, this sheriff's department had recently just done a hitman case, a conspiracy to commit murder, like one of those, murder for hire type situations. And a husband had paid $5,000 to a hitman to get rid of his wife, had literally transferred $5,000. There was a transfer of payment done, which is literally the last step before the police arrest you, okay? And he had given the money. The police arrest the husband. The wife, she's shopping at Kroger. They go to Kroger. They alert the wife, hey, you were about to be murdered. We just saved your ass. And she's in tears. They go to trial. The husband gets probation, no jail time.
What?
And the wife stayed with the husband to this day. They're still married.
And the police are clown emojis.
The police are clown emojis. And they're like, why did we do all of that? For what? For what?
Oh
so
my God.
Do that, and we don't even believe you.
A clown can be clowned again.
Fool me once. Wait, how does it go back?
Shame on.
Fool me once, clown on me.
And so they're like, no, we don't even think it's real. Like, this doesn't exist. Okay, like the husband and the wife is more common, but really a cheerleading mom trying to kill another cheerleading mom, yeah, like you're trying to clown us. You're just trying to make us look dumb. And Terry's like, no, I swear. And so they're like, okay, fine. Then wiretap your phones. We're going to teach you how to record all of your phone calls with Wanda. And if she's serious, you can come back to us with all of these recorded audios and we'll investigate. So he's like, okay, fucking fine. So he goes home. He starts recording all of his phone calls with Wanda. And Wanda was upset because this fake hitman that Terry was making up was trying to charge Wanda $2,500 for the hit on Verna and $5,000 for the hit on Amber. And she just was talking about it as if it was like a car. She's like, it's just a lot of money for me. Like it's just a little too much. Like, can we meet somewhere in the middle? Like, can we bring that number down? Like, what's the bottom line here? Like, she was genuinely so casual about it. And so finally, she decides to just go with the hit on Verna. She's like, you know what? I feel like $5,000 is too much to pay someone to kill this 13-year-old kid. So I'm just going to kill her mom because if it's right before the cheerleading tryouts, obviously Amber is going to be too emotional because her mom just died.
I'm sorry.
She's like, not because she's 13 and she's a kid and she has a future in front of her. It's because, like, I can just take care of the situation with only just the mom. So
2 birds, 1 stone, and I could probably still buy a diamond bracelet with the rest of the money.
Hey.
Like, she was really going in. So Terry's like, okay, sounds good. So the police are finally like, oh, damn, like, she's serious. Like, she's negotiating the price. Okay, fine. Let's arrange for the payment day to happen. So that day that they arrange, the police are in on it. Wanda drops Shauna off at church, and she meets up with Terry, and she hands over her diamond earrings as a down payment. She said, I will get you the rest after it's done. So this is the down payment. And
I have all of that.
Saying, I couldn't pull the trigger myself, but I can sure do it this way. Motherforker. Do you want to know what's insane? The fact that I got into thrifting during quarantine and I realized how incredible of a struggle it would be. I looked up thrift stores in my area, then quarantine happened. I can't go to these thrift stores. And I also heard even if you go now, you can't even try things on because the changing rooms are closed. And that's when I was told about ThreadUp. So I started using it. And listen, I'm going to tell you the secret on how to get free people for just $6. Lululemon leggings for up to $9. So it's one of the world's largest Zara. So you can find these best deals immediately. Stores offers up to 90% off your. So she was arrested the next day, and the Heath family was alerted of what was about to happen to them. So they're like, Verna, Amber, you're about to get murdered. We saved you. Hee hee. Thank us. The police. They're really cool about it. And so this obviously became an absolute media show. It's got a lot of things that the press is obsessed with. It's got Texas, it's got crime, and it's got cheerleading, which is just like an explosion case. They called her Pom-Pom Mom. Pom-Pom Mom. Murderous Pom-Pom Mom. Listen, if I ever go down for a crime, I don't want to go down as Pom-Pom Mom. Movie companies were reaching out to this tiny little town for anyone that was involved in the story to be like, hey, do you want to be part of a movie? It would be like the janitor of the cheerleading squad tryouts, and they were like, do you want to be part of a movie? Like, they were just insane. TV shows were sending representatives to motels, including press networks, to try to get some more information on this case. They would even hustle the kids. or maybe the kids were hustling the journalists. I'm not sure. So these journalists would approach these kids that went to the same school as Shauna and Amber. Like, imagine how traumatic this experience is for everyone involved, especially all of the kids involved, right? And now the school yearbook would usually sell for $15 a pop. $15, you get a school yearbook.
A pop.
Yeah, a pop. Now, if you had a school yearbook that had Shauna or Amber's picture in it, the reporters were buying it off of you for $50. These kids were fucking hustling. They were hustling the press. They were hustling these journalists. They were making shmoney. They were flipping yearbooks. They were flip or flop. Like, they were just going in, right? There were so many good punchlines. I mean, when I say good punchlines, I feel so bad for saying that. But like, I mean, nobody was murdered. I know there's trauma involved, but like, okay, just listen to it and then you tell me if it's good or bad. Give me a G. Give me a U. Give me an N. What does that spell?
Hey, gun.
Give me a goon. Insane. They had to keep the press out of the cheerleading tryouts because these journalists were literally trying to pay the school kids, like, hey, what time is your cheerleading tryouts? Like, imagine how creepy that is. These full-on adults with like little cameras. They're like, what time's your cheerleading tryout? And they're like, whoa, this is insane. They had to have all of the faculty stand outside of the gym dorms as if they were part of like the fucking Secret Service to try to keep press out. Like, it was insane. Now, Amber did make the team. Shauna, however, did not try out for the team because, I mean, well, I can understand why she didn't. So Shauna and Wanda were getting bullied in the press like nonstop. Shauna was getting bullied in real life, so between all of her peers. Now, this was really sad. So Shauna, she said that her only way of coping with what her mom had just done, because she had no idea about this, you know, she would not agree to this, was she just acted like it didn't happen. Like, that was her coping mechanism. Like, her brain, she's like 13, she didn't know how to process this. She was like, okay, I'm gonna act like this event did not take place. Now, she started getting bullied at school because everyone was like, how are you just gonna act like nothing happened? Now, what made it even worse is that everyone was treating Amber as if she was this victim, which she was. But in this situation, I think both girls were victims, you know? Yeah. But they were treating Shauna as if she was just as bad as Wanda.
Exactly.
In reality, Shauna was just as much of a victim as Amber was, you know?
Yeah.
But that's not how they were treating her.
Yeah.
And so she was just getting bullied. She got anxiety and depression from all of this. She had a lot of trouble through school for the rest of this. Now, Wanda, on the other hand, she's been arrested. She refused to get counseling for her children. So she had to like sign off on it because they're underage and she was the sole like guardian of them. So she had to sign off like, yes, I give permission for my underage children to go to therapy with this specific therapist, right? And she's like, they don't need therapy. So that's when Tony, the biological dad, sued for custody of the kids. And they used this in court to their advantage. So Wanda's attorney is like, oh my god, he just sued you for custody. So they come up with this crazy freaking theory that Tony and Terry set up Wanda for custody of the kids. They were like, obviously, if she's sitting in jail, custody is going to be easier to get. So we're going to set up this crazy whole scheme about like baiting her into like admitting that she wants to like murder people, and then we're going to sue her for custody. That was the defense Wanda's attorney used in court.
Please tell me it didn't work.
They were just like, yeah, dead ass. Now, what didn't work with this is that Tony had never sued for custody prior to any of this, and it had been 11 years since their divorce. So it's kind of like, I mean, he should have probably done it at least once or twice before the 11 years. Like, who waits 11 years and then suddenly is like, now that I've waited long enough, we're going to set them up for a murder for hire plot. Like, it's just, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Now, what made it even worse, and really worse for Wanda, is that Shane liked his dad a lot more to begin with. And all of the money that his dad and Wanda had saved up for his college tuition was now going to Wanda's defense attorney.
Oh.
Shane, yeah, their son.
Who's Shane?
Shane, the son, their eldest kid.
So son helped
pay for it.
Helped who?
I mean, he didn't have a choice. So Wanda and Tony had set aside money for his college fund.
Oh, they both just took his money and used it in court. Battled it out.
Yeah, because the attorney had to get paid, you know?
Oh,
and so they were like, we're out of money. Like, do you need, like, we can't have your mom sit in prison forever. We need to pay this attorney. And it sucked because he was an honor roll student and he worked his ass off in high school. And he was like, this is going to make it so much harder for me to go to college and maybe not even be able to go to the college that I want to because of this.
Well, this stupid mom just ruined
everyone.
It all.
Ruined all the kids' lives. Yeah. And she's like, I did it for the kids. It's like, really, Wanda? You did it for you, babe.
You did, yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, it all went down the drain for nothing. And she was convicted of solicitation of capital murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison.
Oh my God.
Now, the first conviction was overturned briefly because they found out a juror had a drug-related felony charge and shouldn't have been allowed on the jury. So a mistrial was declared. Then the second trial happened, and this time she pled no contest. They negotiated a plea deal, and she got 10 years in prison with a $10,000 fine. And she was also sued in the civil court system against the victims, and she settled for $150,000. Now, here's the crazy plot twist of it all. Pom Pom Mom only served 6 months of her 10-year prison sentence. She was released March 1st, 1997. The judge ordered her to serve the remaining 9.5 years on probation and complete 1,000 hours of community service. A bit served 6 months of a 10-year sentence.
What?
6 months. What? Now, Shauna, there was just a lot going on. So Shauna was plagued with depression. She had anxiety attacks. Now, her best friend had just been, taken from her. Imagine the betrayal. She was so close with her mom. Now her relationship was essentially non-existent when her mom got out. And she said it's getting a little better now. So now Shauna's a teacher. She's a mother of 2. And she doesn't push her kids to do anything that they don't want to do, obviously. And she's getting closer with her mom, Wanda, because they kind of bond over her children. I think it's helpful also. I believe both of her children are sons. Imagine she has a daughter and Wanda's like, my grandkid's going to be a cheerleader. I'd punch her. And that is the story of Dance Moms Gone Wild. I don't know what to say other than the fact that this story set back cheerleading for so long, because this is literally the stereotypical what people think of cheerleading and how toxic it is. But it's like cheerleading is such a good sport.
Did they make a movie or anything out of it?
They made a Lifetime made-for-TV film from it. I think there was a couple other things that came out of it, but it just was so weird. Yeah, so strange. Embarrassing, yeah, for sure. Now, this next story, oh God, this is the one I was waiting for. I know. I don't ever know how to do a short podcast. I'm sorry. I know. Eventually, I'll have some short podcasts, but this one's so good. Okay, so I'm going to try to make it as brief as possible, but God, it's so good. Now, here's the reason that I never talked about this, even though I have been sitting on this case for months now. It's because it happened in 1560, and I always felt like people don't like stories that even happened in the 90s. I feel like people are like, I can't relate. Why couldn't they just bring out their cell phone and call 911? And I'm like, because they had pagers. I didn't grow up in that area, but they had pagers, you know? So it's kind of maybe harder to relate to the victims or relate to the situation, because you're like, I don't get it. Why couldn't they just post it on TikTok and try to get a viral case so that people could help them out, you know? It's a little different. Now, in the 1560s, it's even more different. So it even feels just like a fake story. And it's hard because a lot of this, it's a telephone game. It's what we learned through history, but how can we know for sure that this happened? Now, do you know that whole stereotype of how women are so obsessed with staying young, we're so obsessed with being wrinkle-free, that we will do anything, such as put blood onto our faces?
Like the Kardashians.
Like the Kardashians, yes. So that there's a blood facial that's really popular, and they take your own blood. So they take blood out of you, and then they they put it into this crazy container. Tupperware, this machine, and it takes the plasma out of your blood apparently, and then you put the plasma back onto your face. It's plasma. But I know a bunch of other celebrities do placenta facials. They do what do you call it? I know Sandra Bullock, apparently, I don't know if she was kidding, she said that she had taken the foreskin of a child. You know how boys get circumcised, that you can buy.
She was probably kidding, girl.
Rub it on your face. I don't know if she's being sarcastic.
She was being. There is just no way.
For her age, so I don't really know. Yeah. So there's all of these crazy things. Now, I believe that a lot of these conspiracies about blood and this eternal youth start with this woman, because she was known as the original blood countess, the original Dracula, and it was said that she took blood baths. You know how we fill up a tub of water, put in a Lush Bomb, and we're like, self-care, right?
Yeah.
No, she used to literally take 9 to 15 girls. She liked virgin girls, so they were 10, okay? She would drain them of their blood into a bathtub, and she would soak in young virgin blood. She would murder them for their blood.
And tortured
Now,
him.
that is what's said about her. Now, I don't know if this is necessarily true because she was convicted for murdering 80 people, but it's suspected that she killed upwards of 650 people. Now, to do some math, it would take about 9 to 15, somewhere along those lines. Let's average it out to like 13 little girls' full blood contents to fill up a standard bathtub. So it's kind of up in the air. It has never been 1,000% confirmed that she took blood baths, but she was doing a lot of suspicious things with the blood. She was making some blood facials, doing some blood toners. Like, she was putting that shit in bottles, and she was like, ooh, skincare. Like, she was doing all of that. So let's get into the story of one of the most richest, prolific serial killers that happens to be a female. So she was a countess. Her name is Elizabeth Bathory.
Yeah, we know
she
her.
was born in Hungary to one of the most powerful Protestant families in existence. This was 1560. Her dad was Baron George Bathory, and I'm like, oh, Baron, what a cool name. No, that's like a title back in the day. And her mom, her name was Baroness Anna Bathory, and they were both Bathorys at birth. So you know what that means, right? They're probably like fucking cousins.
Yes.
They're literally cousins that are fucking. They're fucking cousins.
Mm-hmm.
What? They're like cousins or something, and they got married because they were like number one fans of keep the bloodline royal, keep it in the family, blood is thicker than water, like we just need to be doing all of this. And so there was a lot of inbreeding, which is very pertinent to the story because this also impacts how Elizabeth is born. Now, they were extremely rich. Their social standing was intense. To like understand how rich they are, because I couldn't like quite put my finger on it because they didn't have like Forbes back in the day, so it's not like they were on like, a Forbes list and I could just Google it. Her uncle was the voivod of Transylvania. The fuck? Okay, so the voivod
it's like a king.
Transylvania is the highest ranking official in Hungary. Like, think like the fucking president of Hungary. But like back in the day when presidents were the richest people alive, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And her mom's, like her grandpa on her mom's side was another voivod of Transylvania. So they just came from a family of wealth and power and inbreeding. And Elizabeth's uncle was Stephen Bathory, and he was the king of Poland. He was also the Grand Duke of Lithuania, of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Prince of Transylvania. Like, imagine giving an intro.
Titles on titles on titles.
Titles on titles on titles. Hear thee, the King of Poland, Grand Duke of Lithuania, of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Prince of Transylvania. All stand. You know, like, it would just be a lot. And so the Bathory family was just going through it at this time. I mean, this is straight up Game of Thrones. If Game of Thrones was not inspired by this case, I don't know what they were inspired by, okay? Because they were divided. So the Bathorys had two sections of their entire massive inbreeding house, okay? So they had this section that was like, no, we have the rightful heir to the throne. And then this other section was like, oh, no, this is the rightful heir to the throne. So they were just competing. Now, Elizabeth, she had her fair share of issues, other than the fact that her family was like in a tumultuous, violent fight. She had a lot of issues, and it usually comes with inbreeding, such as she had epilepsy. So back in the day, it wasn't necessarily called epilepsy, but she had intense and frequent seizures ever since she was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So this is common for children of inbreeding. Doesn't mean that everyone, you know, who has epilepsy is a product of inbreeding. It was just more common in terms of inbreeding, right? And now there's not a lot of medications back in the day, like at all, especially for something like epilepsy. So the doctors, the most renowned doctors of Hungary would come in and they would say, okay, Royal, here's what you do. You get the blood of a non-sufferer, a non-epileptic person, someone who doesn't have any seizures, and you smear it all over yourself, especially your lips, like a fucking lip tint. And so they were like, okay, which, by the way, medical treatments back in the day, fucking gnarly. Okay, if I could do a whole ass podcast on just medical treatments back in the day, I would just have the time of my life. Okay, just a small one. So if you had malaria back in the day, this is what they would tell you to do. You know the word abracadabra? They would say, find a piece of paper and write abracadabra on the first line. Then you write abracadabra on the second line. So every line you take one letter from the end of the word abracadabra until you're left with just a capital A at the bottom. And it's kind of in like this triangular shape, you know?
Yeah.
So it'd go from abracadabra to abracadabra to abracadabra, you know, and then so on and so forth until you get to A. Then you tie this piece of paper around your neck for 9 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go find an east running river and you toss the piece of paper into the east running river, and your malaria will be cured. Abracadabra, bitch. It's gone. Science. So good. Now, if that doesn't work, they're like, don't fear. You know, that should have worked. 99.9% of the time it works. But if it doesn't, you just go find a lion, take off some of their fat, and rub it all over yourself. Lion fat. Do you have asthma? Smoke cigarettes. It's the only cure to asthma is smoking cigarettes. Do you have seasonal allergies? Cocaine. Cocaine up the nose. Cocaine for indigestion, fatigue, eye pain, hemorrhoids. I'm like, does everyone in LA have seasonal allergies? Do we all got that indigestion? We're all doing medieval medical treatments for this? Because cocaine was legal and it was a medical treatment. If you had chapped hands, like, you know how it's like wintertime and your hands get really dry? They said to put sour cream into a piece of cloth. Then you go bury a hole. You go dig a hole in your backyard. You bury the cloth of sour cream into your backyard. You cover it with dirt overnight. You wake up the next morning, you go and you dig it back up, and then you apply the sour cream on the next day. Like, you can't apply the sour cream right away. Do you have pink eye, honey? Do you have pink eye? Do you want to know how to fix pink eye? I can tell you. So, like, if you have swollen eyes or pink eye, you go to the beach and you find a live crab, okay? Now, you cut out its eyes while it's alive, and then you toss it back into the water because we're not savages. You don't want the fucking crab to die. You just want to literally gouge its eyes out while it's alive, and then you rub the crab eyes onto the back of your neck until you can see again.
God damn.
Oh, God.
So, these were just some of the medical treatments I had back in the day. So, another epileptic treatment that the doctors for Elizabeth Bathory had prescribed to her was to get a concoction of blood of a non-sufferer and a crushed up piece of that person's skull, mix it into a smoothie, and drink it so that you can cure your seizures before they even come. Like a preventative smoothie. Like a green juice.
Kill a person.
Yeah, like kill a person. Now,
So
I think
do they prescribe this, or what? How does that work?
So I think the way that they would do it is like if someone's already dying.
Okay.
Right, or maybe they would
But
kill a
still.
person. I'm not sure the method on like how they would rank this.
Is it like consider murder, or this is just
No, I think it's like considered like just
medicine, yeah.
being keto.
okay? So they don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially not if you're a Bathory. No, you never get in trouble. And so she was dealing with all of that. She was dealing with like rubbing blood on her lips and drinking blood every day. And mental illness was running rampant in the family, which again has a lot to do with inbreeding. So they were also seeing, not only were they born with it, but they were seeing and witnessing a ton of violence and brutality growing up. Because this is not, today where we're like, oh no, don't show our kids these things because it's going to influence them. Video games are bad for the kids. Back in the day, they were like, the kid is going to be king one day. Behead everyone. Like, it was, they were fucking balls to the walls back in the day.
Just like Game of Thrones.
Just like Game of Thrones. The one takeaway from the olden days, such as the Game of Thrones days, other than the brutality and the craziness that we're talking about, is that sometimes romantic gestures were insane back in the day. It was grand, it was meaningful, everything had such a flair to it, everything was customized and special to the person that you're giving it to. And that is why, for Valentine's Day, I'm urging you to check out Lovebook Online. This is the best Valentine's Day gift. I know maybe you're away from your significant other or from your family, or maybe you're like, hey, it's why you love their hairstyles, they're amazing, is that you have the option to personalize day, anniversaries, births. So there was a fight for the throne. There was fight lovebookonline.com/rotten to receive a special 20% discount only for you guys. Again, that's lovebookonline.com/rotten. So there was a fight for the throne, there was fight for castles, the lands, for rule, just the casual stuff. And so rumor said that when Elizabeth was very, very young, they had witnessed a peasant being punished. And this was a very strange punishment. So the way that the court decided to punish this peasant was that they would get a dying horse, they would cut open the stomach of the dying horse, put the peasant inside the horse, and then sew the horse back up while the peasant was still alive. Which is a very complex, strange, just feels like a lot of labor type situation to kill a peasant. But
that's way too
I
much
think
work.
that the main reason that they did this was not because they were so bored out of their minds, which I'm sure plays a part in this, was because when the horse dies, typically within the first 24 hours, maggots will start forming inside of the horse. And typically the peasant will still be alive because it seemed like they had let like little spaces of that peasant to get air. I keep calling it a peasant because that's what they called them back in the day. They had let out little spaces in the sewage to let the peasant get air. So without food and water, the peasant will probably die within 3 to 4 days. But if the maggots start coming within 24 hours, he's stuck in this enclosed horse that's dead with maggots probably eating him alive.
Oh hell no!
Exactly. Oh hell no! So back in the day, they were really Game of Thrones. Like, they were crazy. And so
I mean, the maggots can't really eat the peasant alive.
Fucking 5 years old.
They can only eat dead flesh.
While they're sewing this peasant inside, and the peasant is begging for mercy, she was just giggling on the side like a horror movie. Just like, like, could you imagine? And they were just like, she's ready to be queen. Like, what? Cersei Lannister, get out of here. She also witnessed multiple executions. One of them was incredibly bad. So there was a rebel leader of a group of peasants who were rising up against the nobility because they're like, why do you guys get to just like do whatever you want just because you're born into this family? Like, this isn't fair. We need equality, okay? And so these peasants are rising up. They captured the rebel leader of this group of peasants. They also captured some of his followers, and they decided to kill him but put on a show so that if any other peasants are out there, they get word of this, they will never act up against the nobility. Because, I mean, think about it. Do you want to be burnt alive? Do you want to be roasted like a freaking Peking duck alive? So what they did was they made the guy completely stripped naked. They tied him to an iron throne. Oh yeah, an iron throne. They put hot coals shoved underneath the throne to heat up the throne, and they placed a red hot metal crown onto his head because he wanted to be king so bad. So it's supposed to be symbolic. And so he's literally roasting to death. Like, he wasn't immediately dead. He's not completely in fire, but he's roasting like a fucking rotisserie chicken to death, while all of his followers are being tied up and stabbed as they're forced to watch their leader being roasted to death. Now, what makes it even worse is that while their leader is being roasted to death, these court, I don't know what you call them, like the little soldiers that work for the court, they would go up to the rebel leader and they would just slice off pieces of his flesh like it was beef jerky because he's getting roasted, and they would force it down the throats of his followers. They would force cannibalism down the throats of their followers to eat their leader.
God damn.
And Elizabeth was just like, what? So throughout all of this, the only good redeeming quality about Elizabeth is that she had an amazing education, which was rare at the time, even at her status. So her family's only modern way of thinking is that a girl should be as educated as boys. So they spent a lot of money on her. She was fluent in Hungarian, Greek, German, Latin, and Slavic. So she was very, 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 very educated. She was incredibly smart, maybe too smart for her own good. And most people at the time, especially women, were illiterate. So she was considered to be like this crazy, powerful person. Like, there were so many men in power that were terrified of Elizabeth because you just don't see women that are that educated, that rich, and that powerful. It just isn't a thing that happens back in the day, right? She was really into the sciences, so she was really into like biology, astronomy, all of these things, but she was also very fascinated by black magic and witchcraft, which becomes very important. So at 10 years old, as one does, she gets engaged to
10 years old?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
10 years old, to a 16-year-old dude by the name of Count.
No, it's still disgusting.
I call him Count Nasty, but he's Count Nadesty. Okay, but he's nasty. Okay, so Count Nadesty, he's 16 years old, and obviously this is an engagement of political bonds and alliances. This is not love. Like, they haven't even met each other by the time that they get engaged. He would later become the chief commander of the Hungarian troops in the war against the Ottomans. So the dude was powerful too. So before the actual marriage, though, some shit goes down. Elizabeth is 13 years old. It's about a year away from her actual wedding, and she gets pregnant. She barely hangs out with Count Nadesty. They haven't done it yet. So she lost her virginity, which is absolutely insane for back in the day. And so her family is like, who did you get pregnant with? Like, what happened? And she says, oh, like, I was fucking this peasant boy, okay? And her family was so pissed. So it was a peasant boy who worked for the royal family, and this child could ruin the entire family. If people found out that she had a kid with a peasant boy, it's all over. If this kid found out that you are the son or the daughter of a Bathroy and a peasant, like, it's over. Like, this, what in the bastard is this? You know, back in the day, they cared about stuff like that. This is like Jon Snow, okay? And so they were pissed. So what do? They move her to a secret location, and they have her give birth so that she could have this child in secret. And the family gave the baby away to a local woman that was really trusted by the family. Plus, they also, like, threatened her and her entire family and all of her loved ones. And they paid her some money to take care of this kid. And Elizabeth, like, never met the kid again. And that was it. They were just like, get rid of this baby. You know, obviously we can't kill the baby, just get rid of it. And so nobody knew about it. But Count Nadesti, he knew about it. And he was mad. Not at Elizabeth, but at this peasant boy. So he decided to track down the peasant boy to punish him. And he did this by castrating him and then letting a pack of wild dogs shred him to pieces. At 16 years old. He was like, let me see this shit. Now, Elizabeth, when she hears about this, you're thinking K-drama. You're thinking she's going to be like, no.
Oh, no, she's going to be turned on.
Could you? But she was like, he did what? Tell me about the castration. Like, she was so fascinated by it. She was really into, like, whoa, that's crazy. Was it bloody? Was it disgusting? What did the dogs do? Who ate the peen?
What did the dog
You know,
do?
like, she wanted to know all of these details in, like, a sick and twisted way. So, obviously, something's wrong with Elizabeth. Like, she was like, wow, Sadie's dominant. Like, she just was so into it. So then they get married. They have this huge wedding. And there was a really just strange ritual that was also involved. Like, again, these are things I would love to do a whole separate podcast on. So, Nadesti, he had to show his loyalty to Elizabeth. So what they did is they had all of these girls just parade around dressing in Elizabeth's clothes, and he would sit in the middle of the room on like a stool, and all of these girls would come sit on his lap, and they had a veil covering their face, and they would be like, I'm Elizabeth. Don't you love my little booty on your lap? Like, I'm Elizabeth. And then he would have to choose which one is the real Elizabeth. And that, if he didn't do it, I don't know if the marriage wouldn't go on, but for some reason he was able to choose his actual bride. So he passed the test. What a loyal ass bitch, you know? That is the ultimate loyalty, okay? So 4,500 guests attended this royal wedding. This was insane.
God
now,
damn.
yeah, what makes it even interesting is that Elizabeth had a higher social standing than her new husband. So both of them took the last name Bathroy. So she didn't become a Nadesti, he became a Bathroy. And their wedding gifts were insane. You know, he gifted her his family castle.
Of course.
Just like, here you go, wife.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, the castle was filled with servants as well. And this is where they would live. And this is where Elizabeth would live for the rest of her life. And the couple was known for being particularly evil with the staff. Like, super evil. So most courts, is what they call it, like most royal families, were evil with their staff. Like, they're just not nice people. They're not going to be like, oh, like, you want hours off today? Like, let me go call HR. Like, they were just evil people, you know?
Yeah.
But these, they were especially evil. People hated them. So 4 years into their marriage, there was a war. A war happened, okay? So Count Nadesti is like, I gotta go to war, babe. And it was called the Long War against the Ottomans. And it was long. He was the chief commander, and it was the 13-year long war. So he was barely home at this point. And he was sick and nasty at war. So he was known for being this crazy war commander. He would capture people in war. He would dance with their dead bodies. So, like, if he killed someone in the battle, he would literally dance with their dead bodies and then plop them onto the ground. Then he would sever their heads, and he'd be like, hey, Kevin, you want to play catch with this ball? And it would be a severed head. He would play football. He would play kickball with severed heads. So, like, he did not rule with grace and, you know, compassion. He ruled with just fucking fear and nastiness. He was away a lot. So Elizabeth was running the castle and all of the land surrounding the castle, which you're like, oh my god, like a garden. No, it was like 17 towns. It was like 17 fucking villages that she was literally ruling. She was like, I am the ruler, bitch. She was in full power, and she went full on CEO mode. She was like, expansion, expansion, expansion. Like, I need more servant girls. I need more servant girls. I need to have all these girls working for me so I can save my time. Like, she was full on all of that, right? So all of these people that were already working in the castle, they were sent out into the local villages, approaching all of these peasant families saying, hey, do you have any peasant girls that you would like to send to the castle? And all of these families were so so excited to send off these girls with them because they're all from poor families. Elizabeth promised that she would give these peasant girls a quote-unquote finishing school, which essentially is a school for girls to learn how to be ladies. Like, most of the time, peasant girls back in the day, they'd be lucky to go to a finishing school, and they would never even dream of going to, like, an actual school. So, like, they just need to learn how to be ladies. They would make some money back, they could bring it back to the family, but most importantly, they would meet people in their time in the castle, and hopefully one of these people will marry them, and that would be the ultimate, goal. So they were like, yes, take my daughter. Now, Elizabeth's right-hand woman, she had a right-hand woman. Her name is Anna Darvolia, and she is this old Croatian woman, and she was known to be a witch. Yeah.
Okay.
So she was kind of like a council member, a mentor, like a advisor through black magic for Elizabeth, and they were really into it. It's suspected that they were actually secret lovers at one point, so it gets really complex. Elizabeth also had 3 other people that would go out into the village with Anna, recruiting these young girls to come work in the castle. But during all of this, Anna was like her main right-hand woman, right? So Anna's favorite way of torturing people. So torture was firmly associated with black magic in Anna's world. She said, if I torture people, I can make spells happen. So if I need to make a spell to become rich, I need to torture someone so that I can use their blood and use this experience and the energy that this torture creates to cast my black magic spell. Because I'm using black magic. It's not fucking cute little flower magic where I go pick peonies in the fields. I need black magic. I need blood. And so her favorite torture that she felt was the most effective in black magic was beating someone repeatedly until they just spontaneously died. And when I say spontaneously, it was usually after sustaining close to 500 separate injuries, such as stab wounds, burn wounds, punch wounds, beat wounds, all of that.
Do people know about this?
They do later. So everyone in the castle knows about it, because it's not like they're doing it in secret. Yeah.
Okay.
So she advised Elizabeth to only take on peasant girls that haven't tasted the pleasures
Thank you for the
of
follow.
love,
It's appreciated.
virgins. So she was like, okay. Now, one day, Elizabeth writes to her husband about Anna and is talking about how amazing she is. And she's just talking about how important it is to smear blood on your enemies. Like, if you smear
grinding and true crime.
Chicken, they said
Welcome.
if you get their blood smeared on your enemies will die. They'll just combust. They just won't be able to do it. And so there was a lot of emphasis on blood. So Elizabeth, what she would do to get blood from these peasant girls is she would bite them. She would bite flesh off of their arms and their face. Like, incredible bites. Like, so strong. I don't even know how strong her jaw muscles are. I don't even know. Like, it's insane. Yeah, she was like the fucking Crimson Chin, okay? So there was this one girl, a peasant girl, who had her entire breast bitten off by Elizabeth, and then Elizabeth forced her to cook it and eat her own boob. She loves sticking, you're gonna die, pins and needles underneath fingernails as a form of torture. Yeah, and she would just giggle while she did this. She branded her victims with red hot irons, coins, and keys. She would light them on fire and then just like place it onto their skin, especially on the genitalia. She loved genital mutilation, like just a full-on regular serial killer. She loved that shit. She would make assistants cut, beat, whip these women. She wouldn't stop until there was enough blood to scoop up from the floor with your hands. Like, you could get like a bucket and a mop and you could scoop up the blood. Like, it wasn't like droplets. It was just a pond of blood. Now, she would use it. Some people speculate it was for baths. A lot of people speculate that she would place it into little bottles and use it for like skincare, use it for drinking, use it for all of these other things. It seemed like it was like part of her routine. Yeah. It was so bad that she would, a lot of the times during her torture sessions, would have to go change dresses halfway through the torture. Now, you're probably thinking, that's not that big of a deal. Like, her dress has blood on it. She just goes into her closet and she changes. This is the 1500s. Have you ever seen any movie from the 1500s? It takes like 25 fucking bitches and like 3 hours to put a countess into a dress. So she'd be like, hold on tight, little girl that I'm torturing. Make sure she doesn't die. And she would go upstairs, get herself washed with another 10 servant girls who just witnessed the whole thing. They're like wiping the blood off of her, putting her in a new corset and a new dress and shit. What? And then she would just like come back down 3 hours later, like, okay, back to torture. She would deprive them of water, and she said, oh, if you're that dehydrated, urinate, catch it with your and drink it. And she would watch all of this go down. Like,
Yeah.
I feel
it's
like
just
in some
depression.
ways it's phrased as if like this is the olden days, but she's just full on a creepy serial killer. Like this is like the same shit that we talk about all the time, which is regular ass serial killers. And then she would shove hot irons into vaginas of virgins.
So this is what happens when a serial killer has power and money and can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
So they, instead of go out there and hide and hunt, they're just like, come here, let me experiment.
Exactly. So like serial killers these days, their favorite is to go usually use highways, interstate highways, and target sex workers.
Yeah.
And so, but imagine if these people had more power, people cared less. I mean, even though police care so little about sex workers. I don't agree with it, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
But imagine if these serial killers just had all the money in the world, could get away with it, you know? And they had a castle to do this in. To be like, hey, go bring me victims into my castle.
They
and
had a
all these victims were
castle.
like, I was invited to the castle?
Yeah.
Of course, you know?
Yeah.
What the heck? Do you guys remember that torture episode that I did with Kellyanne Bates? The case with Kellyanne Bates and Suzanne Capper? Well, Elizabeth Bathory was one of the beginners of winter torture. So she would take girls out in the dead of winter, completely naked, make them lie in the snow, pour cold water on them, watch them freeze to death, and just leave them out there in the snow because she thought it was hee hee ha ha and like the wolves will get them. And then Nadesti would come home for these short visits, right? And you're thinking, okay, like during these visits, they're gonna just like be in their room, making love, like doing all this shit. Like, oh my god, he's been gone for so long, right? No, he would be like, hey, do you want to know what I did in war? Bring me some servants and I'll show you exactly what I did. And so servants would come into the room and he would literally torture them as he did in war, and he would show Elizabeth and he's like, this is what I learned in war.
It's like, you know what happened today at work?
Yeah, let me show you. Yeah. And so Elizabeth would continue torturing with Nadesti, and during the springtime, he taught her to cover the servants in honey, completely naked, tie them up
Pretty
outside,
much.
and insects would swarm the body. And if the girls would pass out from all of the pain of that, because you're talking bees, you're talking all of these crazy animals come out, how do you wake up girls when they're falling unconscious because of pain? Well, this is what you do. You get oiled up pieces of paper, you light them on fire, and you place them in between the toes, the webbing of the toes of the girls, and they will 100% wake up if they're unconscious.
Of course they will!
Yeah. Yeah, because they wanted reactions from the torture. They were sadistic. A lot of these girls were left outside, eaten alive, and eventually seasonal was just too little time. Like, she was like, okay, so in the spring I need to stock up on honey, and then, you know, in the winter it's so cold. I have to watch these girls freeze to death, but I'm just so cold. And so Elizabeth was like, Count Nadesti, my wonderful husband, can you build me a torture chamber? And he was like, absolutely, anything for you, love. And so in the basement of the castle, he let her have any device, any piece of furniture, anything she wanted for her torture chamber. This was like HGTV on crack torture version, serial killer, interior designer, architectural digest. Crazy. Okay, so she would do crazy things in there. She would literally sew servant mouths shut. Like servant girls, she'd be like, did you just breathe on me? Let me sew your mouth shut. She would shove things into the fingernails of the girls. That was her favorite. She had this metal ball cage that was commissioned for her torture basement, and it would be suspended. So think of like a square cage, but circular. And it would be suspended into the air with pulleys, and people would take turns, like with these spikes on sticks, just sticking it into the balls, like as if it's a game.
Like those magicians.
Yeah, but like in real life. But you could also see the girl inside.
Oh
and usually the girls that would end up in that torture ball, their flesh would be torn to pieces, and that's how they would come to their death. Speaking of balls, sometimes maybe if you're a man shaving your balls, it might feel like you're in a torture chamber. And I'm here to tell you, it doesn't have to feel that way. Listen, roses are red, violets are blue. Get Manscaped as a gift for B-Day, and he'll say, I love you. Our friends at Manscaped, the global leaders in men's below-the-waist grooming, are here to tell you guys that your man needs to trim up so
Manscaped.
he can be ready for anything on
I
that
don't want
special
no
night. I'm telling
ad.
you. Think of what to get your man this year. It was led by their revolutionary third generation. The best way to get started, I highly recommend, is the Manscaped Perfect Package 3.0. It's full of the best products to keep his balls looking, but more importantly, smelling and feeling nice for both of you guys. The Perfect Package 3.0 is led by their revolutionary third generation
Yo, cat.
lawnmower
What you
3.0
doing?
trimmer. It has advanced skin safe
No,
technology. And
no.
it features cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, which is really important.
Wait,
It's
what was I
waterproof.
doing?
It helps
Fucking
prevent a
hell.
mess on the bathroom floor and in the sink. When he shaves his balls, it makes the tree stand taller. Can I say
Tito.
that?
No.
Also, on top of all of this, it's vegan, cruelty-free, dye-free, sulfate-free, paraben-free, so you know his manhood is in good hands. So right now, get 20% off plus free shipping with the code ROTTEN at manscaped.com.
No.
This is the perfect gift for both of you. Trust me, he will thank you. Your balls will thank you. That's 20% for those balls plus free shipping with the code ROTTEN at manscaped.com. So
Ouch.
Elizabeth had multiple children during all of this, which is crazy because can you just imagine a pregnant woman doing this? I just don't understand. She would give birth to multiple children. They were all presumed to be her husbands, but Elizabeth was known to have a lot of extramarital affairs. So she was allegedly having an affair with Anna, her right-hand advisor, and also a bunch of other men. So it got really confusing. Now, there was one instance where, you know how I said Elizabeth only really killed virgin girls? Well, there was this one older woman, probably the oldest and one of the only old women that Elizabeth would kill that happened to do with torture. So Elizabeth would kill a lot of people in court. As a ruler, she'd be like, oh my God, you betrayed my law. Kill her, right? So that was a little bit different. That was her just being like a fucking judge. That was her just being like a ruler.
So kill her in the name of justice.
In the name of justice in the court and, you know, her family. But she was
Fighting
also a
evil
killer
by
on the side.
moonlight.
She was a side hustler. So this was one of those situations. So there was an older servant. This was actually one of Elizabeth's favorite employees, like a very trustworthy older woman. You could always lean on her. She was good at her job. She would train servant girls. She was just the best of the best. Now, I guess all of the virgin peasants were like out doing shit. And so Elizabeth is getting upset. She's like, where are all my little virgin peasants? I don't understand. And so she had this employee walk into her room and she said, hey, old woman, can you act like a virgin for today?
What?
Now, the older woman, this is her boss, you know, so she's like, my countess, like, I don't know how I could possibly do that. I have kids and a husband and I haven't been a virgin in, oh God, so many years, you know? And this is when Elizabeth took that as straight up rejection and got so pissed that she dragged her by the hair out into the woods, made her get a small log, forced this old woman to put diapers onto the log and carry it around the castle with her. And she said, from now on, that is your kid. And it got so weird to the point where Elizabeth would wake up in the middle of the night, walk herself down to the servant chambers, and violently wake up this old woman from her sleep and say, you need to breastfeed your child, and shove this piece of wood into her face nonstop. Like, you need to suckle your child, you little whore. Like, she would just constantly do this.
And that was it, the torture?
She would constantly do this, and then eventually she physically started torturing her, and it was a slow and painful psychological plus physical tortured death.
But why did she do all the wood log thing?
I don't know. She's just a sadistic, crazy person. It seems like she just really, really loved when people were in pain and suffering. Now, that's when Nadesti dies. So they were married for about 25 years, and he left his children and wife in the care of someone he trusted, which was Elizabeth's cousin, the Count Palatine of Hungary. And her husband's death was interesting. So he had an unknown illness. He was suffering from a lot of pain, and at the end of his life, he was unable to even walk. So I don't know if something happened during war. Some people speculate that Anna had hexed him, like had put some black magic on him because she wanted to be the only person in Elizabeth's life, but I'm not entirely sure. But what I do know is that Elizabeth was obsessed with Nadesti. Like, she loved her husband. This was one of those situations where I think because Elizabeth was very depressed and anxious at a young age, Nadesti was like the one constant person that she could be like, oh, well, this is my husband. He can't leave me. Like, we're together forever. And so she was really, really sad about him leaving, and she didn't have anyone else to torture people with. She was like, oh my God, I thought he was going to retire from the war, and we would just go on and torture everyone for the rest of our lives in happy maritable bliss. So it was just a shit show. Soon afterwards, her older brother dies. So she's like, oh my God, everyone's dropping dead like flies. What the fork's going on? So she had to travel back from her current castle to her family's castle, you know? So she gets into the carriage. She's got like this little driver, like an Uber, and she's got all these servant girls in the carriage with her to like take care of her during this trip, you know, to emotionally support her, do anything that they need to do for her. And during this, she was so anxious about seeing her family again that she tortured all of the servant girls that were with her during this trip till they died. And so she would stop like miles along the way, on the way to the next castle, and she would say, driver, stop the carriage. And they would bury the servant girl. They would keep driving. Driver, stop the carriage. And they would bury another servant girl.
God
and
damn.
keep going.
Just this.
Yeah.
The psychological trauma. I mean, not even trauma. Like knowing that you're just gonna die just by being around this woman.
But you
like
have
you
to be
see it coming. You know
Yeah.
it's gonna happen.
But like, what can you do? She would literally kill you for just like breathing. Okay, so she would kill girls just because she wanted to kill girls. But sometimes she would even kill you just by accidentally being a tiny bit clumsy near her.
Oh, it's like the TikTok you say.
Yeah,
They'll
like if
slap
you
and kill you.
Is that not crazy? So she would do this multiple times because she would have multiple trips outside of her castle after this. So she went to the coronation of King Matthias, who was the new king of Transylvania and Hungary, or the new king of Hungary, right? So she went to go see him being crowned. And I guess like this gave her a lot of stress because she would torture people, like her servants, along the way. So a lot of psychologists believe that she had anxiety and stress of social events. So she would heavily torture people because she was a sadistic killer. So it would like ease the stress. So like in modern day comparison, it's like when you see serial killers have tumultuous lives and like something big happens in their personal life and they go on a killing rampage. So it's kind of like that connection, but like seems normal back in the day. They like made it sound so normal. They're just like, she's just like a socially anxious person. What? So this is when the blood as a youth serum evolves, okay? So one day she's sitting on her little chair and her servants are brushing her hair because she doesn't brush her own hair. And one of the servant girls brushes her hair too hard. She's not even thinking about torture at this point. She just gets pissed. She's like, how dare you brush my hair a little too hard? So she grabs her hand, slaps her across the face so hard that this servant girl, I think she had like a tooth fall out or something, but she's bleeding out of the mouth and it splurts onto Elizabeth's face. So all of the servant girls are like, oh, fork, we're all dead now, right? And Elizabeth calmly looks into the mirror and she's angrily about to wipe the blood off of her face while she's thinking about the next move. Like, do I bring her into the chamber? Do I fill her up in a bathtub? Like, what am I going to do now, right? And she sees, wait a minute, I just wiped the blood off of my face, but my skin appears to be smoother there. So she looks back up at that young servant girl and she decides young blood is what she needs to stop the aging process. So she just started smearing blood all over the place, like all over her. I can't even imagine what that castle smelled like because, like, you know how we talk about modern day crime and we're like, the smell of decomposition, you could smell it a mile away. They knew exactly what that smell was. I'm like, what did this castle smell like? Like, she just has blood everywhere. And they didn't even have, like, crazy cool vacuums back in the day. So, like, how could you even get that out of the wood?
Yeah.
It would be insane. And so, I mean, the torture would be prolonged. So one day Elizabeth is so sick. She doesn't die, unfortunately, but she's so sick that she couldn't even get out of bed. So she gets one of her little servants to grab another servant, forces her to hold her down next to the bed, and she just started munching on her, like literally taking bites out of her shoulder, her face, her neck, her arm, and just chewed on her breast, and she was bleeding everywhere. And she would just like smear her face onto that blood. Like she would motorboat the blood. Like it was insane. So she would bring girls in by like 10 girls at a time and make them lay down in her bedroom, and they would just torture, cut them, bite them until their blood was covering all of the floor, and then she would just like roll around in it because it's like a youth serum.
Oh my God.
Now, where does it all fall apart? Well, one day, a young servant girl dies in the middle of the night, and her body was placed into a casket, right? So the local pastor was called to come and get the casket. Now, you're probably wondering, what about the other, like, allegedly 650 victims that she has killed? So this castle was filled with dead bodies. Like, they had dead bodies shoved into the chimneys of the castle. They had dead bodies buried in the backyard. They had dead bodies buried around the land of the castle. They had literally a room in the basement where there was just, like, dead bodies in there. Because Elizabeth was like, I'm killing them faster than I can get rid of them. And I can't even get people to get rid of them because I'm killing killing all my servants. So it was just like kind of a shit show. She was like, I mean, I'm killing my servants, but then I need servants to get rid of the servants that I just killed. But then I'm like so busy trying to kill them that it's like getting so complex, you know? And so she's like, I need to think of a better way to dispose of these bodies. So she calls the local pastor and is like, hey, you need to come get this servant girl. She's dead now, right? So the pastor comes. This is very normal to be called into the castle to get dead bodies. So he's expecting the normal setup, which is the servant girl would still be in her servant bed. And he would pray for her, he would bless her, then he would place her into the casket, because what kind of royal is like, oh yeah, let me do it myself, you know? Nobody. They're just like, take her away. And so he comes, but she's already in the casket, and the casket's been nailed shut. So he's like, okay, that's a little weird. And so he asks her, hey, is there any reason that she's already sealed in the casket? Because I can't really like pray for her right now. And she's like, oh yeah, she has the disease. It's cholera. It was a disease back in the day that was highly contagious. The vid in the 1650s, okay? And so she's like, yeah, well, she had that. So I didn't want it to spread. So I had some servants put her in the coffin. He's like, okay. So a few days later, he gets called back again. And it was said that it was another servant girl with the disease. And so, but this time, the casket was huge. I mean, it was huge enough to fit like 3 full-grown men. So he's like, I mean, is there any reason that you guys just have like only huge caskets in this castle? Like, what's going on? And he starts walking around the castle, and he could hear these little whispers. Everyone's like, did you know that there's like 3 girls inside that casket over there? There's like 3 girls in there. And he's like, huh. So he goes up to Elizabeth and he's like, hey, Countess, I don't mean to bother you, but how many girls are in that casket? It's just for prayer purposes. And she says, 2. 2? Why are they in the same casket? Well, one of the girls died and another one was close to death. So we waited it out and put them in the single casket because we're all about sustainability. So he was like, oh, so it's for financial reasons you didn't want to use another casket. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. I mean, you know, obviously beggars can't be choosers. I'll just take the casket. And so he takes the casket, but he was suspicious. Now, at this point, when he gets back into the local village, he's telling everyone, like, guys, I think something weird's happening in there. Something very, very strange is happening in there. And that's when all of the peasant families were like, I've been fucking telling you guys. I've been telling you my daughter has not come back, and I'm pretty sure she's dead. And no one wants to listen to me because I'm a peasant. But this pastor suddenly is like, some shit's going down, and now everyone's like, oh my god. So even the nobles, like the low-ranking nobles who were living in the nearby towns, they were hearing these whispers about.
So everybody thought nobody has died.
Yeah, because they were like, who really trusts these peasants? You know, we're not gonna go and bring these allegations forth against a countess because of peasant family. Ugh. You know, back in the day was really weird. And so eventually she ran out of peasant virgins to go through. So these peasant families were no longer giving their virgins up to Elizabeth because they're like, no, like we'd rather just make money on our own because you're going to kill our kid. So she starts seeking noble blood. She's like, well, if I can't get peasants, what's the next level up, which is noble blood. So think like middle class people, I guess. And so she's like, let me go get them middle class. And so she would send out her little assistants to all these noble families, the lowest ranking noble families, and say, hey, so you know Countess Elizabeth? Well, she just opened up an exclusive finishing school, and it's absolutely prestigious. It's going to be the best one in Hungary, and you are going to learn how to be a woman. You're going to learn how to make connections with powerful men, and hopefully you too will marry a count one day. And so all of these noble girls were like, oh my god, I need to go to this finishing school. Mom, did you hear? They're gonna have counts come. I'm gonna meet a lord one day. I'm gonna get married to a king. Oh my god. And so all these noble families were like, wait a minute, but we've been hearing some weird ass rumors. So before we send our daughter, we're gonna go ask the king of Hungary, King Matthias. And so they approach King Matthias and they say, hey, is everything okay in that castle? Because we've been hearing some really crazy shit, okay? And so King Matthias immediately decides to send people to investigate. Now, does he do this because he's an amazing king? Because he just loves noble families, he loves people, he loves peasants? No, it's because King Matthias was looking to take down Elizabeth. Elizabeth had lended his court, the crown, a lot of money. So King Matthias was power rich, but like cash poor. And, you know, Elizabeth Bathory, she comes from a line of just fucking cash loaded bitches, okay? Yeah, that's exactly what they were called, historically speaking. Cash loan advances. And so she was like, yeah, I'll loan you some money. So she would loan them money. He owed her a ton. He was indebted to her. Not only that, remember when I said a lot of men, especially back in the day, are highly offended and scared of powerful women. It just wasn't common in the 1500s. And she had more power than most men in power. So he was like, I'm going to take down that hoe because I just don't know. I just don't know what a woman in power is like. I can't have it. Not in my land that I rule. And so he was like, yeah, go investigate. So they send Elizabeth's cousin, the one that was actually like, supposed to take care of her and the kids. And so he goes to the castle, and Elizabeth is smart. Like I said, she knew some shit was going on. The minute that he came, she was like, oh my God, King Matthias is probably investigating me, right? So immediately she starts talking to him of some weird stuff. Like they will sit down for some little high tea, and she's like, let me tell you something crazy, cousin. And he's like, yeah, what? And she's like, well, you know how I started a finishing school for noble girls? Well, one of the noble girls was just so jealous of the other noble girl that she went into a jealous rage and murdered all of the girls. It's just such an inconvenience. Like, what is that story, And, he didn't believe her. So he's like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. So she knew. She's pretty good at this. She's like, okay, obviously he doesn't believe my dumbass lie. So she starts making arrangements. She writes a will. She bequeaths everything to her 3 children. The only thing she wanted to keep was her wedding dress, which she would be buried in. So she does all of this. And suddenly, as the cousin is investigating, all of these witnesses start coming forward to testify. And they're like, oh my God, I've seen some of the torture inside these walls. Some of them are like, oh yeah, she even made me torture some people. Like some people are like, I full on partook in this. I was, an accomplice in this. It just was intense. And they always said the cause of death for most servant girls that died in here was torture. It wasn't a disease. It wasn't anything. It was always torture. She loves torturing people. And that's when he starts seeing bodies just coming up left and right. Fucking in the chimneys, buried outside, in the local graveyards, around the castle, inside the castle. He opened up a door. He literally wrote a letter to his wife and was like, it felt like I walked into the castle and tripped over dead bodies. Like I just everywhere. Like what? And what made it even worse is that some of the nobles, like some of the noble girls, they weren't even trying to go to the finishing school. Some of them were straight up abducted. He learned that these women would go to these nobles' houses and be like, we'd love to talk to your daughter outside, and then would just fucking kidnap her and then bring her to the castle, and they would just kill her. They would just
Thank you for the
torture her.
follow. It's
So
appreciated.
so obviously he turns her into King Matthias. Now at this point, Anna, the rumored Elizabeth's secret lover / witch / right-hand advisor, she died right before the trial of natural causes. So she couldn't testify in trial, couldn't do anything. So all of the other accomplices, the ones that had told the cousin, like, hey, I saw it, I took part in it because she forced me to, they were all tried and they were convicted for the murder of at least 80 girls, speculated to be 650 girls, and all of them were executed.
I'm good in you.
Now, is that the end of the story? No, it's not, because Elizabeth was never tried. Elizabeth's alive.
What?
So during all of this, they also found Elizabeth's diary, and it was turned in by a servant girl who was cleaning and found her diary, turned it into the cousin, and it was a diary of a list of all of the names belonging to all of the victims. There were upwards of 655 names in that diary. What made it even worse is that she would write shit next to the diary about how they died, and one of the girls, she wrote, written next to her, she was too small, couldn't handle the torture, really annoyed that she couldn't live longer. Like something along the lines of like, I'm so frustrated that she died so quickly because she couldn't handle the pain.
Right.
The reason that Elizabeth was never tried was because she is a noble family member. Now, it was against the law to try anyone that was a noble. So like imagine if we're like, it's against the law to try rich people. Like what?
Yeah, because rich people set the laws.
Yeah, and they said we can't make an exception. So all of the nobles, they could obviously come together and say, oh no, we will make an exception. But all of them said, fuck no, don't you dare try her, because then obviously if we make one exception, it's going to be another exception. And do you know how many people I've got in my castle that are dead? No, not today. Not today. I'm not going to court for nothing. So all of them were like, nope, we can't have that. We can't have any of these peasants thinking that nobles are bad or beneath the law law, that we have to follow the law just like them. No, we're different. We're not like you and me, right? So they were just really, really mad. Now, on top of that, Elizabeth had lent King Matthias a lot of money, like I said. And so he decides to come up with this genius plan that really benefits him, which is that she wouldn't stand trial and he would cancel her debts so he doesn't owe her any money.
Of course.
What?
In return, she doesn't have to stand trial for this. She won't be tried as a noble.
I
but
will.
She has a very specific punishment that is literally house arrest. So there are a couple different sources.
It's fine.
So some people say that she was literally just locked in.
It is what it is.
They boarded up the windows. They boarded up the door. There was only like this small little slot that food would be administered to her every day. And then other sources say that she was literally allowed throughout the entire castle. So she was just on like house arrest. Like she couldn't go visit other castles, but like that was it.
So she's back in her torture chamber.
Yeah, like just she never really left her castle to begin with because she has social anxiety.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like he was like house arrest. Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it made no sense. And she died quietly. Yep. She just died. She was like 50 something. Now, a lot of people afterwards even were concerned because you know how she kept using blood for youth? She lived a lot longer than a lot of people at the time. She's like 50 something or something like that.
Oh, so people were saying...
People were like, a lot of nobles were raising their eyebrows like, fascinating. Very weird. Now, to be fair, if you guys have watched the 5th season of American Horror Story, it's loosely based off of Elizabeth. So they have a character by the name of Countess Elizabeth Johnson, who is played by Lady Gaga, and she would slit the throats of victims in order to drink their blood and remain eternally youthful. So, I mean, I feel like Elizabeth Bathory is the sole purpose and the reason that to this day, there is like such a weird connection between blood and youth.
Isn't it very dangerous to consume
blood?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Disease and
There's
illness.
so much disease and illness in blood, yeah.
Holy moly, it's a miracle that she lived till
50
something.
Yeah.
Especially in those years.
Like bathing in it more, maybe.
Oh.
Like she was like really just like smothering it on her face like a toner. It's like, ooh, serum. Yeah.
Jesus. I wonder how many more, these people who are just killing, torturing people. Because it was Elizabeth and his freaking husband, her husband are doing this.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
every castle is filled of
dead people. I think so too. That's why I think a lot of castles are probably haunted. Also, a lot of people speculate, like, they were convicted for 80. How do we know it's 650? But back in the day especially, there was no incentive to try to get notoriety for murder. Like, that's not what Elizabeth was trying to be known for. She wasn't doing this for attention. So I highly doubt that this number was just created out of her ass because she wanted people to, like, be like, oh my gosh, and remember her forever. Because likely, because of her social standing and being a Bathory, she would be in history books. She would be remembered forever regardless of whatever she did.
Yeah.
So I just can't imagine, because some people are skeptical about that number because it seems insane in today's standards.
Yeah.
But I think back in the day, really, it's not too crazy, which is so
It's
sad.
not.
Casual and nonchalant.
Yeah.
She had too much
But also,
power.
people really had no voice. There was no TikTok that you could go on and be like, oh my God,
Yeah.
my kid's been kidnapped. I mean, let me know. What are your thoughts on this case? And do you guys like these older cases? Because I find them so fascinating. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be as relatable as crimes that happened, yesterday or this year, but it's just insane. I feel like it's more insane back in the day because they can get away with it for so longer. Like, no CCTV, no fucking social media, no DNA. So let me know in the no comments. Let me know, and I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Bye.
Ramble. Introducing TD Insurance for Business.
A fascinating case. Melee done. I should be fine with what I have. I think I did most of it. I didn't? Okay, yeah, I can listen to that.
Coverage options for your
Doesn't look too gory.
Insurance, we understand that your business is unique.
I don't want more torture.
Should be too. Contact a licensed TD insurance advisor to learn more.
But I have that. Don't I?
Bada bing, bada boom. Welcome. I know what you're thinking. What are you doing here? Today is not our scheduled date. Today's not our scheduled appointment. That's for hump days. True Crime Wednesdays, bitch. What are you doing? Well,
yes,
guess what?
go ahead.
This is the most official announcement that I will ever make on this podcast. We are doing Rotten Mango mini-sodes officially.
Farm out Lish.
Not only do you get one full-length episode, you get another mini-sode. I'm really trying to make something.
Wait, what is a Lish weapon? Kuva and sister weapon. Okay. Why those specifically? Because I already have like my main weapons at the moment. I don't know if they're the best in the game, but I already kind of have like, oh, nice, you can just buy this one. That's cool. But yeah, I already have like a few weapons that I maxed out and put forma on and shit. Sure. Wait, give me a sec. This I don't know it by heart. Yeah, of course I know it by heart. It's just I thought. There. Sorry.
Happen here. Ta-da!
Tell me.
But nothing's happening here.
Nothing is happening.
Dead.
Dead silence. So I feel like 3 people have requested mini-sodes, and I'm a believer of giving the people what they want. So welcome to the new mini-sodes, okay? It's gonna be a series. Let's get into it. We're starting off with a banger. We don't even have mini criminals. Like, we don't have small crimes. We have massive crimes. So January 13th of 2021, some shit went down, and I was following this prior to January 13th, and it kept getting crazier and crazier, and just more stuff started happening, more stuff started coming to light, more people started talking about it, and even to this day, people are still talking about it, even though it's been like a week. You know, a news cycle is fast. A week ago, shit was going down. When were the murder hornets? Like, I don't remember. All of this stuff is all merging into one. News is weird these days, but January 13th, some crazy shit went down. Okay, so a woman by the name of Lisa Montgomery, she was federally executed. She was the first woman to be federally executed since 1953, which means the federal government said, you're gonna die, and they executed her. Now, this doesn't really, maybe to you it doesn't sound like such a crazy thing, but it's a crazy thing. It becomes so crazy, not just in terms of politics, not just in terms of ethics and morals, but just a whole bunch of nonsense. This is probably one of the most start to finish craziest cases, because I feel like, you know, after a lot of criminals, they go to jail, you just kind of forget about them. You're like, oh, they were sentenced to X amount of years, and then you forget about them, and then you move on with your life, and then you don't really dwell on it. Do you ever really like keep up with these criminals while they're in jail? Probably not. But for start to finish, Lisa Montgomery's journey in this entire thing has just been batshit crazy and wild, and it poses a lot of questions. So we're just gonna get into it. If you guys kind of vaguely remember the name Lisa Montgomery in terms of true crime, she is the very infamous woman who had cut a hole into a pregnant woman's belly and took her fetus out and tried to raise it as her own. So she murdered the mother, ripped out the baby by cutting open the stomach while the mom was alive, ran away with the baby, and tried to tell people that that was her baby.
Wait, did we talk about this?
We briefly talked about this, but I never really went into like full on depth about it. So this is going to be like a deep dive into Lisa Montgomery. So let's start with her childhood, because this is a part of the whole story that is very not so much widely talked about, which is very interesting because when you have a lot of other criminals, you always start with the childhood. You always start about what the fork happened. What did something go wrong? Serial killers.
Clearly something went wrong.
Lisa also had a very traumatic life. So when she was a baby, her father left her when she was a toddler, and the family would move around every year. So like her and her mom, they would
attack you some weapon that really good. Can be your main one depending on where frame. And plus this weapon got up to 40 instead of 30. Imagine the power if the right mouse. Ooh. Yeah, I always wonder because sometimes I do see people with weapons that are like level 40 and I'm like, bitch, how? Like, is there something that I'm missing that would like help me get a weapon level 40? Like, is there like a, I don't know, some special shit that you can only get in some special mission? But so what you're saying is only certain specific weapon can go to this. Interesting. Oh, I'm done. Okay, so this is done. Last but not least, I already did that. Sure. Let me just finish this because like I finally have enough money to buy all the blueprints that I can. Even though the crazy part is I can't get past mastery level 17. I tried so many times. It doesn't work. I suck ass. Whoa. Sorry, my cat is going a little bit cray cray right now. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna see if my cat still has water or something because he's driving me crazy. Tito, what do you want, bro? Come here. Come here. Ali. Okay. Whew. I'm back without my cat. It's your don't tell me you couldn't crack it out. Listen, I couldn't hack it. Okay, and not like I couldn't hack it, and it pains me to this day. I need to find like a strategy, a way. I tried with multiple frame too. Like I'm just not. I don't know. It's just a very annoying. It's a very annoying ass test. Like, it reminded me of that one test that also it took me forever to do. I don't remember what I think it's the one. I don't remember which level it was, but it's the one where like there's 3 stage and you basically have to kill all the the people without being seen. And they walk around and you have to like walk around to make sure that they don't see you. Oh my god, that one was so hard. Anyway. Yeah, I will show you. Don't worry. I'll show you after I'm done buying all those weapons. And you can see for yourself. But all I can say is it's annoying as fuck. Did I do that one? Yeah. Oh, this one is pretty. Oh, I can't buy. Wait, is that the gamma core? Anyway, I think I did that one. I'm pretty sure I did that one. Oh, that's the killer one. All right, so that one is in Duiri. I'm going to buy that one. I think I did that one. Oh, 15. Ooh. Oh, this one looks nasty. I like that. Damn. Penta, I did it. I'm pretty sure I did. There's no way I didn't do that one yet. Varus, I did. I did that one. Yeah. Oh, I did that one. Ah. I did one. Oh, this one you can just buy it like that. You remember which one? The one that I told you about, where like you have to, there's 3 phase and you have to hide and kill without being seen, and it's a pain in the ass. I'm good. It's not for Mr. 17. 17 is just no. 17 is There's you have to kill 30 monster, but you have like only 10, less than 10 second. And there's a ball. You have to melee the ball to add like between fucking 5 to 10 seconds to the counter. Yeah, pain. But because I don't know if it's my ADHD or whatnot. It's just very annoying. So annoying. I can't do it. I want to be able to do it. But I swear to fucking God, it's just not working for me. This game won't let me be great. Where is it there? Nico. I think I have everything. That's not this one. I guess I don't have everything yet. Almost. I think I just bought that one. I own the blueprint, Grinlog. I think I checked all the others. After that, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Whew. You got Xoris? Yeah, I have Xoris. Why? Do you say that I need Xoris? So I'm just gonna show you like right now. Those are my main weapons. So the Foeman, the Atomos, and the Broken War, and all of them have been like heavily upgraded. Sorry. Zorgis with Wisp Prime. Okay, that's an interesting combo. Why Zorgis with Wisp Prime? Thank you. I do have Wisp Prime. Where's she at? I didn't I mean Wisp is she's so slow though. Oh no, Xorus is wait, you're saying I need to melee? Oh yeah, the Xorus, there you go. Xorus. What's the unique trait? Oh, I don't have a melee arcane adaptator. I don't even have an arcane. Yeah, I don't even have an arcane for this motherfucker. Forgot about that. I don't have an arcane. Wait, what's the unique trait? I can't, like, they won't show me when I click on it. What's on it? Slash viral melee fear. Damn. Just put with prime speed mode and then hit it with Xorus. Let me get you a build. Let me help you with that. mean, sure. Want to. I don't have a. I mean, I've been getting a little bit more mods lately, but not that many. Nice. Okay, I did build all the one that I could in these. Oh, give me a sec. I'm building so many weapons. I literally like I sold a bunch of weapons and now my inventory is gonna go back to being fucking full. But I'm about to have my first prime weapon. So that makes me very happy. Okay. So I need argon crystal for this one. Alright. I guess I'll take care of these in due time. Well, technically I have enough. I'm gonna have enough to occupy me for a while. Alright. I'm coming. Well, you're flamboyant. I love the wings. The wings are so nice. I missed all the event with the wings, which breaks my heart because it's something that I want so badly. Every time I see a wing, I want it. It makes the frame look so pretty. Love it. Oh, what's that? Updating slash and lashing strike. Noise. Oh, I forgot I have to put something too. Wow. Oh my god, I have so many of that. Dang. Why do I have so many of that? Anyway. Whoa. Wait, -1 bounce? But the blast radius is bigger. Ooh. Punch through. Damn, that's nice. Oof, I just saw that I went from 2 mil to 200,000. I bought all the weapon that I could buy in the game and in my guild. Now I'm broke. Oh yeah, I forgot you sent me these things. The Kuva Zar. Looks like a nice weapon. I like the design. Kuva Brahma. Interesting. Kuva Sobek. Damn, you have all the Nuka collection, the Kuva collection. Oh, I think I just built that weapon. Huh. Interesting. To make Zoris powerful. Alright. Let me no wait. So Goodman and oh wait, oh I'm not in my dojo, I forgot. Yeah, back to the shit. I have to go back to my shit. Where are they? I already forgot the name of these things. Wait a minute. I don't remember the names of the things that you gave me. Oh wait, I think no, it's not. What's that? So, Power Troll. Yeah, that was one of them. This one too. Did you give me this one too? Oh yeah, it's because I had viral on my weapon. You got Umbra. I got Sacrificial Steel and Sacrificial Pressure. Oh. Damn, I'm surprised I didn't finish leveling up that one. Remove Power Troll. Okay. Oh, that melee damage. Oh yeah, because that's the best. Whirlwind is not needed. Oh wait, I also realized I don't have a whole lot of endo. Yeah. All my endos are gone because I've been doing a lot of railjack lately. So I've been like updating all of my railjack modes. Okay, so am I gonna need to put a format on this beach? Am I gonna need to put a freaking Orokin reactor on that thing? Send me the mode. Oh, wait. Let's see. I don't have that one, that one, that one, or that. You also have, you probably put a Orokin reactor on yours, and you have two format. Exactly. I haven't. I didn't know I had to. I mean, I never used Exoris, to be fairly honest. Play that on B. Over. Right. Oops. Right. Oh, it's the same shit. Oh, no, it's not. All the things are in red now. It's like the first one is stronger. Only the critical chance is better. So I should like, you have Nightwave credits. Yeah, but I need it. I can't. I was keeping them to buy the Newton extract because I need a whole lot of it. I need a whole lot, and then I need one Orokin reactor. So I was trying to keep it for the Orokin reactor because, yeah. Um, I have a Orokin catalyst. I know. That's for my pet. I need it for my pet. I was not expecting to ever use this weapon outside of like specific mission. I hope so. I hope so, because these things are rare. They're not easy to come by, and they're pricey. Okay. You won't regret using this weapon. I mean, I use the Atomos a lot. Uh, I like the Atomos and the Foreman too. I don't really farm stuff to exchange because I'm not going to lie to you. People send me a lot of stuff. So I haven't actually need to I did farm for a few things here and there, but I receive also a lot of gifts. Like every single prime that I have, they were gifted to me. I didn't have to grind for them. So people have been so generous. I haven't really I don't grind for like a lot of stuff. I'm not saying I don't like to grind, by the way. I'm just saying like people just love to give me stuff. It's the power of being a woman on the internet, I guess. So, um, so on your build, you had oh my god, Sony. Override. Oh yeah, it's the same. So I don't. It's weird because like it doesn't say because usually they tell you if you don't have some. I don't think I have that one, but it doesn't say that I don't have it. Amal amal amalgam organ shatter. Prime pressure point. Ooh, not pressure point. Prime pressure point. Power throw. Jagged edge. I didn't farm normal wisp because someone gifted wisp prime to me. Like yeah, no, I don't have normal wisp. I have wisp prime. I love wisp prime. I like her design so much. But yeah, I I did farm for Jade. Benchi was through my guild. I think Ember, I started with Ember, I think, or it was one of the first firm that I got when I started playing the game. Inahos, I farm Inahos because it's a quest. Jade too, I did the Jade quest, so I got Jade. Neza was through my guild. I don't remember how I got Mirage. Um, yeah. Yep. That's pretty much that. Everything else. And Mag. I did farm for Mag. I farmed for her. But everything else was a gift, including Citrin. I was farming super hard for her, but someday someone just sent her to me by mail. So I didn't have to keep farming for her. So I have a pretty extensive collection. I am, however, very interested. I bought all the blueprints to build Dagat, so I'm gonna farm for Dagat. I'm also gonna I'm gonna attempt to get Dante. I am also because there's a few. Oh yeah, Gear. Even though she's a pain in the ass to get, I really cannot wait to have her. but I'm gonna need to do Zariman a lot. I really don't like his design, but I really love his attack, so I am also trying to get him. So there's a few that I don't mind grinding for. But yeah. I mean, I don't feel the need to farm for wisp, honestly. The only reason why I would farm is to feed her to my helmet. And I can't feed more than 3 frame to my helmet at the moment. You're gonna get the mods of Amalgon. Oh, if I farm for Wisp. Okay, that's how. I see. What do I have on right now? What I have on Wisp is ability strength, stretch, flow, armor strength. I don't use her. I have like Ember, I use Cora, I use Protea. I would say those three are like the main one that I use. I don't use Wisp that much. Mods we get from Wisp Bus Fight will give us. Let's see. I see. But like, shouldn't I put a forma on it like you did? Oh my god, what the oh my god, you got a full energize. Woo! That's amazing. I was told that to get the energize is hard. I have 2 energize right now. That's how I was able to get ability strength. Whoa, stack up to 250%. Oh my god. Oh my god. That arcane is crazy. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't put I can't awaken that one, and I also don't have it. I don't have a lot of the shit that you have. Ciao. 309 strength is insane. Lots of energy. Okay. I mean, I fucking hope so. With a ability cost 150%, you do need a lot of energy. That's an insane build. Holy fuck. And yeah, there's a lot that I don't have. Wait, why do they say I don't have blind rage? I do have blind rage. Weird. Like, blind rage is literally here. I don't know why they acted like I didn't have it. I have it. And it's maxed out. Bit strange. This one. See, now I have more strain. I should probably put a forma on that thing though, because damn. game keeps telling me that you have a poor connection, by the way. Ash and weapon like Zoris combo. Let me show you something. Ash. Sure. I don't use Ash Prime. I have him, but I don't use him. I mostly use, like I said, Platia, Ember, and um Cora. Oh, and also Yerily. I freaking love her. And Citrian, actually. All the female frame, most of the female frame. The recent one. Oh. Yeah, okay, the 140. Wait, you're invisible. The fuck? What did you do? You're invisible. Why are they all dropping fucking dead, bro? Oh, that's impressive. Oh, I saw there. I mean, check the. I saw that they. Wait, how do I check their health? They're dead. I just hit 2 strike with the Xoris or with another weapon. Also, would you prefer to talk to me directly? Because with the delay on Twitch, it can be annoying. I have a Discord. I should probably put the Discord in my automatic messages. Let's see. A Discord. Sorry, I got this. There. My Discord. Smoke Shadow. Smoke Shadow augment. Oh, that's for Ash. Smoke screen augment. Conceal allies within 15 meters for 8 seconds and grants 150. Whoa. Damn. Oh. Okay, so now you're gonna two-shot a bunch of 140 Eximus? That's crazy. That's crazy. Ah! I am quite curious to know how the fuck you're doing it, obviously. It is very impressive. I'll give you that. It is quite impressive. You have a lot of faith in me, which is great. I don't look, I'm a sexist. I don't like male frame. Have you used your Orokin reactor? I mean, I put Orokin thingy on my Xorus. No. Why would I waste the Orokin reactor on Ash when I don't even use Ash? And also, Orokin reactor are not something that come easy. So I keep them for the frame that I love. Although, playing the way you play, Ash, obviously I wouldn't have any issue. Mastery level 17. Clearly. Actually, the main issue that I have with 17 is not killing part. It's the fact that I have to find the stupid ball to melee. Yeah, I love Korra. She's one of my main girl. What does that one do again? I forgot. All right. What about Korra? That's actually very impressive too. Korra's whip can be this fucking powerful? That's impressive. I am impressed. Yeah. So I heard. I mean, I mostly use Korra when I need to farm for like items. Mm, I see. Yeah, I'm not. I use Cora mostly for her cage and like the additional drop. I don't use her for like. I mean, that's what I usually do because Broken Wall is the one that it's the weapon that I always have since it's my primary melee weapon. Flip Cloudman hitting Trinity with Grant. Hitting Trinity will grant a 35% stacking damage. Ooh. Now I see. Okay. That mod is crazy. Yeah, I don't even use Korra for like power. I literally only use her when I want to like farm for stuff. Hey, Amber. That's my girl. That's my main bitch. She is my main character. That's the girl that I use when I want to like smash people up. And I also have that skin. It's one of my best, the best thing that I bought with platinum is that skin. And then they came out with a brand new skin and I want it so badly. I'm still working on her, but she makes me happy in survival many times. Yo, Ember is amazing. Like Ember is just perfection. I just spam 4. Whenever I'm with Ember, I spam 3 and 4, and that's GG. I don't need to use my weapon when I'm with Ember. Hey, look at that. I mean, obviously, if you want things to go faster, you finish them with the weapon, but depending on where you are, if the enemy are not too high level, you don't need to finish them with your weapon. They finish themselves. Yeah, I love Ember. She's a baddie. Now, you were saying that with Zoris and Wisp, I can easily do 17, but you haven't shown me how you would use that. Show me the build, but now you're just flexing. Like, cause like I said, Wisp is slow as fuck, and the 17, there's a timer. You kind of have to be fast. I check the speed mod. What about it? Speed mod. Top left. 74. See, I can't do that. I don't have what it takes. I don't have the mods. I don't have the thing. You know, like I'm not built like that. I don't know, she feels slow to me for some reason. Well, actually, she's not that slow. To be fair, I think the reason why I was in my in I had the feeling that she was slow is the last time I used it, I had some decrepit keys on me in a way. It's a whole thing, and it was like fucking up all of my stats. All right. Yeah. I like the 0 damage I'm doing. It's so cool. Like, here you are, 2 shutting them. Oops. And I am 10 shutting them. Hey. One day they're gonna die. Eventually. 10 months from now. I'm gonna make it happen. They're never gonna die. Yeah, that's what I do. I press the button. Woo! Yay! Hey, one of them died. We're going somewhere. Yeah, no, I see the spread of the damage. It's very, very impressive. I'll give you that. Yeah, I just gotta put the right mods. And also, the thing is, it's not just the mod. I don't have the right mods on Wisp. The weapon doesn't have the right mods, and um, I also don't have like the shit that you have in terms of Arcan. You have some crazy Arcan. I don't have that. Like, your build is insane. But yeah, I'm not there yet because it takes me 50,000 throw to finish these dudes. You have roar in your helmet. Roar? I don't think so. What's roar? Is it like an ability? Because my helmet is still a baby. I absolutely do not have rhino. I don't have a lot of basic frame. I mostly have primes because they were gifted to me. There's a lot of base frame that I don't have. Let's try what? I will give you damage buff with rhino. But you can't do the mastery level with another person. And also my helmet cannot eat another frame right now because I need to level it up. And yeah. See. That's the issue. Try getting it without, but rhino. Why would I need rhino? Because he has like a good ability that I need to feed the helmet. I mean, eventually I'm gonna get all the frame. Eventually. But it's a very long process. I am so not in a hurry. Like the next frame that I was planning on grinding for is the GAT. I don't even know where to get rhino. Oh my god, die! It's crazy. Don't die. It's the boss fight of Jackal. Who's Jackal and where do I find him? Oh my god. There you go. Cool. What about I mean, I see what there's a symbol. Roar, increase damage 69%. I see. I mean, that's definitely cool. That's definitely a very nice shit to have. I'll give you that. But let's still, all of those things are great, but none of those things are things that I can have today. And so today I still can do mastery level 17. And that's why I'm not in a hurry. I mean, I don't even have the mods that you have. Like the build that you gave me, I can't even do that. I don't have those mods. So it's not that I don't wanna, is that your, like I said, your build is insane. You definitely can, although it is 6 a.m. I don't know how much longer I can take. I can stay awake. I still haven't slept yet. Okay, now you're just flexing. I mean, it depends what you need to do for it. Like, is it like quick, or it's something that you have to grind and do 20,000 times before you get it? You know what I mean? Because at 6 a.m., I was honestly planning on like, I was planning on fishing and um hunting and crack some stones. Not really 2,000 time, but bit of runs. I mean, yeah, and I mean that's usually how this works, right? Like you have to do something several times to get it, which is which is technically fine, just not at 6 a.m. Cause me brain, my ADHD brain is dead. That's why I was gonna buy my weapon. And I was probably gonna do some like easy shit, you know, like get some argon shit, get some fish, do some low key stuff. What time is it now? It's literally 6:02 a.m. At least Wally. 15 minutes? That sounds good to me. Oh, what do you mean it's already time? You gotta go? I mean, I don't even know, like, what time is it where you are? Are you like European? Because I know European, I think they're waking up right now. If, I mean, they've been up technically, depending on where you are. Oh, I mean, yeah, I was not planning on like doing like hard stuff. But you said it can take 15 minutes. Holy fuck. Oh, yeah, India! Hey, India. Always wanted to go there. It's 3:33 p.m. Yeah, it's like literally the middle of the afternoon for you. That's why. Um, yeah. Damn. Yeah, no, 6 a.m. is crazy. I mean, it's not surprising. Fuck. But yeah, no, definitely not gonna do like some hard stuff. No, I mean, like I said, your build is very impressive. It's very good. And it works amazing for you, especially because you have all of those additional things that makes you so strong. Yeah, obviously, like I just don't know why Wisps. Oh, because she has like an additional, I think, weapon shit, like weapon damage thingy, right? Mm-mm-mm-mm. She has increased maximum health and health generation. No. Increased movement speed and oh, deals electricity status effect to nearby enemies. You got a spare. Aww. Ah! Wait. R2? Wow. Where do you even get a mod like that? Oh, great. I'm not. I mean, I recently started doing like the Zahiman quest and shit like that. I've been slowly dabbing into a little bit more in game content. Yeah. All right. I mean, sure. If you want to gift it to me, obviously I'm not gonna mind. Um, I just don't know if it's gonna allow me to really do the quest today. Uh, yeah. Anyway, I don't have still path unlocked yet. I don't have still path. I I'm slowly working my way through it to doing the star chart. That's nice. Sure. That's pretty cool. Which frame is that? Is that Wisp? No, that's not Wisp. I don't recognize that frame. I mean, there's too much shit. That's Protea. Oh. I love Protea. Yeah, I love her. She's amazing. She's my girl. I have Protea Prime. I don't have base Protea. Oh, absolutely. Like, her gun is so strong. Smash! Hi! I'm good and you? How you doing? Wagwan. Is everything okay where you are? Yeah, I've been streaming for a while. I saw Warframe 9, it looks fire. It does, right? I know. I watched TennoCon. It was very cool. I'm very excited about the motorcycle. And yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Yeah. Coming soon. And there's also like that other game, Soul Frame. It looks interesting. It looks like it looks promising. Uh, yeah, I'm probably gonna try both too. All right. Um, so that's my wisp. Oh, honey, I'm not touching Elden Ring. I started Elden Ring. I played like 1 hour. It's not a bad game, but it's also not for me. I prefer my other game. I'm good. Honestly. I'm good. So, oops, 1 second. But yo, I love Equilibrium. I use it a lot. Um, I use it a lot because that health and energy pickup thing. I use it also on Protea a lot. I mean, I can't. I don't have the space. Oh, I think I need to take off Umbrella Intensify because that shit is taking way too much space. Yeah, Elden Ring is too hard for me. I love, like, I'm not saying that game shouldn't be hard, but I'm also not trying to like get a headache. Oh yeah, I don't have a hurricane on her, as you also don't have one. I don't have a hurricane reactor. Um, yeah, because I don't use Wisp that much. Mm-hmm. I have one plat. I'm rich. With that one plat. So great. Mm. I also don't farm for plat. Wow. That's crazy. 5K plat? Lol. I mean, to be fair, that's why you have plats. If I had plat, I would buy that new Ember skin. Ooh, that shit is so crispy. God, she's amazing. That skin. Love it. But yeah, um, yeah. I saw that skin and I knew whenever, because I'm very, very broke at the moment because I don't work. But if I could, I would. I would buy that shit. I don't care if it like it's $20 or whatever, $30. I want it so badly. I'm what frame have you used Orokin on? I use Orokin on uh I use it on Yarely, Protea, uh wait no. Yeah, I used it. What did I use it on? I used it on Amber, of course. Um I used it, I don't know, did I use it on Citron? Yeah. Yeah, I used it on Citron too because I love her so much. She's the best. I love her. I used all my reactors on my female frame, okay? Because they're my girl. Did I use it on Jade? I wonder. Did I upgrade Jade? No, I didn't. Okay. But yeah. I wonder if Cora has it. I did. Yep. I used it on Cora too. Protea. Did Titania get one? I don't think so. Yeah, no, Titania didn't get it. Oh, again. But yeah, I really did because I adore her. She's so cute. Fucking love Yarely. But yeah, I ran out of oh, I can't react. These what it is. Protea. So, Protea. Oh, and she also have that thing unlocked too, I see. So, Protea, I put everything in strength and duration. Okay. She does need range, but the duration was for the flower. Because I need health. That is nice. Flow. I mean, I have another one. Oops. I put that shit down. There's the energy flow. This one gives me 135. This one gives me 100. I mean, I guess it depends on what I need for this. Otherwise, I'm gonna use this one just because it gives me 135 energy, and I love 135% energy. I don't care for the rest, but 135 energy is cool as hell. Feeling good as hell. I mean, like I said, it's just for the 135 energy, really. Let me. She needs all the energy. Okay, but like, what else do I need? Because outside of that, I still have space. So what else do I need? I could put that, and then I have like more ability strength. Replace intensify. Replace intensify with umbra. Done. Check. Next. Feeling good as hell. There you go. See, now I have more space. Oh no, wait, I need range to fuck. Range. No. There you go. Ba 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 da ba ba. Don't love you anymore. They help. So for health, I have vitality. I have this one that gives me both armor and health. Plus 55 health and whatever that means, resistance thing. Or this one, convert 40% of damage on health to energy. On raw vitality, there you go. Ooh, that's nice. Wait, what? Let's gain shield. My energy is gone. Oops. That was, I mean, obviously I don't kick as much ass as you, but I really like the things that you have on her back. It's so nice. Yeah, your costume for Portia is so cool. Anyway, I was sure it's same build as yours. Is it exactly the same? Because my bubbles don't do what yours do. Oh, there's gonna be a publicity in 1 minute, by the way. Wait, aim throw them near your feet. Aim down then hold first ability. What? Oh, nice. I did. Woo! I can't use 3 at a time. As soon as I spawn one, alright, let's see. Keep it straight. I mean, it still doesn't do as much damage as yours. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's cool. I did. I spawned 3 of them. You need to get more number in your turret. Mm. Yeah, that's why I had a lot in duration, you know? Like, now all my duration is gone. It's been replaced with range. Because that's what you said. Well, well, I guess what it is. Streamline. Oh, God. What am I gonna do? So all my shit is gonna be so costly. There, it's done. I did it. So, I mean, obviously, if I'm in a good environment where I know I'm okay energy wise, that's pretty cool. Because now everything is very costly. Things gotta have a lot of energy. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. I know. Yeah. That's the goal. Unless I'm attacked with something that stripped away all of my energy, then I'm fucked. Cool. So now Protea is a bad bitch. Love to see it. Mm. Yeah. I didn't even know I had that. That's funny. What does the fort ability do? The fort ability is pretty cool too now, isn't it? I just don't know what it does. What does it do? Double the shield. Time. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I hate it. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't use it. Whenever I use it, it's because uh I misclick. Yeah, I don't use it much. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I would totally replace that shit with something else. I'm slowly building Cora. Um, but it's getting late. Extremely tired. Yeah, it's almost 7 a.m. It's almost 7 a.m. I'm tired. No. I'm just gonna do what I wanted to do and ooh, I'm just gonna do my fishing shit. I fish because that's the chill way to increase my standing, and I like that. I like the chill way to increase my standings. Mhm. Because it's not demanding. Nah, 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 nah. I'm not doing that right now. That's gonna be done later. I'm not farming anything right now. I I mean, I don't. I literally just. Uh, I do all. I love because I love to fish. It's chill. It's not demanding. I just relax and I watch like Netflix on the side. It's relaxed when I don't get shot at, because I do sometimes get shot at, which is fucking annoying. But yeah, I like that. Yeah. Do I have enough faith? I have enough faith. Nice. Should be okay. What is a head? What is not a headache? I mean, I only do basically what's in front of me unless I have like a clear goal. Um, I mean, I hunting like hunting. I only hunt when the thing is in front of me because otherwise it's too much work. It's too much work. Oh. I got one. I got another one. Oh, oops. This one is dead. That was not my intention. Oh. What is that? Damn, I've never seen this one before. That's a fucking big ass fish. What I was doing the other day, I was fishing and my friend was I was in a party with my friend. So he was doing the bounty and I was fishing. And that's how we were multitasking because I didn't want it to do the bounty. So he was doing the bounty for me. Wait, exit ocean. There you go. Oh wait, where's my thing? I need to listen to terrible stories of murders to calm me down.
From like Washington to fucking Kansas, and then the next day they'd be like, we're going to Colorado, right?
I do.
So she never had a stable home. Now, to make things worse, her mom was extremely evil. Lisa Montgomery's mom was just not a good person, okay? So post-conviction attorneys conducted an investigation into 450 family members, neighbors, lawyers, social workers, and teachers. They were all interviewed, and they all said that Lisa's mom was one of the most abusive people that they had ever seen in their entire lives. So, for example, ever since Lisa was a young girl, she would be forced on a high chair, and she would be forced to sit there for hours if she didn't finish her food.
Aw.
Just she would have to sit there on this high chair that she can't get out of for hours because she didn't
Ha!
finish her food.
Found
And then
you.
if Lisa started crying because I mean she's a baby, she doesn't know what the fork's going on. Like she can barely communicate with words. She's like, I don't know why I'm like forced to sit here. I just want to nap like I'm a child. Her mom would cover her mouth with duct tape to keep her quiet.
Oh,
and
come
if she
on, really?
still cried through the duct tape, she would shove her fingers in her nose to really like suffocate her
my God.
into being scared to not scream, to not cry, to not do anything. Allegedly, even from her own mother's words, she said, oh yeah, my daughter's first words were, don't spank me, it hurts. What? I don't know if that's factually true, but like for even the mom to be like, oh yeah, those were her first words, is kind of like you know something was wrong in her life, okay?
Yeah.
So she also had an older half sister. Her name was Diane Mattingly, and this is very important later on. So Diane Mattingly, when she was 8 years old, she was sent to foster care by CPS because she was raped by one of the mom's acquaintances. Like one of the mom's boyfriends had raped Diane when she was 8 years old. So CPS comes in and is like, listen, you can no longer live in this house because we don't think that your mom can protect you. Oh, but your younger half sister, she can stay. What? So Diane
That makes
said that
no
when she was escorted
sense.
out of the house by CPS workers, she started throwing up on the driveway because she knew what would happen to Lisa soon. Like there was just something in her heart that she was like, holy shit, like this isn't going to be the first and last time that this happens under this lady's roof. Like some shit's going to go down. But CPS never followed up, never tried to... Yeah.
I also think maybe, you know, sometimes if she leaves, she knows the sister's going to take all the, you know, she's going to take it out on her.
Yeah.
The mom's
my
gonna,
God.
you know, yeah.
Okay, I didn't even think about that. That's even worse.
What the fuck?
she's
Why
just
am I
being
shooting
let
the
out by
fish?
CPS, and
Hello?
CPS never follows up on any of the other children. Never follows up to see if Lisa's doing okay, if Lisa was ever assaulted. None of that. This is all
What is
very
happening?
permanent. So
I'm trying to
Lisa, when she was
change.
in elementary school, she was getting
the
straight
fuck?
A's. Like she was doing really well. Even after all of this took place, after the crime, when she went to a psychiatrist prior to the trial, she had an IQ of 120. So this girl had a lot of potential.
What's your IQ?
114. Fork you, okay? Why are you calling me out like that? And when she hit middle school, she started needing special needs classes. Like that's what she was placed in, was in special needs classes. And so obviously the administration thought it was due to deep emotional trauma was the likely cause, because it's one thing to start off like that and to just be a little bit, I guess, like slower in developing education-wise, but it's another thing to be excelling and then suddenly after summer break you're like a completely different person. That's like obviously, okay, some shit's going down. But the administration, the school, they did not alert anyone. They were just like, oh, keep it on the DL. It's okay. Now, another thing that people noticed when Lisa was in middle school is that they constantly said it was easy to tell Lisa was poor, even in our crowd of people who were all poor.
Oh my
so this takes place in Skidmore,
God.
Missouri, which we talked about in a YouTube video about Ken McElroy, remember? It's the town who killed someone. There was like 40 people who shot one town bully outside of a bar, and they all got away with it. Skidmore, Missouri. Remember that guy?
Yeah,
He went around and started, you know, doing arson and impregnated like a 12-year-old girl, and the whole town hated him. And so when he was out on bail, a group of 40 people went. They shot him. He died. The police are like, who shot him? They're like, I don't know. To this day, it's unsolved. It's been like 30 years. So this takes place in that same town.
I like how you know towns by the crimes nowadays. You're like, oh, that's the town.
That's the town that this shit took place. Yeah, which is crazy because like the town right now
Oh no,
has
the
like, a
hotspot
population
is
of like
gone.
what, 200 something people. The graduating high school class is like 22 students. It's a really small town. So like, why the fork is all this happening there? Like in terms of small town, this has probably got to be one of the craziest true crime towns.
Yeah.
Just like fucking NBC, 48 Hours. Everyone move your location over there. You got all the news. And so they said that, you know, Lisa started to become spacing out. Like everything she would do, she would just space out in class. The school administration
I've been
suspected
seen.
that she was experiencing a lot of sexual abuse, maybe regular abuse, just all sorts of abuse inside the house. But they failed to take any steps to further investigate. So this is just another example of Lisa's being failed by everyone right now. She was beat relentlessly. At one point, they had a family dog, and for some reason, the mom decided that the kids were like pissing her off. So she was like, I'm gonna kill your dog. So what she did was she grabbed Lisa, dragged her into the room, sat her down, and forced Lisa to watch her smash the dog's head repeatedly with a shovel until
What the
it died.
fuck?
And like I can only imagine how gruesome and just bloody that is. I think it's even so traumatizing to have like a dog die of old age when you're a kid, you know? But then to see your mom smashing the head of your family beloved pet, what the heck are you doing? And so Lisa's mom gets remarried to a man by the name of Jack Kleiner, and this is when shit really starts hitting the fan. So
Not
Jack
now.
Kleiner becomes Lisa's stepdad, and
But
he's
I usually
been
like to
sexually
do that.
assaulting her since she was 13 years old. It was so bad to the point like they were living in a trailer in the middle of the woods. No one can hear Lisa scream. Lisa has no neighbors to run to. There was no neighbors to like be like, oh, why do I hear such rapid banging and screaming and aggression in the middle of the night? There was none of that. They were very isolated, and he decided that he was going to build an outdoor shed. And this outdoor shed would have like its own separate entrance from the trailer, and he would put Lisa in there. He would hold her up in there, and he would rape her. But not only that, he would bring his friends to that shed to gang rape Lisa Montgomery.
And the mom knows all of this and okay with it.
And the way that they would do it was absolutely disgusting. It would last for hours. They would physically assault her during the abuse. They would also urinate on her after they were finished. And then they would just toss her out of the shed to be like, okay, like go back to the trailer now. And the mom blamed her for it. The mom was like, well, you probably did something to bring this upon yourself.
Oh, what the fuck are you?
I told you to finish your feud. Well, like, you shouldn't have talked back then. It was always like a reason that these men were doing this to her. And then the mom was like, wait a minute, I can actually bank on this. So then she was like, you know what? I kind of want to have some plumbing work done around the house. I kind of want to have some like electrical work down the house because like I don't like the fact that we don't have any like lights in this part of the house, or like I don't like that I don't have working running water in this part of the house, right? So she would call these plumbers and these electricians, and they would come and she would negotiate a discount if they could have their go at her daughter who was underage.
Okay.
And I don't know what's scarier, the fact that she did that or the fact that these men who are literally just like plumbers and electricians are like, oh my god, okay. Like you would think that one of these people would be like, that's disgusting, and then go call the cops, but they were just like, sounds good. So at 14 years old, Lisa goes to her cousin by the name of David. Now, David is not just a regular cousin. David is a deputy sheriff. He works for the sheriff's department, okay?
What?
So she's like ready to tell it all. She's had enough. She's realizing, holy shit, what's going on here is not something that should be going on. It's not something that every family goes through. This is a case of abuse. So Lisa is recognizing this. And so she goes up to her cousin and she says, David, I need to tell you something. I need to tell you something. David says that she was crying. She was shaking. She was just in tears. She was emotional. And so he's like, okay, what do you need to tell me? Like, sit down. What's going on, Lisa? And so she sits down and she said, my stepdad and his friends are raping me. She said it was over and over and over again. One man right after the other, and it went on for hours. They were also physically violent. They would beat her and slap her and say that she was, quote, doing it wrong. When they were done, they urinated on her like she was trash. David said he was horrified.
David was horrified.
And what did he do?
That's David's quote. She said it was over and over, you know? He was horrified. Now, horrified David, Deputy Sheriff David, didn't tell anyone.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I guess he was just like, okay, whatever, not my problem. I honestly don't know what. He says it's his regret now, but I'm like, I don't understand what could possibly going on in your head.
All he said was he heard all of it, he was horrified, and that's it.
Yeah, he was like, he literally told people, I knew she was telling the truth because she was shaking and crying and I was horrified. And then he just shut up. Like, can you imagine? I don't understand.
So either it has to do with he doesn't want his family business.
Yeah, especially because he's a deputy sheriff. So these would be his coworkers that he's going to be like, hey, we need to go arrest my family member. But I mean, it's crazy because it's not even like not that would make a difference for me, but I'm just trying to think in his perspective. It's not even his biological family member. It's literally a stepdad. It's like, this guy owes you nothing. You owe this guy nothing. It's not even like your dad.
Oh, that was his. Who's his dad?
No, I'm saying it's Lisa's stepdad, so it's not even like by
it's
blood.
Not family.
It's David.
Yeah.
So it's just really confusing why. So he did not go to the police with this, even though he works at the police department. all day, every day. He just was like, I was horrified, bye. And so by the time Lisa is 17 years old, the mom and the stepdad get a divorce. Now, just to show you how heartless Lisa's mom is, this is going to break your heart. You know how there's divorce proceedings and you go and you're like, well, you did this, so like I deserve more money. Like you did this, so I deserve this piece of furniture, right? So they were having these divorce proceedings, and the mom forced Lisa to go to these proceedings and tell the judge about the rapes so that the mom could get the upper hand in the divorce. So Lisa's there, she's emotional, she's crying, she's telling the judge about these assaults, and the mom's just sitting there like, yeah, tell her. And then what happened? Tell her what happened next. And the judge literally told her, you are disgusting for lacking empathy.
Telling Lisa's
The mom, yeah, like, how can you bring your daughter in? She's crying, she's telling me that your husband just raped her for years, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, anyway, so like, do I get the house? Like,
I thought if they hear that, don't they arrest the husband? Like, what's going on?
There was no punishment. Yeah. I know. It's going to get even weirder, okay? It's going to get even more confusing. And so at this point, the social worker, they found the allegations of abuse credible, right? So the social worker hears this in court and is like, okay, like the judge sent me to investigate because the judge was like, oh, this 17-year-old is claiming that she was abused by this person. So she creates a file, or this person creates a file, turns it over to the Tulsa County's DA's office, and nothing happened. Like, they didn't follow up. So the DA never charged him. The DA never went after Jack. Nothing. They were just like, okay, bye. Like, thanks for the file. We'll just, like, put it in with the rest of our paperwork. We'll just put it in where we keep our traffic tickets because it's such a low priority. That's what they did. Yeah. And so, obviously, Lisa, I mean, this is all going to impact everything that she does in life.
Obviously.
And this is kind of why it's become such a controversial case. And I know it feels a little weird, and I know that I'm trying really hard because anytime I talk about female killers, I'm always worried that people think that I have a bias towards them, because I'm like, well, you know, especially when I was, like, covering Eileen, you know, she's a female serial killer. I'm always worried, so I'm trying not to let that impact me in any case or situation. But it has become a very big topic of conversation. So she gets married at 18 years old to her stepbrother by the name of Carl Bowman. So Carl is not biologically related to her, so it wasn't incest, but it's her stepbrother. So from her mom's fourth husband. This is not Jack's son or anything of that sort. A new husband, her fourth husband.
So weird. So mom's like, let me marry to the dad.
Yeah.
And you marry to his son.
Yeah. So I think maybe it happened after the divorce. I couldn't find that information clearly, but it's still weird. So yeah, they get married. Now, he repeatedly raped her vaginally and anally multiple times with foreign objects such as bottles. And I know that, again, this wasn't brought up in court often because I can't even say back in the day because, like, the trial happened in, like, 2007. But spousal rape is not considered as high priority in a lot of true crime cases, which is insane. You can be raped by your spouse. Like, just because you're married, no still means no. I'm sorry, but, like, nobody is anybody's property where it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know the word no in this house. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And so he would tie her up in stress positions.
Oh, my God. That's terrible.
CIA torture tactics. And he would video record this. He would hold a knife to her throat while he just brutally rapes her, and he would record all of this. Now, one of Lisa's half-brothers saw a video recording of one of these assaults happen, and he said it was straight out of a horror movie, that Carl was just beating her, raping her, assaulting her. It just felt like a snuff film.
Yeah, nobody did anything.
And then he was like, okay, bye. Yeah.
Everybody just failed her, basically, her whole life.
And then I realized I was also a little hungry, so I went to Chipotle. Like, I don't understand these people, yeah. He was just like, it was straight out of a horror movie. Anybody need some lunch around here? Like, what are you doing, right? I mean, insane. So Carl obviously later on went to jail for charges of child sexual abuse. So this Carl dude is just a horrendous person, right? So by the time Lisa's 24 years old, she had 4 young children with Carl, and she was just having these psychotic episodes, like so many instances of just very strange things, okay? So one day she would wake up in the middle of the night, knock on every kid's room. Wake up, wake up. And then they'd be startled awake. She would, like, violently wake them up, right? And then she'd be like, get in the car, we're going on an educational road trip. And they're like, Mom, it's like 3 a.m. Like, where are you going? And she's like, we got to go to the Alamo. We're going on an educational road trip. And they had a pet goat. I know this sounds crazy, but they lived in like the countryside, okay? But they had a pet goat. She put a diaper on the pet goat, put the goat into the car, and they drove from Kansas to Texas in just like one night. Like, she was just speeding on the highway with all of her kids. Like, what is happening? And she was like, I'm going to teach you about the Alamo. I'm going to teach this goat about life. And like, she was obviously going through a manic episode. Like, this isn't normal behavior by anyone. This isn't even spontaneous. Like, this is none of that, right? And to be fair, she was honestly a really shitty mom. She
don't know how you can use them yet.
Like, she would go through these. She physically couldn't brush her kids' hair. So she in her head wanted to brush her kids' hair so bad. She was like, I'm going to brush my daughter's hair today. And she would start brushing it, but for some reason, she couldn't brush it the way that she wanted to. So then she would end up just like banging the brush onto the kid's head repeatedly because she's getting frustrated. So like, I mean, Lisa was a shit mom. Like, I have no argument that Lisa's kids should have been taken away from Lisa, right?
Was the husband still in their lives?
Kind of on and off. So later he would sue for custody, which I don't even know if that means anything because he literally was in jail for like child sexual abuse. So like, I mean, both situations would have been horrendous. I think that they should have been placed in foster care, which again is a bad option, but probably better than these two options. And so she was abusive. She was neglectful. She never really kept them fed. She never showered them. They were known to be very, very unhygienic. Lisa barely had any hygiene herself. So at one point during this time, Lisa had lice for 5 years straight. She didn't know she had lice. She had no idea that she had lice.
Okay.
Like,
and how
kids just remember her sitting just like blankly in front of a computer for hours a day, just like scratching her head, forgetting to shower, never knew she had lice. I mean, it was this whole problem, right? Now, after the 4th kid, there are a lot of reports on what happened, but Lisa was sterilized in a medical facility. So some people say that, you know, Carl forced her to have a sterilization process because he was like, oh, I don't want any more kids, so like, you have to do it. And he forced her into this. Now, some other people claim that Lisa's mom forced her into this and was like, no, you need to do this because I'm like sick of you popping out grandkids. Now, another source claims that Lisa's doctor recommended this because her last baby was born 2 months premature. So the doctor was like, this is going to be like really painful if you ever go through with another pregnancy. And so there's just been a lot of reports about it. But she would claim to Carl after her sterilization that she was pregnant 5 more times. And he didn't believe her, but she fully believed it. Like, she fully was like, I'm fucking pregnant, dude.
So she's really going through it, huh?
Yeah, like really going through it. And I think the state of her house will really impact that. So she was missing walls and floors in some parts of her house. Like, there would just be missing floorboards in her house. Like, there would just be like a hole in her house. Like, you would just see wooden planks because she's missing like the drywall in a lot of areas. Like, it just was really bad. There was no running water or plumbing in most parts of her house. She had no furniture or beds. Children were sleeping on the floor in like sleeping bags that had dog and rat poop all over it. There were loose wires just all over the house, which, like, if you have children, listen, I know parents who are crazy about just like having round tables because they're like, I don't want corners because my kid's gonna like accidentally fall and like hit its eye on a corner, you know? But she just had like loose wires everywhere. So it was bad. So eventually, she gets a divorce with Carl, and she marries a guy by the name of Kevin Montgomery. And he insisted on incorporating sexual violence into the relationship as well. So I think with Kevin, it was more of a BDSM thing. That was what he was into. He was like, I like to tie people up. I like to spank them. I like to do these things, which in a healthy relationship with someone who is mentally stable would have been completely fine.
Too bad. I'm catching most of them.
A very complex, deep issue where she is gonna think it's fine, but it's probably just gonna further traumatize her later down in the line. And she would later tell a psychologist, well, he wasn't as violent or hurtful as Carl, as if like that was love. You know, as if like, oh no, yeah, of course, like he would slap me around in bed, but he was never as violent or hurtful as my super violent, hurtful ex. So it's just, it goes to show that she really was not expecting much from any man. So Carl starts suing for custody. Now, this is when Lisa gets really frantic. So Lisa's kids are all like approaching their teenage years. So I think the youngest was like approaching maybe 12. They're all going to high school. And Lisa just really wanted more children. Like she wanted babies. And I don't know if that's something that made her feel like she was going to be happy if she had babies, or that
She should
genuinely made her
not.
happy. Because I know for most normal thinking people, it's just going to be like, wait, but she can't even take care of the ones that she has right now. What's going on, right? But like I said, Lisa was just going through it. Maybe also this could have been, a lot of people say this could have been a form of her rejecting all of that trauma. And like the trauma is maybe she had tied it to the sterilization process. Maybe that was incredibly traumatizing for her. And so from that, she's like, no, like I want more babies because that didn't happen. So some people think it's like a mixture of all of these things, or maybe she just genuinely likes kids. I'm not sure. So she marries Kevin, and for 3 times she tells Kevin that she's pregnant. And so for the first 2 times, Kevin said, okay, like I'm so excited. I can't wait to have children with you. And then one day she would come home and she would say, hey, I went to the doctor and there was something wrong with the fetus and it had to be aborted.
Interesting.
And so he'd be like, oh my God, like I'm so sorry that you went through that. Like that's not a joke. Like let me just like, okay, like come here, let me give you a hug. He was really nice about it. And Lisa just really, really wanted to be pregnant. So 2004 comes around. And this is around the time she's like struggling with these, there's a word for it that I'm going to get into, but it's when you fully believe that you're pregnant to the point where your body has symptoms of pregnancy.
Oh, I heard about that.
You not have a period for like 2 months because your body is tricking itself into believing that you're pregnant.
Yeah.
So it's like really intense, And so 2004, I'm going to introduce into the story a woman by the name of Bobby Jo Stinnett, who was 23 years old, and she was married to a guy by the name of Zeb. And they were living in Skidmore, Missouri. Now, a lot of, like, that area is known for a lot of, just like construction work, a lot of factory work, but they had a really cool job where they would breed terrier dogs out of their home. Like they were obsessed with dogs, and everyone knew them to be very sweet, very caring, and Bobby in particular, she was just always happy. So the couple had been married for about a year, and Zeb was just like this doting husband, loved his wife. He even got a part-time job just to work extra hard for his wife at a motor manufacturing company in the nearby area. And so they're finally expecting their first child. They'd been married for a year. They're expecting their first child. They're freaking over the moon. Like Bobby, her entire life, she's like, I want to be a mom. And so this was like her dream come true. She's met the man of her dreams. Like now she's going to start a family. I mean, everything's going well. She's doing what she loves. She's breeding these terrier dogs. They're her favorite things in the world. So December 2004, she was 8 months pregnant. So she's running all of these breeding services. She's pregnant, but she also ran an online rat terrier chat forum. It was called Ratter Chatter. So it's rat terrier is like a type of dog. And so she called it Ratter Chatter, which is really cute,
So it's
right?
like a online platform for owners to chat?
Yeah, like all of these rat terrier breeders from across the nation to like talk to each other, because sometimes they need like studs, I think is what they call them, because some breeders they only have like females, or some breeders need like, oh, can I borrow like the sperm of a dog, or they just really just bond on like the difficulties of what it is about breeding. I think it's very interesting because it's really like a tight-knit community, because it's not necessarily a nationwide thing. So it's not like they're necessarily each other's competition. So they can truly just be really good friends on there, right?
Okay.
And so, not saying that you can't have friendly competition, but you get the idea. And so she runs this chat forum, and she would share business tips. She would share, information about her business, but also like life updates. Like they were all really close on there. And she talked about how she's due in January of 2005. She's like, I'm going to give birth. I'm so freaking excited. Now, another person that was part of this Ratter Chatter was Elisa Montgomery from Kansas.
Why is she on there?
She loves rat terriers. She loves dogs. She wanted to breed dogs at one point. She went to dog shows. She just has like a thing for dogs. And she was also posting on Ratter Chatter, and she too announced her pregnancy around the same time and said that she was pregnant with twins, but one of them had died inside of her stomach. So she was still due to give birth to the surviving twin in December. So it's like a very intense story. It's a very intense pregnancy if it were true. Now, a lot of the breeders were suspicious because they had seen her at local dog shows recently, and they had seen pictures of her at these dog shows too. And she was not gaining like an ounce of weight, which, you know, I know that there's like a stigma being like still maintaining like very thin when you're pregnant. It's like not supposed to be the healthiest thing. I don't know what it is, okay? But it was the fact that she was having twins. She didn't even gain 1 pound, really, it looked like. They just didn't understand, but she was wearing maternity clothing, so it was very confusing. People just, it was hush-hush rumors. No one was, you know, attacking her about it. They were just like, don't you guys think that's weird? Like, nothing. We haven't even seen a bump. Like, no bump. And so she was talking about, well, I'm experiencing morning sickness. Her husband, Kevin, even saw her every single day take prenatal vitamins. She wasn't having a period, so I guess maybe she would be like, oh my God, I'm so annoyed, I'm on my period. Or like maybe he would see tampons in the bathroom. Like he didn't see any of that. So he genuinely believed, too, that she was pregnant.
This is her third time, or?
This is her third time now,
Okay.
yeah. So, like, the first two, she said they aborted the fetuses because, you know, yeah. But, you know, her third time, she was like, yeah, it's twins, but, like, only one is surviving. And she had told Kevin that, too. And she had gotten these ultrasound photos off of the internet, and she had photoshopped them to have her name on it, because all these ultrasound photos, for a reason, they put your name on it, the mother's name.
Yeah.
And she photoshopped her name on there, and she would just like show all of her friends. She would show Kevin. I don't know why Kevin like wouldn't go to these ultrasound hearings. Maybe he was busy, maybe he was working, I don't know. But he was just like, wow, that's our baby. And that is when Bobby, Joe, and Lisa started connecting through Ratter Chatter, because Bobby has always been like a super sweet person. She was so excited about her pregnancy, and she was also really excited. Like, she knew Lisa had met her at some dog shows, and so she's like, I can't believe that we're pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we have this like very similar due dates. And they start talking about everything, just like the ups and the downs of pregnancy, just baby names, the things that they were currently buying for their baby, like baby wipes, a baby wipe warmer. Did you guys know that those exist? I just found out through my sister. Apparently a cold baby wipe makes your baby butt cry. Yeah, so like you need to like put it in a baby butt heater.
Makes sense.
Makes sense, but I was like, that's bougie. I kind of want one for myself. Okay. And so, you know, they were just talking about all of these things online. And then all of a sudden, there was a guy by the name of Jason Dawson. What a name, dude. What a name, right? So he is also a rat terrier breeder, and he gets a direct message by a woman by the name of Darlene Fisher. Little thing to note about Jason is that he's really good friends with Bobby. Like, they're like the best of friends. Anytime you see them at a dog show, they're like constantly together. He also breeds rat terriers, but he's not from Skidmore, Missouri. And so Darlene Fisher reaches out to Jason and is like, I love your pets. Like, they're so pretty. Like, I want a rat terrier so bad. It's almost Christmas time. I want to get a rat terrier for my kids. I've got 4 kids. I can't wait to give them a rat terrier. But, you know, I live in like northern Missouri. Do you know anyone who breeds in northern Missouri? Because, you know, you're too far. Like, I love your dogs, but like I mean, I was just hoping maybe you could recommend me someone. And so he was like, oh my God, like that's crazy. Wait, where did you say you're from? Well, I have a friend, her name's Bobby Joe, and she is probably like a 25-minute drive from you in Skidmore, Missouri, and I know that she just had a litter, which is insane because, you know, we were trying to prep for Christmas, so she just had a litter. So I'm going to give you her email and her website address, and you talk to her. Tell her that Jason sent you. And so Darlene is like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. So she takes the email, and Darlene emails Bobby Joe, and her username on Ratter Chatter was Fisher for Kids, like Fisher, Darlene Fisher's last name, and then 4 kids, like the number 4, so she has 4 kids, right?
Yeah.
And so she's like, yeah, I live in Fairfax, Missouri, which is about 25 minutes away from Skidmore, Missouri. And so they set up a date for her to meet a puppy. She's like, I want to meet the puppy first before I buy the puppy. Very normal. And so of course she's like, okay, like that sounds great. And that day in particular, Bobby Joe's husband had work at the motor company, and he was like, are you sure it's gonna be okay, because she's coming over to the house, like, you're sure? And now Bobby was like, yeah, I mean, I talked to Darlene, it's a referral from Jason Dawson, the friend from Ratter Chatter, and she's a female, so like I don't think anything weird's gonna happen. She's got kids, like it's not like I'm asking like a dude to come over and meet the puppy, so I think it'll be fine. And like, you know what time she's coming and everything, so it'll be good. So 2:15 p.m. Bobby's on the phone with her mom, and she's telling her mom, hey mom, like a woman's coming over to look at the puppy
Your
soon,
princess
so I gotta hang
Ordena.
up soon. So they continue on their conversation about 2:30
Same.
p.m. Bobby's mom, through the phone,
Same.
hears a knock on the door, and so Bobby says, okay, like mom, she's here, I gotta go, and I'll talk to you later. They hang up. Now Bobby Joe answers the door, but she's immediately confused because she was expecting a Darlene Fisher, but she saw Elisa Montgomery.
Oh, she knows her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And so Bobby is like, oh, that's so random. Okay, well, I have someone like coming over to look at the puppies, but like, do you want to come inside? And before she could finish that sentence, Lisa barges in and starts strangling her with a cord until she stopped struggling. She pushes Bobby Joe onto her back and takes out a kitchen knife. And now at this point, Bobby Joe is like in and out of consciousness. Most of the time, the police assume that she was conscious during this attack. She grabs out a knife. Lisa grabs out a kitchen knife and starts cutting open her pregnant belly.
Jesus.
Like a circle in her belly. Now, once
so she was alive.
Yeah.
And she was just cutting her belly open?
Yeah. Cutting her belly open while she's alive with a kitchen knife. Now, once the cut was large enough, she sticks her hands into Bobby Joe's open stomach and extracts the fetus, grabs a blanket, wraps the baby girl into the blanket, goes back to the car, and drives away. Bobby Joe was alive during all of this. She could not scream because she was in, a lot of stuff happens when this shit takes place, right? She was like in and out of consciousness. She couldn't call 911. Now, she was alive for a long time, and the police have a lot of reasons why they speculate this, which is brought up in trial later. But what's very interesting is that they said, look at a picture of her feet. So the bottom of her feet were soaked in blood. And so she was like trying to run and trying to walk and trying to kick. So it showed that she wasn't just like laying there on her back.
Oh, so she probably got up, fell.
Like trying to do something, but like in and out of consciousness.
And so Lisa didn't kill Bobby afterwards. Like,
no.
Let me just finish this. No?
Yeah, she just took the baby.
How was the baby?
So the baby was considered to be in good condition. Because the baby, we'll get into it, right? Like, it's so interesting. So the baby was so close to the due date that they didn't think that the baby would have too many complications, but they thought that the baby could have had a complication from such a traumatic birth, because such a traumatic birth is not just horrendous on the mother and traumatic on the mother, it's also traumatic on the baby.
Yeah.
And so time was of the essence. Now, 3:30 p.m., Bobby Joe's mom continues to call Bobby Joe, and she's not picking up the phone, so she's like, what the heck? Like, I know that she had someone coming over at 2:30. Why would they stay for an hour just to look at a puppy? That is, like, out of the norm. And so she decides to go check up on her daughter. So she drives to her daughter's house. She opens the door. It's unlocked. She's like, oh, hell no. Like, that means something's wrong, right? She walks in. Blood everywhere. Wow. Bobby Joe is laying unconscious. She has fists of someone's like blonde hair in her hands to show that she was like trying to fight back, And so she's got all of this hair in her hands. And the mom calls 911, and her exact words is that she said it looked like her daughter's stomach had exploded.
Oh my
Like,
God.
it was gruesome.
Do you come online at morning?
Anywhere. Please hurry, please hurry.
What do you mean?
The paramedics get there in like record time, and they could not revive Bobby Joe, and she was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, the paramedics, understanding
when I go online, I usually start in the evening in my time.
Alive since, she was carried almost full term. And second of all, the baby's probably in distress because it just endured this incredibly traumatic birth. Like, time is ticking. We need to find this baby if we want to keep this baby alive.
Yeah.
And so the police are freaking out. Now, the police, when they arrive on the scene, they were freaking traumatized. They said it was one of the most bloody, traumatizing things that they had ever seen in their life. So they go to the neighbors, and one of the neighbors says, oh, I saw a car that I've never seen before. It's a dirty old red, like, Toyota that was, like, parked in the driveway around 2:30 p.m. And Bobby Joe's mom's like, that's the time that the stranger was going to come look at the puppies. And so they're like, okay, like, we need to put out an Amber Alert. We need to do all of this. Now, getting an Amber Alert for this baby was already difficult, because in order to get an Amber Alert authorized, usually you need some information, like eye color, weight.
Yeah, I usually just
nobody knew anything about
go online in evening.
Like, Caucasian baby on the loose. Like, what do we do?
Oh, that's what they're putting out, a baby, not okay.
Because the car wasn't stolen necessarily. They can only put out a bolo for other cops, like be on the lookout, but they can't necessarily put out like an Amber Alert. So they put out an Amber Alert for like the baby itself, and this news was spreading like wildfire, especially in the Radar Chatter group, because it happened to one of their breeders. Now, one of the breeders remembered seeing a user talking and like commenting on Bobby Joe's pictures, and they were like, oh my God, I need to go look for that. Like, I need to dig for that. And so they dig down and they're like, Fisher for kids, Fisher for kids. like, that's such a weird, why does that feel weird? And she was like, whatever, like, I'm just gonna be a Karen, and if, like, nothing happens, nothing happens. So she calls the FBI and is like, I don't know if this is anything, okay? I'm just saying, you need to check out the Ratter Chatter group because maybe it was this person. I believe Jason also reached out to authorities once he learned about all of this because he was like, oh my god, she was meeting with Darlene Fisher, you know? And so the FBI starts combing through all of the emails, but they couldn't find any Darlene Fisher in Fairfax, Missouri, because that's what all the emails said she was from Fairfax, Missouri. And so they decided to trace the IP address, and they traced it to Melbourne, fucking Kansas. And they were like, what the fuck, right? And it was to the home of a Kevin Montgomery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who are these people? So
I've been online for quite some time.
Down these people, and December 17th, Lisa and Kevin were going around town showing off their newest addition to the family, baby Abigail.
And Abigail was alive and well.
Alive and well. So Lisa told her friends the same story that she told Kevin. She went grocery shopping, then she went into full-on labor, and she was rushed to this like women's center. She gave birth so easily to the point where she didn't even have to call Kevin. It happened so quick. Her water broke during the middle of shopping. Ooh, baby just popped out of me, just shot out of my vag. And then I called Kevin to pick me up at the local fast food joint in the hospital because I hate staying in hospitals. So I walked out of there with the baby and decided to get some food. So Kevin picked me up, and now here we are. Now the friends,
Thanks for the
they
reminder.
reported that the baby looked a little bit small, like maybe born a little too early, but otherwise really healthy. Like it didn't look like the baby was premature to the point where they needed medical attention, but they didn't really suspect anything crazy. Like this isn't really a town where everyone's like, I got a room at like Cedar Sinai. Like everyone's just like, okay, cool, like you had a baby, cool. Like you already have 4 babies, you know?
Yeah.
Nobody was like, oh, this is weird, this is weird. Now they get home, and meanwhile, FBI is already outside their house, and they're waiting. They drive home in an old dirty red car, and it pulls up into the driveway, and out come a couple with a newborn baby. And the FBI is like, okay, fuck you. And so they're like, hey, can we just be invited inside? And of course the couple was like, absolutely, come inside. So the FBI sits down in the living room, and they start asking, so when'd you give birth? And Lisa gives the same story that she gave all of her friends. I went into labor while I was grocery shopping. And the FBI said, well, we checked the hospitals in the nearby area, and nobody gave birth that day. There's no record of you giving birth anywhere. And she immediately broke down and just confessed to everything. And was like, yeah, I drove over to Skidmore, Missouri, and I killed a woman, and I took her baby. So Kevin, during all of this, FBI reported that he seemed super shocked. That he was just like, what? Like, he really thought his wife was pregnant, and he really thought that that was his baby. So, I mean, his ex-wife did say that he was easily gullible. Because a lot of people believe that he was guilty too, because they're like, how can a full-grown man like just believe this crazy-ass story, because it doesn't make sense. But the ex-wife was like, no, I mean, I think that he could, because he's just a very easily manipulatable person.
Yeah.
So,
wait, what the fuck are they?
Some dudes are pretty clueless on
yeah.
anything.
Have you seen those TikToks of girls asking their guys to go buy them period products that don't exist from Target?
Yeah, exactly. You know.
And then they all get back in the car and they're like, I asked 5 employees. They don't know what that is. And the girls are just giggling. What do you mean there's no Super Shocker period defender? What do you mean? How does that not exist? Jeez, this is why I shop at Walmart, leaves angrily. It's like, oh, shit. And so she was arrested for kidnapping resulting in death. Now, Carl, the ex-husband, he immediately goes to the FBI and he tells them there's no way she could have been pregnant because she had her tubes tied, like she was sterilized. And he tells them that the doctor recommended it, blah, 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 blah. And he was just like, haha, so now I get custody of the kids.
Shut the
fuck
up,
he's like
Carl.
really excited about it. I hate him. And so a lot of doctors immediately believed that Lisa Montgomery had something called pseudocysis, which is when a woman believes that she's pregnant and will even develop physical symptoms of it. So during her psychiatric evaluation, because you know every criminal has one, especially criminals with these types of crimes, and they said that she probably did have that. She was probably delusional. She was dealing with depression, bipolar disorder. She had temporal lobe epilepsy, also extreme PTSD. She also took a test on ability to function, and she ranked incredibly low, which means she was not even able to maintain her own hygiene. She had trouble planning simple tasks, like she couldn't do anything. And so Lisa had also moved 61 times since she was 34 years old. And that was a show of just how unstable like her entire life was and how her family life was unstable. Now the trial becomes the absolute shit show. I can't even describe how shitty this trial is. So the trial, she has 3 male attorneys, and these were her main defense attorneys. John O'Connor, Frederick Duchart, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I'm like, Duchart. David Owen. David Owen's an ass, okay? Now, several female attorneys were trying to take the case, and some of them were put on the legal team, but they were either dismissed or they withdrew themselves from the legal team. One of the female attorneys, said that David Owen was misogynistic and overbearing and was incredibly rude to any female who had anything to say about anything. Now, Judy Clark. Let me tell you about Judy Clark. I could do a whole podcast on Judy Clark. She is probably one of the best death penalty lawyers out there in the world. She represented Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, prevented him from getting the death penalty. She represented, I believe, a couple other bombers. Susan Smith, who killed her own children. Like, she takes on high profile, high criminals that are facing the death penalty. Now, I don't really hate Judy Clark. Because, I mean, I don't really think she's in it for the money. She's been a charitable person, but she's really just advocating against the death penalty. She's not saying this person deserves no time. She's saying give them life in jail. Why are you trying to kill him, you know? And she's really good at the mental health defense. Like, that's her specialty. That's her strong suit. So she gets put on the case, and the judge dismissed her for being, and I quote, involvement was obstructive in getting a defense for Lisa together. Now, I don't want to say for sure, but there is speculation because David is an attorney and I'm not trying to get sued. But it's speculated that David went to the judge that he was friends with to convince him to get Judy Clark off of the case because she was emasculating and, quote, bossy. Which is really sad because Lisa Montgomery is terrified of men. Hates being around men she doesn't know. Judy Clark was the only one Lisa liked in her entire legal defense team. She was the only one she wanted to meet up with. She was the only one she would tell her history about, like, oh, this is what happened in my past. And after she found out about this, she became suicidal in jail. She wrote a letter to the judge asking please put her back on the case. She's the only one I care about, right? And the judge responded, oh, sorry, she's let go because she's no longer necessary or helpful. Imagine saying that to the person that she's representing, and she's like, no, I'm saying she's necessary and helpful. So it was all because they had a big argument over dinner. And David Owen, who has never represented a capital punishment case, like never represented a death penalty case prior to this, he had no experience in it. Judy Clark is a seasoned attorney. She wanted to take the lead or be one of the people to take the lead. But David was like fucking pissing all over it. He was like, this is my area. And so Judy said that, very matter of fact, at dinner, she told him, and I quote, he did not know enough to be the leader of the team and that he needed to relinquish control. The attorney on the team with the least experience should not be in control of the case. David Owen claims that during dinner, Judy looked at him and said, you are too stupid to set priorities and don't have enough trial experience to make any decisions.
Which is okay too.
Which, like, she could have put it nicer, but, like, it still says the same thing, so I don't know what they're debating here, right?
Yeah.
And so he
admit that, okay, I don't have experience.
And I feel emasculated by this woman telling me I have no experience. So he got her taken off the case, allegedly.
That's fucking nuts.
What makes it even worse is that the chief investigator on Lisa's team told all of these female attorneys, I'm not going to take an order for any damn woman. Like, don't go tell me to investigate Lisa's past. Go tell, David to tell me, even though he has less experience than you and is less credible than you and is a shitty attorney compared to you. But, like, tell him because, I only talk to penises. I only put them in my mouth. I mean, I don't think he said that, but that's what it sounds like to me. And even after Judy Clark was taken off the case, she attempted to visit Lisa in jail, but she was denied at the prison to even talk to Lisa.
Wow.
And this is really important because one of her main male attorneys, only visited Lisa during her entire trial 3 times and put together a shitty defense. So they needed Judy Clark. They needed Judy Clark. I don't know what else to say. What makes it even worse is that the American Bar Association, which is literally the association that controls all attorneys and is like, I could take away your license, thank you, right? They dictate that if an attorney is working on a case that is dealing with the death penalty, you need, at minimum, to work with what is called a mitigation specialist, which is essentially an investigator who goes and digs, like a private investigator who digs up all their background, like background of trauma, mental illness, anything. Just family, neighbors who knew them when they were 3 years old. Like, that's how we get this information. It's not because these attorneys are like driving around in like trench coats and like sunglasses. It's because they hire people like this. This legal team did not work with one of those. They didn't hire one. They just were like, Lisa's gonna tell us all. Lisa doesn't trust men. You don't even try to visit her or build rapport. So she's not gonna tell you shit. So the trial was super shitty. The main defense was not even about Lisa going through what Lisa went through, but it was about how she had a severe case of pseudocyesis, the thing where you think you're pregnant, which then the prosecutor was just telling the jury that that's voodoo science. Like, that's stupid. They did bring up the child abuse and the sexual abuse, but they didn't really hone in on it. They didn't bring in experts to say why this is important. They didn't say, hey, because of that, this led to A, B, C, and D. They were just like, she was abused as a kid. Okay, thanks, bye. And so the jury is like, wait, what do I do with this information? Like, I don't necessarily know what that means because that's different from this. Like, that feels like a completely different thing. Why do you keep bringing it up? The prosecutor had a famous psychiatrist testify against her pseudocyesis. His name is Park Dietz, and he worked on some very famous cases, such as the Jeffrey Dahmer case. He worked on the Unabomber case, Ted Kaczynski, and he said that she wasn't delusional. And the main reason is because she had doctored the ultrasound photos, which shows that she knew that she wasn't pregnant.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and if you think you're pregnant, why would you like do that, right?
I mean, that's what I was thinking. It seems like she did kind of plot a lot of the things.
Yeah. So that's why, the debate was, is being in like a state of like a psychotic break, is it exactly what we think it is?
Yeah.
Like, can you be in a long-term psychotic break and still do these planned activities or not, right?
Yeah.
So that was a huge debate. And the murder, they said it was premeditated because she brought a knife to the house. She also pretended to be somebody else before she came to the house. She made like a whole online persona, which, like, honestly, I can't argue that, right?
Yeah.
She also asked the arresting officers why they were being so nice to her when they knew what she had done. So this kind of shows that she knew between right and wrong. Like, what she had done is wrong. Now, another psychiatrist testified that she had one of the most severe cases of disassociation that they had ever seen in their entire career. Like, she completely disassociates herself from her own body at so many points in their conversation. I believe she worked with her for like 18 hours.
Nice.
She didn't even know the state of her own body. Meaning, like, do you even know that you're hungry right now? Are you thirsty? Like, she doesn't even know that. Like, if you're hungry or thirsty or warm or cold right now. So they brought in another prosecutor who was a forensic psychologist by the name of Dr. Daniel Martel. The prosecution brought this person in. And they said that she scored well below being psychotic. The test showed that she was cunning and manipulative. She had a 120 IQ, which is high. She is a pathological liar. She lacked remorse, irresponsible, failed to accept responsibility, and exhibited promiscuous sexual behavior. They proved to the jury that she was a pathological liar because she told the therapist, oh, I'm an immaculate housekeeper and my house is neat as a pin. But then they showed pictures of her house and it was a complete shit show. It was a mess. And they were like, haha, fucking liar. Yeah, which is crazy because she had a room that she called the trash room, which is literally like, instead of, you know how you take your trash out to the trash can, she would just like throw it into that room. It was just filled with trash. And the attorneys failed, her defense attorneys failed to show the jury that this is mental illness. This isn't her just being a dirty person. Like, this is her literally struggling with her mental state.
Yeah.
There was also a huge PTSD debate. So the defense attorneys said that the PTSD was from all the sexual abuse that she endured as a kid. The prosecutors said that the PTSD was because she had just carved a baby out of someone's stomach. Even the hardest of criminals can have PTSD from their own crimes that they commit themselves. So it was like a debate, and it was just the strangest thing. They did bring up her past, but they still, like I said, didn't really hone in on why this is important. Why does it matter that she was raped as a kid, right? And instead of bringing her defense attorneys, instead of bringing in experts to testify about trauma, about child abuse trauma, sex trauma, they read a poem about rape in their closing arguments. they fucking read a poem about rape.
What the fuck? Why?
They just thought that
They
that
thought
was
that was-
smarter. They thought that was a better defense. They brought the cousin in onto the stand. You know, the cousin, the deputy sheriff that she confessed all of these things to.
Oh my god.
And the attorneys didn't ask him any questions. They were just like, was she abused as a kid? Yes. Okay, bye. He later said it took him longer to take the oath before testifying than to actually give a testimony. So I don't know why the defense attorneys didn't say, what did she say? Was she emotional? You know, they didn't do any of that. They were just like, so she was abused as a kid? Okay, thanks for your testimony. Get out of here. So the prosecutors would repeatedly, throughout this entire thing, you know, use discriminatory language. They constantly said, and I quote, abuse excuse to the jury, which is incredibly sexist and incredibly fucked up. They said that she was a horrible question and that her mothering was in question because she didn't cook and she didn't clean. They also brought in experts. The government brought in experts that described Lisa as being a willing participant in the rapes by her stepfather.
What?
They insinuated that she consented and was willingly raped by her own stepfather at 13 years old, where you legally cannot consent. There was just so much misogyny in the whole case. There was also insinuations that maybe the assaults didn't even happen, or maybe she wanted it to happen. How will we ever know? There's no witnesses, is kind of how like the prosecutors phrased it, which is crazy because, oh yeah, everyone just rapes children in public. Like, what do you mean there's no witnesses? Like, that's crazy. Now, food for thought, right? Being a woman makes it less likely that you'll be sentenced to death because 2% of death row inmates right now are women, which is a very, very small population. And only 54 women have been executed since the 1900s, you know? So in like the past century, only 54, right? But there was still so much misogyny in this case. So her appeal attorney said that the prosecution used her womanhood against her, and they used sexist tropes to display horrendous behavior. So in order to be like, look at how horrible this criminal is, she didn't cook. She didn't clean her house. She didn't go to her kid's piano recital. Like, these are all very sexist things. Would you put Jeffrey Dahmer on the stand and be like, he didn't cook? Well, he did cook his victims. But, like, you get what I'm saying. Like, it was just a lot. And so this kind of insinuated to the jury, like, oh, if she doesn't do these things, like, why is she a worthy human of being alive? Because, you know, obviously in the prosecutor's mind is what a lot of people are saying, is that, well, this is what she's supposed to do, and she didn't do any of them. So she's horrendous. So she was sentenced to death. She was found guilty and sentenced to death. Now, she got a new team of attorneys afterwards called, like, her conviction appeal team, and they just were trying to appeal it so that she could get a life sentence because she's obviously mentally ill, you know? And they worked for 8 years to try to get an appeal, never awarded it, and the execution date was approaching. So, fast forward to this year. They submitted a petition to former President Donald Trump, and they said after a lifetime of abuse, which was torturous, she is too mentally ill to be executed and deserves mercy, especially when the system was part of the reason. So how the appeal attorneys phrased it was, you know how Diane, her half-sister, got taken away by CPS after she reported abuse?
Yeah.
But nothing ever happened to Lisa. Lisa was never saved from the system.
Yeah.
So they said one sister got taken out and got put into a loving home and was nurtured and had time to heal. The other sister stayed in that situation, and it got worse and worse and worse. And then at the end, she was broken. So since her sentencing, for the first time ever, you know, Lisa was finally getting mental health help. She was on medication. She was talking to psychiatrists, to therapists. She still has panic attacks, and she will break out into literal hives if she's alone in a room with a man, even if it's a doctor.
Wow.
She will break out into hives. She's maintained a connection with her children. She's now a grandmother. She accepts full responsibility for her crime. She's not saying she's innocent. She's not saying, like, I deserve to be free. She just doesn't want to die. She doesn't want to be executed. She's expressed incredibly deep remorse for her crimes. Now, a lot of people started supporting this. About 1,000 major former and current prosecutors Like, people who work for the government are like, whoa, why did they do that?
Yeah.
Right? Anti-violence advocates, anti-trafficking organizations, advocates for abused and neglected children, mental health advocates, and even just like human right entities that are against the death penalty have been working to try to get her clemency, which means that you just get life in prison instead of the death sentence. Now, Diane Mattingly came out for the first time, her half-sister, and she tried to draw awareness to the case. And you know, a lot of reporters asked her if you could talk to President Trump, because he is the only one who could really do something right now for you, what would you say? And she said, I would say to President Trump, and I quote, I want you to look at the life that Lisa had led. Look at all the people that have failed her. I want you to look at all the rape, the torture, the mental abuse, the physical abuse that this woman had endured. And I'm asking you to have compassion on her as a person that has been failed over and over and over again, and to not fail her. He never responded.
Well, yeah.
The government is supposed to be against sex trafficking, and a lot of people have issue with this case. And there's so much controversy with this one, because you do have a big group of people that's like, she did something so disgusting and fucked up, she deserves to die. But what a lot of people are saying is the government is supposed to be against sex trafficking and crimes against children until that child grows up and becomes a product of their environment and their trauma and their abuse, and then suddenly they don't care. Suddenly it's like, oh, we cared when you were 5, but now that you're like 21 and committing crimes, fuck you. So it's just like, but maybe we should care more than when they're 5 then, because we're part of the reason that this abuse continues. Like, what's going on? Like, the system's a little broken, right? So after a 17-year hiatus from the United States government on federal death penalty executions, which means, okay, so for 17 years, the federal government has not executed anyone. Now, state governments have executed people. So not to be confused
Why
with
is
that.
her case federal?
Because kidnapping is a federal offense. She kidnapped the baby. Yeah.
Okay.
And like cross state lines too, to make it worse. So her case was completely a federal case, and the Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, she wrote a scathing letter to the Trump administration saying that there was an expedited spree of executions. The federal government has put to death more than 3 times as many people as it has had in the previous 60 years. So January 13th, Lisa became the 11th person the Trump administration had federally executed. So for 17 years before the Trump administration, federal executions were put on a stop. Even if you were on death row, they weren't executing you.
Wow.
And a lot of, like, that happens in a lot of nations where the death penalty is allowed. A lot of them are just on, like, crazy hiatuses. They're just like, yeah, okay, but, like, we're probably not going to kill you. And then they're not going to put more people on the death row. Like, they're just like, we don't know what to do. Now, a survey does show that 55% of Americans believe in capital punishment at this point, so I'm not sure where that's going to go. But I know that this current administration, and they don't like capital punishment. They want to put it on a halt as well. So the attorneys state that she's not in a mental state to even understand what's happening. So they begged to extend the date out because honestly, they were just waiting for Joe Biden to hit office. Like that, they straight up told reporters later, they were like, we just needed 8 more days for Biden to be in office, and we have 100% faith that Biden would have given her clemency. Like, he would have been like, okay, like, life in prison, but like, don't fucking kill her. And so they were just like, please, please. What made it even worse is that both of her attorneys live out of the state that Lisa was being held in prison in, and they both got COVID, so they couldn't travel to go talk to her. And so they said, hey, because both of her attorneys who've been working with her for 8 years have COVID, can you please extend the date? And they said, no. And so a lot of news networks were trying to get, you know, because politics near, like, yesterday was wild. And so a lot of news reporters were trying to get some headlines. So they were approaching these attorneys of Lisa Montgomery, trying to get them to say horrendous things about Trump, right? To be like, yeah, this is evil. This is evil. This is evil. But this is what the attorneys had to say. How do you do that? This man has your client's life in his hands, and with the stroke of a pen, he can save her life. And wouldn't that be a great way to change the story that's going out about you? But he doesn't even have the decency to tell you that he's aware of what you filed. So there was no acknowledgement from the Trump administration that they were fighting for this woman's life. Like, there was no, hey, like, thanks for filing, but, like, she's still gonna die. Like, there was nothing.
I see.
They just kept ignoring the attorneys, kept ignoring the press, kept ignoring all of the advocates, right? And so they just needed 8 more days for Biden to be in office. But it didn't come. It went to the Supreme Court, and SCOTUS was 6-3. And that became another huge controversy because people just believe that after certain people have taken SCOTUS, like positions in SCOTUS, it's all in favor of, certain policies. So they weren't going to give her any more days, even though both the attorneys had COVID, nothing. When they brought her into the room, press that were allowed to witness it, they said that she was bewildered. She had no idea where she was. She was so confused and scared. She was like, where am I? Like, what's going on? And she was having a dissociative episode from stress of being taken to a new facility. She was scared. And a lot of people have argued that it's your right to have a spiritual advisor in the room during the execution, which a lot of crazy fucking criminals have had. Like, there are little preachers there, there are pastors there, and they would not allow it for Lisa. And Lisa really wanted her spiritual advisor to sing me, I think it was like Jesus Loves Me or something, while she was being executed prior to this. And they did not allow it. So she was executed January 13th, which brings into question a lot of things. Because in 2002, there was a Supreme Court case called Adkins versus Virginia, where they said that it was cruel and unusual punishment to execute a person who is mentally disabled. But they believed that at the time, she was not very coherent, I guess. So it's just been a lot. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, I'm not making any strong opinions because I just think cases like this, there's no way to have a right opinion. There's no this is the right answer because I'm about to tell you. So the baby survived, and she was named Victoria Jo Stinnett. Now, Bobby's family, they feel like they're a little forgotten in all of this. All Bobby wanted to be was a mom, and she was so excited. But also think about that Bobby's own mother found her like that. The police officers who went there that day are still traumatized, and they said that if they could just bring every person that are fighting so hard for Lisa into that room and see what they saw, it would be a different story. A school friend who was really close to Bobby Jo, she had an interview with reporters, and she said, reading descriptions of Lisa's abuse, I've read it, yeah, but it mostly just makes me angry. It's not as if all the other people in Skidmore led idyllic lives free from abuse and poverty and other destructive tragedies. When Bobby was murdered, I was in rehab for drug usage. I missed the funeral because of that. I'm sick of hearing about Lisa Montgomery and what she went through, and it's never about what my friend went through. I get these images in my head of what Bobby Jo's mother finding her daughter that way, and it's not fair. That is the story of Lisa Montgomery.
Wow.
I mean, it's sad because I get everyone. I get everyone but her original defense attorneys. I mean, I'm not saying I get Lisa. I'm not saying I get it.
And nothing happened to Lisa's stepfather and all of those.
They're still just walking around town. I know. It's crazy. We did a YouTube video similar to this about a guy by the name of Alaskan Avenger, Jason Vukovic. His is obviously not as serious because all he did was break into sex offenders' homes and bonk them on the head with a hammer. But he got way more time than all of those registered sex offenders who had crimes against children combined for bonking them on the head with hammers. Okay, well, I mean, that sounds really scary, but it's insane. This has been a highly requested case. It's a highly controversial case, a highly political case. I mean, even if you take the politics out of it, even if you take out the Trump administration, which is just always a controversy, I think it's just so complex because, yeah, we don't believe in the death penalty. We don't want her to die if she's getting the mental help that she needs. I mean, we think that she deserves life in prison, right? But at the same time, imagine reading these headlines and being Bobby Jo's friend or her family. How much pain that is to be like, wow, these people are fighting so hard for this person who just, So, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoyed today's really dark mini-sode. That wasn't that many, and I will see you guys in the next episode. Bye.
Ramble. Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need delivered with Uber Eats. What do we need?
Oof, no more murder. No no more murder for me. Good. Ooh, that's a big bitch right there. Come on, give me more special fish. Where are they? Nice. Nice. Don't go too far, bro. There you go. Nice. Fuck. Nice. Oh, almost. Come on. Oh. Oh, I think the hotspot is over. Alright, well, this should be enough anyway. This should be enough. Alright, well, the podcast is over. I am over. I am tired. I'm gonna probably keep on fishing quietly, but not stream it. Thank you for those who were watching. It's appreciated. Putting you follow. It's appreciated. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. Relax. And I'll see you later for my next stream. Bye.